In the pitch-black night, heavy raindrops kept falling. The downpour was relentless. A trembling hand struck the soaked ground. A line of text appeared. Spin it. Deucalion sat silently under the torrential rain, watching the person before him intently. That person gripped the sword tightly and coldly plunged it straight into his body. Another line of text appeared. If she wants to kill me. Deucalion's expression went numb. Ephorine's gaze looked utterly cold. The arm holding the sword tightened further. She forcefully drove the blade straight into Deucalion's chest. From the pain, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then Deucalion suddenly raised his blood-stained hand. Another line of text appeared. You still, under the pouring rain. He gave a sorrowful smile and murmured, so beautiful and heartless. He gently stroked Ephorine's face, but she coldly stepped back. When they were a certain distance apart, Deucalion stared at her in silence. That damned bastard, he thought. Seeing that, he gave a mocking smile. At the same time, the system appeared. Cancel betrothal. Request Deucalion's death. Wu Jin glanced at the congratulations notification and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Wu Jin covered his face wearily and murmured, finally the bugs are fixed. He looked at the screen, pleased he'd fixed the bug. Fixed after dozens of iterations, I finally did it. That bug kept happening throughout the cancel betrothal sequence. My name is Kim Wu Jin. He stretched and yawned. I'm about to escape this endless overtime. He proudly introduced. I am. Suddenly they appeared. Since their founding, they've only released top-tier games. Because of that, the company became famous worldwide. The game I'm testing and fixing is Ru's latest AAA title, a project worth as much as the company. Wu Jin was exhausted but had to push on, because this was a matter of the company's survival. In other words, one game would either take us to the top or drag us to the bottom. Let's see, it's about 11. The main selling point of this game is that difficulty and storylines change based on player decisions. Although it's a single-player game, it has a complex plot centered on named characters generated by intelligent AI. This fresh approach helped us attract global attention. Furthermore, there are many professions to choose from, some rare, like knight, mage, adventurer, demon, monster hunter, noble, and even royalty. Players can become anyone they want in the game. That means if the game receives the recognition it deserves, we'll be swimming in money. Wu Jin pondered, but rewards always come with risks. If the game fails, the company collapses. After a short break, he returned to work. I should check the character data first. While I'm here, let me explain why I've been working overtime for months. Wu Jin was very annoyed with the character Deucalion. It's all because of this bastard. Character info. Name, Deucalion von Greyhanyuk. Occupation, Senior Professor. Mana, 3357. The focal character in the Death of Deucalion segment. I finally passed this segment without errors. Deucalion von Greyhanyuk, a notorious villain, one of the mid-level bosses of the game. Because he's a major antagonist with numerous ties to other roles, there were tons of errors and bugs to fix. But today, I successfully killed him without any trouble. The cause of his death this time was being cut down by his fiancée. Wu Jin stretched, loosened his muscles, and exclaimed happily, it's done. But he caused a mountain of trouble throughout the segment. Suddenly, a female voice called out from behind Wu Jin. Ah, you're smiling gently. How's the testing going? The beautiful girl before him was Yua, my lead programmer, and also, he hesitated for a long moment. Wu Jin recalled the past. We were together for 7 years. We were very happy. Every moment was full of joy. He remembered gentle kisses, hands held tight, and the days they lived together. Actually, she was addicted to work while I was lazy. He remembered being hired by Yua and working together. But what drove her forward was finding work for me and pushing me to be better, to do more. Remembering what came next, Wu Jin was deeply pained. But in the end, we broke up. I know the fault was mine. I couldn't change, no matter how hard Yua tried. Suddenly, Yua looked at him gently. I heard you had trouble with a bug. Glad you got through it. Wu Jin felt sad about the past. It's been 6 months since we broke up. I heard she has someone new now. He coldly propped his hand on the desk. Looks like you and the new guy are getting along well, huh? Hearing that, Yua just smiled softly. Rumors spread fast in this company. I think that's nice. Wu Jin was briefly annoyed. It's annoying to hear her say that. He sulked, stared at the computer, then said, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. Yua laughed at his childishness. Stop sulking and focus on your work. Yua suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, the script team says they want to change settings and tweak some character templates. Wu Jin complained wearily. Again? Funny, they change it every day. He propped his chin up, tired of the workload. Speaking of the character, is this guy really a mid-boss? Can players kill him early if they're lucky? Yua smiled with interest. That's the game's hook. And the deeper Deculian goes into the story, the stronger he becomes. Each player makes different choices from each other, increasing the difficulty along the way. Wu Jin nodded. True. Yua put her hand on her chin and added, You know, this character was designed based on you. Wu Jin was astonished. Deculian? Yua giggled, delighted. When you shaped him, didn't you notice? Both have a cheesy, fake appearance. Wu Jin was confused. But you've only met the script team a few times, right? Seeing his expression, she wanted to tease him more. So every time I play, I kill him first. Wu Jin's eyes looked murderous. What do you mean by that? Yua laughed loudly, teasing. Your personalities are the same. Wu Jin couldn't believe it. Really? You mean like the guy whose closing line is that damn bitch? Yua saw his bewilderment and stopped teasing. Anyway, don't worry. What do you think about the test? Wu Jin was anxious, fearing the company might fail. The game is fun, but I'm worried about how the company will survive depending on it. Yua comforted him. Don't worry about that. She was very confident in her game. This unique gameplay has the world excited. It certainly won't fail. Suddenly, Wu Jin saw a figure under the company. Is your boyfriend standing down there? Yua followed his gaze, also surprised. Yeah, Wu Jin pointed to the person leaning against the car below. See? The one leaning against that car. Yua panicked. He's late already. Though sad, he still acted strong. What are you still doing standing here? Don't keep him waiting. Wu Jin stared down alone. Go see him. Yua smiled softly. You're right. I'm going. She turned toward the door and waved. Goodbye. You did great today. Wu Jin replied coldly. Goodbye. Outside, the moon hung high in a star-filled sky. Inside, the clock's hands ticked. Wu Jin quickly pulled himself together and dove back into work. Back to checking Deculian. He was astonished, unbelieving, staring grimly. Deculian? What are the writers serious? Is he based on me? He clicked and examined Deculian's info. He has 6 attributes, both a prodigy and a mediocre mage. People always mentioned his glorious childhood. Deculian was praised as a genius, hailed as a magical prodigy. But in reality, he declined far from his beginnings. The combination of his pride and arrogance. Wu Jin suspected the character was modeled on him. They created the worst possible personality in a human. Put like that, can you still call him a person? He rather doubted humanity. They say the deeper he goes into the story, the stronger he gets. Even though he disliked the character, he still felt sympathy. But ultimately, he was surrounded by haters, no exception. He looked at the computer and murmured, Can I add something to his personality? Something unobtrusive. His hand on the mouse grew more determined. After all, I'm his inspiration. Suddenly, he saw a trait. Let's see. Will this sympathetic trait make him elicit empathy or pity? He couldn't. Stop adding beneficial traits. Do it. At least you should be more lovable than me. If you're going to do it, go all the way. As he clicked, he muttered, This one's good. I like this one. Add this too. After adding too many features, he realized he'd gone too far. He cleared his throat and calmed down. I added too many good things. On second thought, I shouldn't have. He decided to remove all the traits he had just added, restoring him to his original state. While Wu Jin was editing a ting sound from the computer, startled him. Bring you back to peace. He was a bit frightened, thinking, what the hell? Who messages at this hour? Wu Jin looked at the screen, surprised to see it was a message notification. Wait, it's the script team. He replied quickly. Yes. What do you want to change in the template? Say it and I'll fix it right away. The other side answered, No, I just want to watch. I'm just here to watch. Wu Jin was puzzled. What are they talking about? He continued, What do you mean? Like check. The wick. The other side laughed loudly. No. Look out the window. Wu Jin, confused, still complied. The window? What's there to see? Outside, the sky was covered in black clouds, and fierce lightning tore across it. Wu Jin widened his eyes, staring in astonishment. What is that? Why is there suddenly a hole in the sky? A bolt of lightning struck, making the sky tremble and ripping a hole. Many terrifying faces screamed. Countless hands reached out. Wu Jin still didn't understand. What's happening? My head is still dizzy. Where is this? Suddenly, a pained scream rang out. Wu Jin was puzzled. Who is that? A cold voice reminded. Remember, you must always be vigilant, he said coldly. Decilion is not one to be taken lightly. Right now he's broken. He tried to brainwash his son, but he could rise again at any moment. The voice continued coldly. He's merely rebalancing his talent. After all, he's a despicable villain. Suddenly, a shrill shout rang in his ear. Wake up! Get up right now! Decilion snapped awake from the noise. Jeriel glared at her brother and yelled angrily. How long do you plan to lie around? The maid, terrified and pale, grabbed her. Miss, please calm down. But she paid no heed and continued. Can you still call yourself human? Decilion wearily held his head and sighed. Ah, I see. It's been a few days since I possessed this body. He sat up, clutching his head from dizziness, though it still felt dreamlike. Jeriel clenched her hands and ground her teeth in anger. She was very upset that her brother was so distracted by love. How long will you lose yourself for some woman? Do you want to disgrace the family name? Decilion remained silent, which only angered her more. She threw the papers to the floor and turned away coldly. I've left the files here. If you don't want to be dismissed from the professorship you cherish, then get up and work. Decilion sat on the bed, holding his head in silence. A week ago, the night sky suddenly blazed. He sat there for a long time, trying to sort the events in his head. And I woke up in a strange place, in an unfamiliar body. Decilion looked around and immediately realized where he was. I can say I'm inside the world of the game I programmed. The familiar images I've seen thousands of times only reinforce my suspicion. He stood up, slowly removed his shirt, and then forcefully changed into another outfit. You cannot escape death, no matter which way this world's plot unfolds. The worst character of all, Decilion coldly slipped on his black gloves, adding to his air of mystery. His gaze turned terrifying, because the body I'm in belongs to the final boss. I've become the villain Decilion. Early morning at the Yuckline Manor, in Decilion's bedroom, he sat up with his back against the headboard, contemplative. It had been a week since he arrived here. He ran a hand through his messy hair and sat dazed. At first, I thought it was all just a dream. Not giving in, Decilion pinched his cheek and exclaimed. Day by day, the sensation of being a living entity forced me to accept that this was reality. Helpless, Decilion rested his head against the headboard, brooding. After dying like that, could I be experiencing some kind of afterlife? In any case, what I'm sure of is that I am the antagonist of the game in development. Decilion von Gahanyo. Seeing myself, an ordinary person, trapped as the villain made me anxious. Decilion is the mid-boss in the game that players encounter regardless of the route they choose. He is the enemy of countless characters' parents and lovers, and the source of all kinds of events. I've become such a villain. The biggest problem was he didn't know at which stage of the game he had appeared. The only thing he knew was his total mana, but he didn't know how to use it. Unwilling to accept the situation, Decilion told himself, I can't defend myself like this. However, he had thoughts he couldn't voice. I'm not joking, but when all the staff, including me, tested the game's routes over 1,000 times during development, Decilion survived in only one scenario. He really was a villain created only to fulfill the role of a mid-boss. Pausing as complex thoughts drifted by, Decilion glanced down and saw a stack of documents neatly placed beside the bed. He said, This is the documents that girl left. Senior Professor of the Royal Academy, Decilion. Basic understanding of magic and fundamental thinking related to mana. Looking at the packet before him, a name surfaced in his mind, Jeriel von Yuckline. The girl who left the papers while I was asleep is Decilion's half-sister. She also acts as the de facto lord of the Yuckline family in my stead. He also knew that she did not have a good relationship with Decilion. At the mention of her name, a patch of memories immediately surfaced. The woman Jeriel had referred to, the image of that white-haired woman appeared. Likely Yuli. It seemed something was going on between Decilion and Yuli. He recalled Jeriel angrily turning and leaving the room. I'll leave the documents here. If you don't want to be fired from the professorship, then get up and work. Collecting himself, Decilion muttered to himself, I think she did mention the professorship. After a moment, he realized he had a lecture today. Then Decilion exhaled, picked up the packet of documents, and sighed. I should go. Staring at the stack before him, he fell into thought. Since I never taught in my previous life, I need to gather any information I can. Most importantly, a system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Goal: survive, become a character necessary for the game. Task: lecture fees at the academy. Balance: 0.5. Seeing the system panel appear for no reason, Decilion sighed softly. These lines keep popping up. Ignoring it, he immediately left the bed. He thought to himself, whether for it or for Jeriel, I must act. She is one of the factors that caused Decilion's death. As he thought, Decilion quickly made for the bathroom. The balance is important too, so how should I lecture? Of course I'm worried, but it's fine. After all, this body also has the innate skill of understanding. As Decilion grasped the door to enter, the system suddenly appeared. Notification: innate understanding. The ability to comprehend everything can be activated by consuming mana. Before becoming Decilion, I added this skill to him hoping he could become more empathetic. Because this is an innate skill that appears in the latter half of the game, it will have some hidden uses. After a while, the tub was filled with water. Quickly, Decilion finished bathing. While dressing, he considered, the bathroom and clothes are unfamiliar, but I can use them more naturally than I expected. As soon as he finished the thought, his inner voice replied, as if by habit, as if I had always lived as Decilion. Looking at himself in the mirror, Decilion remarked, at first I thought such clothes were too showy, but now they feel elegant and comfortable. He quietly adjusted his gloves, brooding. This is also due to Decilion's skills in appearance, dignity, and aesthetic sense. Realizing something, his face suddenly darkened as he muttered, like the image of my former self in the previous world being strangled by the character I transmigrated into. Along with the line, everything is saying that this is your body. Quickly, he brushed it aside and, feeling strangely moved, thought, honestly, I can't act against the manners this body expects. Even things Kim Decilion once found uncomfortable now feel natural. As he went, Decilion casually mused, even if only to gather information, attending my first lecture seems perfectly ordinary. Although his face remained cold and expressionless outwardly, deep inside he was proud. I am an outstanding and noble aristocrat. Elsewhere, a man with an incredulous look whispered, what the hell is that? Kim Woo-jin, a healthy young Korean man, also called a senior professor and handsome, borrowing someone's final words before party. Staring at the card before her, Yua gloomily said, a boring, lazy bastard. Kim Woo-jin realized, yes, that's who I am. I won't forget myself. Returning, when he saw Decilion arrive, the driver bowed in greeting. However, he kept reminding himself not to let his guard down. Once inside the car, he forgot everything he had just told himself. It seems I never rode in such an expensive car in my previous life. The joy was short-lived as Decilion recalled the past, making him frown. Damn it, that reminded me of that time. How annoying. Just as he shook off the chaotic thoughts and turned, Decilion discovered a child sitting beside him, which surprised him. Though curious, he didn't ask the child's name and only stared, wondering, who is this kid? Feeling Decilion's gaze, Alan turned to face him and spoke first. Good morning, Professor. As he finished, he handed the packet of documents to Decilion. Observing the boy's series of actions, Decilion casually took them, pondering the boy's role. Is he Decilion's secretary or assistant? Not getting an answer, he asked directly, are you a mage? Hearing this, the blond boy replied skeptically, what? I've been taught by you for nearly 3 years. Receiving the answer, Decilion backpedaled. I was only joking. On the way, he glanced at the documents and remarked, I thought these were for the lecture, but it turns out they're lines I just need to read. The more he read, the more he understood the problem. The lecture content was prepared from start to finish. I mean, there's no way the incompetent, arrogant Decilion would prepare a lecture himself. This kid must do it for him. At that point he understood and quietly said, as if not to be overheard, well done. Seeing this, Alan timidly asked, pardon? Not answering, Decilion changed the subject. Rest until we arrive. Hearing him, Alan replied, yes, I understand. Witnessing this, the driver couldn't help but be surprised. Did the young master just praise someone? Not long after, Decilion raised a hand to suppress the uncomfortable sensation within him, inwardly complaining without stop. What kind of unreasonable personality is this? My stomach twists after praising someone. So this is Decilion's nature. I sensed it before leaving the manor, but it feels like my mind is being influenced by his personality. Suddenly the car stopped, and the driver's announcement cut through his thoughts. We've arrived, young master. As he stepped out of the car, Deucalion marveled at his surroundings. So this is Deucalion's workplace, the Royal Academy. Looking at the Royal Academy before him, he vaguely thought. The lecture mentioned Roto Hall, the lecture theater. People were buzzing excitedly. Finally, I get to attend Senior Professor Deucalion's lecture, the genius who analyzes incantations. Not only that, I've heard he's a prodigy. Ignoring the chatter, Deucalion walked in composedly and then said, "Attention." Seeing the students settle, he proceeded to the lectern and introduced himself. I am Deucalion von Greyhand Yuckline. I have been assigned this lecture as a senior professor of the Mage Tower. Without many words, he set the packet of documents down and said coldly, "Then let's begin." Seeing Deucalion, the female students whispered to each other, "He's so handsome and so smart, so cool." Hearing this, Ephraim trembled slightly with anger. Cool, huh? So we finally meet here, Deucalion and the students. No one saw Renee, whose face brimmed with murderous intent, secretly cursing, "Deucalion, that fucking piece of trash, the enemy of my father." Ephraim began to recount her tragic past. 3 years ago, my father killed himself at his own funeral. She did not cry or move. She only stared silently at her father's corpse with hollow eyes. She thought that after years devoted to research and interpreting the sacred texts, he took his own life from the shock of having his dissertation stolen. The person who took my father's dissertation was hailed by the public as a genius interpreter of the sacred texts. The image of Deucalion in her mind suddenly shattered into pieces. She hated him with a burning intensity. Yes, I'm talking about that bastard, Deucalion. The sealed item notices were vivid in her mind, but she helplessly cried out, "I couldn't do anything. After my father died, I lost everything." At that time, small and frail, Ephraim felt alone and lost in the very house that had once been familiar. Once a noble, I lost not only my family, but also our lands and all our possessions. In the end, I had nowhere to go. Ephraim hugged herself, saying nothing, her gaze ice cold. It was then that I vowed to myself, I will take revenge on that scum. Now, to be able to sit in Deucalion's class, she had worked tirelessly. After that day, I worked day and night until I was finally accepted into the Royal Academy, where Deucalion teaches. Ephraim clenched her hands until they trembled. I know what the other students don't. His gift for interpreting the sacred texts is a facade. All his glory was stolen from my father after he ruined my family. Her face hardened, radiating killing intent. How can he be so indifferent? She looked at Deucalion, still handsome, still radiant, and burned with rage. You are standing in the place that should belong to my father. Ephraim snapped, a dangerous glint in her eyes. I want to expose his lies and kill him on the spot. However, she gritted her teeth and told herself, but now I must be patient. To overthrow him, I need to prepare more for a perfect revenge. At that moment, Deucalion announced clearly and loudly, "Attention, everyone, I will begin the lecture." He folded his arms, straightened his back, and stood before so many eyes. Let me introduce myself. I'm a senior professor at the Mage Tower, a mage of the rank king, one who can command myriad elements. I have been appointed as your special lecturer. His voice was low and even, his face emotionless. Mages are divided into 11 ranks, with king as the 4th from the top. By coming here, you have surely learned this already. First, I will outline the classification of magic. Magic is mainly divided into 3 attributes and 9 schools. The attribute system includes Prime, the foundation of magic. He then detailed how elements operate, the composition of matter, materials, and the intermediary conduits of force. As for classifications, there are summoning, spirit, destruction, support, control, resilience, ward, harmony, and finally specialization. While outwardly he remained focused on lecturing, that is why a mage must. His mind quietly drifted to other thoughts. Everything is going more smoothly than I expected. Seeing the students all listening attentively, Deucalion exhaled in relief. Not only is this my first lecture, but I'm also teaching magical theory, a subject I'm not familiar with. Even though I'm merely reading from a pre-prepared script, recalling the densely written book, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Yet it seems I already grasped the entire content. He looked up at the students, sitting quietly and neatly. The dignity and dominance traits drew every gaze to him, while the elite trait made him feel natural under that attention. His face remained cold and expressionless. Instead of feeling pressured, it feels natural. He couldn't help but praise. The original is right. The traits of Deucalion truly make him a fitting lecturer. At this point, he began lecturing about mana. Mana has different uses depending on the part of the body where it is stored. Images illustrating mana storage locations appeared in his mind. First, for those of the typical mage type, mages store mana in the brain, the place where spells are most easily visualized. Next are the swordsmen. Swordsmen store mana in the heart, the organ that pumps blood throughout the body. Finally, for everyone, the dantian is the most suitable mana storage for all, because it has a strong link between internal and external force. Deucalion closed the lecture with a piece of advice. What I want to say is simple. Effort is important, but if talent isn't enough, careful selection and focus are also necessary. He silently acknowledged. A fitting piece of advice for Deucalion. Afterwards, he unconsciously thought about the original person's true nature. In reality, Deucalion isn't that talented, even though this one now has 3,375 mana. He raised an eyebrow in thought. But there is another character with over 30,000 starting mana. He is the one who should heed this advice most of all. He couldn't help but feel ironic. How ridiculous. Well, it's only a pre-written lecture anyway. Just then, the class time ended. He quickly announced, today's lecture ends here. One last thing, Deucalion hesitated. I'm torn about this line. Do I really have to read it? He felt awkward. The true Deucalion wouldn't read it. In the end, he decided to say it. Does anyone have any questions? Hearing this, the students murmured among themselves, but no one seemed to dare speak up. Deucalion was very pleased. Good. It seems no one has any questions. Just as he was about to leave quickly, a clear voice rang out. Professor Deucalion. Deucalion was very pleased. Good. It seems no one has any questions. Just as he was about to leave quickly, a clear voice rang out. Professor Deucalion, he calmly questioned. Are you truly a member of the Mage Tower? Ephraim flinched. Excuse me, why would you ask that, sir? Deucalion coldly reminded her. If you truly belong to the Mage Tower, you should have announced your affiliation first. Then he uttered an extremely casual line. I will not answer a question from an impolite child like you. This directly stunned Ephraim. What? She begged helplessly, but Deucalion was truly at a loss. Sorry, but there's nothing I can do. He was deeply exasperated. I just realized how much mana understanding consumes. A mana gauge appeared. Mana, 2005/3375. He thought silently. Just to comprehend this lecture script cost 1,300 mana. Who knows how much mana a spell I've never seen before will take. Being refused by him caused Ephraim to be openly mocked by her classmates. Someone even deliberately slandered her loudly. She tried to get attention, but failed. Hearing that, Ephraim's face immediately darkened. She frowned and gritted her teeth. Then suddenly, she shouted, Wait! Ignoring his refusal, she went straight to the point. The Mage Tower refused to explain, saying it was just a false rumor. But I believe you, Professor, can identify this spell. Moments later, she channeled power and summoned a spell. The spell unleashed itself in the classroom. Ephraim boldly declared, I formally request that you explain this spell. Deucalion merely glanced at the spell and immediately lost a large amount of mana. Now only 300/3375. Ephraim continued. A few apprentice mages stayed in the dormitory to analyze it, but there's been no progress. If you could give us a hint. Before she could finish, Deucalion quickly concluded, This is a barrier magic. Ephraim froze. Pardon. Deucalion didn't want to elaborate. No need to give hints. He coldly clarified. This is barrier magic of the illusion school. Someone tried to imprison you within it. Having said that, he gently ended the matter. That's all. He left Ephraim stunned, at a loss for words. Having said that, he gently ended the matter. That's all. He left Ephraim stunned, at a loss for words. At the Mage Tower Academy dining hall, everyone gathered cheerfully to eat. Ephraim came as well. She ate messily in large bites, food smeared around her mouth, muttering nonstop. What an annoying man. She angrily recalled the earlier scene. I wanted to expose his fraudulent interpretive skills with an unknown spell. She clenched her fists, thinking of the inescapable humiliation. Instead, he called me rude just because I forgot to state my name. I thought I would die of embarrassment. Suddenly, her mood sank. But he must have been surprised. Trying to escape the situation, He labeled it as illusion magic. She struggled to understand, mulling over his words. Illusion magic is complex and usually requires a medium. How can it be illusion magic without a medium? Ephraim was certain in her memory. Even with one glance, there's no mistaking it. What I showed him was an exact copy of the nameless magic array drawn on the dormitory's front door last night. At first, people were alarmed, but became research material for newcomers. She angrily asserted, "I know he's full of lies." Suddenly, from behind, Julia hurriedly ran up, shouting, "Ephraim!" Julia, face beaming, hurriedly boasted, "The magic array from last night has been deciphered. When we restructured the incantation, it became a shield." Ephraim was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Julia laughed with delight. "I'm genuinely amazed. We were too scared of the professor to ask anything. You're brave too." Only then did Ephraim come to her senses and awkwardly confirm, "Huh? Wait, you mean it really is a shield?" Julia replied cheerfully, "Yes, Professor Deculian is amazing, right? How did he know it was illusion magic without a medium?" Ephraim was horrified, unable to accept it. "Impossible, that can't be." Julia, unaware of her thoughts, waved brightly. "Thank you, Ephraim. We'll file a report about this and definitely include your name." Ephraim politely replied, "Yeah, thanks." After Julia left, Ephraim took a paper from her bag, trying to find an excuse. It must have just been a lucky guess. Then she felt ridiculous. In the end, I only boosted his reputation. Ephraim silently read the paper carefully. Understanding Elemental Magic, Advanced Level, 5 credits. Lecture de Colleen von Greyhan Yuckline. Understanding Elemental Magic, Advanced Level, 5 credits. Lecture de Colleen von Greyhan Yuckline. Her hand clenched. "I'll have to steel myself if I have to face that bastard every day." Ephraim vowed bitterly, thinking of Deculian's figure. "Just you wait, Deculian. I will expose you soon." A system notification appeared. Side quest completed. Lecture at the Academy. Story units, plus 0.5. Deculian's face went icy as he thought inwardly. That was almost a disaster. He recalled the moment he saw the magic in the classroom. When his gaze landed on the magic circle with its interwoven complex lines, his comprehension was unintentionally triggered. That strange magic made him restless. Just looking at it was enough to drain all my mana. At that time, Deculian could only stare, unable to break free. I didn't even know what kind of magic it was. Even with double my current mana, I couldn't understand its rules. He felt relieved. At least nothing bad happened. Just then, a voice came from across. "Long time no see." The voice belonged to July. Deculian was taken aback. Standing before him was a white-haired, bright-eyed person, someone he'd seen many times on his computer screen. July gently asked, "How have you been?" After a few seconds' observation, he realized she was Yuli von der Frieden. He thought to himself, she is Deculian's fiancée, a renowned figure who will become the pinnacle of knighthood. I didn't expect to meet her here, but aloud he replied coldly, "I'm not sure anymore." July glanced at him. "Just act like you're fine." She faced Deculian and demanded, "Are you okay? Even though you broke the promise we made a week ago." On the surface, July probably thought he was callous, but inwardly he was quite deep. "What promise? I don't know what she's talking about." He couldn't remember the promise and tried to dodge. I don't remember." July wouldn't let him walk away. She stepped in front of him, somewhat angry. "Are you planning to run?" Just like before, looking at the determined girl before him, Deculian thought, "It seems she won't let me go easily." He calmly replied, "I forgot because of the fever. Can you tell me what we promised?" The memory he lacked, July remembered clearly. She said, "Promise me that if you are honest with yourself, confess your pride and arrogance, I will marry you, even if the world falls apart." July was likely disappointed in Deculian. She bowed her head and coldly said, "It seems I was wrong to trust you. You may go now." Deculian complied, took a few steps, then looked back at July. He said only one sentence. Then, "I'll be going." July pressed her lips together behind him, unwilling to accept. July recalled the day she first met Deculian. "My betrothal to Deculian was for advantage. Deculian, a talented mage, and I a skilled knight. My father only cared about the prosperity of the clan. The union of the two of us would be beneficial politically and for lineage." They once sat in silence over a meal, discussing the political marriage between the Yuckline and Frieden houses, royal lineages. No one opposed the marriage. At the time, she thought, "It's fine for the sake of the family, even if I don't love him." However, The two houses soon realized his talent did not truly exist. Maybe he didn't want to admit it, but he deceived people by calling himself a genius at analyzing magic and became a professor. After several incidents, he stopped boasting about achievements to avoid losing face before the public. The two houses covered up. But I cannot overlook this. I can accept a loveless marriage, but I will not forgive deceit, which goes against my vows as a knight. That day, after a few minutes of agreement, Decilion consented. I will do as you say. She softly spoke. July clenched her hand, trembling. Still not going to keep your promise, are you? Scene shifts to the grand, magnificent Imperial Academy. The Imperial Academy's Magic Tower is the best institution in the game, and the Magic Faculty is its foremost department. You can think of the Magic Faculty as like Seoul National University's College of Medicine, and the Magic Tower as the National Medical Center. Decilion looked around, observing, and remarked, "It looks splendid." The campus was crowded with students passing by, the buildings towering, flower beds in full bloom, and gardens well tended. It reminds me of one of those American universities. Decilion recalled the days before he had transmigrated into this world. My team members and I spent nights creating this kind of atmosphere together. He walked contemplatively past schoolgirls chatting cheerfully, experiencing the freshness of youth. I could have fared better if I'd been in another body to enjoy this campus. Suddenly, someone running in haste tripped and stumbled forward. Decilion narrowed his eyes, fully alert. Alan fell behind him, the crate he was carrying colliding with his chest. The contents spilled out, and he let out a shout. Alan tumbled to the ground, apologizing in a hurry as his things scattered everywhere. "I'm sorry. I'm rushing to see the professor." Decilion was startled, thinking, "This is that kid from before. I thought it was an ambush. You're Zoro, right?" Seeing he had the name wrong, the boy corrected him. "No, it's Alan." Decilion stared, then replied, "Must be a mistake." Alan, embarrassed, stammered, "All right, who is Zoro, anyway?" They reached Decilion's office. He sat down and opened the documents. "So this is why you rushed to see me?" Alan stood at attention. "Yes, Professor. This is the list of sponsors for this year's Rookie Mages. This Magic Tower is akin to a real-world research institute, so funding is essential for magical development. Professors at the tower sponsor rookie mages they deem worthy." Decilion's gaze landed on something. He picked up a personnel file and saw it glowing. "This name is glowing. I think it's due to Decilion's attributes." He muttered a few details. "Wealthy magnate, a rare trait describing a natural tycoon, an outstanding financier with unparalleled instinct for value. The more information provided, the more accurate your instincts. Keen vision, a rare trait denoting the ability for visual intuitive perception. Attributes like mana points and elemental affinities are mainly used to link with other traits rather than alone." He inwardly sighed. "It's surely the combination of wealthy magnate and keen vision. I think the factor behind this name will bring wealth." He flipped through each personnel file without expression. Decilion had reviewed almost all of them, but only one file shone the brightest. He raised an eyebrow and read the information on the sheet. Ephraim Luna, a celebrated name in the game, based on the developer responsible for her design. Decilion had taken her father away. There was an unsettling entry in the information sheet. He asked Alan, "Why does Ephraim Luna have no sponsors?" The boy scratched his neck and stammered, "Ephraim Luna, I think people are afraid." Before he finished, Decilion supplied the answer. "I understand. People fear what I'll do if they sponsor her." He assessed Luna's file. She's talented enough to enter the Magic Tower without going through the academy. Thinking of an enemy, his expression hardened. However, this Ephraim Luna is Decilion's foe. Decilion is her enemy. The game's ending is the worst. If I let things follow the game, the canceled betrothal, the condition to kill Decilion, I'll end up the same. He skimmed the available information. Villain's fate, describing the villain's destiny. Everyone wishes him dead, yet what doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. In the game, Decilion dies in many ways. Sometimes stabbed in the heart, sometimes stabbed in the head, and sometimes poisoned in wine, or die from an artistic explosion. Whatever the method, the fact of his death does not change. Decilion crossed his legs, thinking, "If I want to live, I must make a different choice." He frowned, a choice the original Decilion couldn't make. He put pen to paper and wrote a few lines, then said, "Alan, submit these and borrow a few books. I plan to write something before going home. The boy quickly replied, yes. Alan retrieved what he needed, closed the door, and left. Goodbye, Professor. Only Deucalion remained in the large room. He mused vaguely. I need a lot of money to survive. Money can be used to avoid many deaths. Deucalion already had a plan to make money. Investing a mage is one way to earn. But this world hates Deucalion immensely. Still, there are countless names in this world that resent me. He clenched his fist, pondering. They will kill me whenever they get the chance. To survive, what I truly need is an escape. Then he suddenly stood, summoned a blazing red orb of power, and thought, I need to become stronger. Deucalion repeatedly suggested to himself, the best way for me to survive in this world is to become more powerful. However, Deucalion's talent was only average. At this rate, I can't properly deal with the threats ahead. I can't survive the numerous deaths still waiting. He kept emphasizing his bleak outlook. I can't survive the numerous deaths that await. His eyes narrowed in thought. Anyway, I have one advantage, my attributes. Deucalion can't control all 4 elements as he once boasted, but he certainly has potential with earth and fire elements. The combination of earth, fire, and metal formed another of Deucalion's attributes, called the Mouse Hand. The unique Mouse Hand consumes the user's mana to unlock a target's potential. With that, I can still fight. Therefore, Deucalion's talent for metal manipulation allows him to control floating swords with chi. He opened the book and focused on the section, Basic Manipulation Magic. Calling it a flying sword controlled by chi sounds grand, but it's really just manipulating objects with will. However, this is certainly uncommon in this world. Basic manipulation magic. What I lack in raw power can be compensated by controlling the properties of metal. The book detailed the chi techniques he needed. But to execute all this, first I must learn how to control it. Placing his hand on the page, Deucalion began to cast. Let's test it. Power radiated steadily from his hand. The spells and seals in the book resonated, rose up into a magnificent matrix, and were instantly formed by him. Magic spiraled and penetrated Deucalion's mind. The contents and incantations of the will directly flooded into his head. He gasped for breath, momentarily overwhelmed by taking in too much. Glancing at the quill beside him, Deucalion resolutely thought, perhaps now, with just one command, he successfully made the quill hover in midair. Deucalion's brain indeed became much sharper. Now, I've memorized the basic will, and no longer need the incantation to cast it. Seeing something that only appeared in the game manifest like this, he realized, memorization lets the brain automatically cast the spells you've understood. He excitedly calculated. Though this is basic, if it's only this, I won't reach the level I want, even with higher level wills. Looking at the stack of spell books, an idea suddenly occurred to him. What should I do? He wondered. Could I inscribe magic arrays over my entire body? In this world, the larger a magic array, the stronger it is. If I understand my body with comprehension, not just my mind but my heart, my inner self, I could carve arrays across my whole body to enhance my will. Of course, there's a risk the body could be overloaded or suffer side effects. Iron Man, a unique tier, indicating top-tier physical prowess and innate bodily potential. This body has the Iron Man attribute, allowing me to endure those side effects. Deucalion calculated carefully. This can only happen to me in this world. My current mana is 800, surely enough to try a bit. True to his word, he decisively repeated the process of imparting magic. Knowledge flooded in again, straight into his brain. It circulated chi like white blood cells in the bloodstream. Deucalion's body bore an overwhelming load of information and quickly grew exhausted. A terrifying pain struck. Deucalion gritted his teeth through indescribable pain. It felt as if every bone in his body was shattering and each muscle being torn. He stood firm, unyielding. However, I will not flinch. I will not utter even a groan. That is the graceful bearing a noble must have. The pain subsided gradually after he completed the procedure. Deucalion's hands shook continuously. Mana, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I feel utterly drained. I failed due to lack of mana. Glancing at his shoulder, he was elated to see clearly. But I've gained something. Now, I have a magic array on my shoulder. At this rate, it will take 2 weeks to inscribe across my entire body. 1 month later, at the Mage Tower Academy, during Deucalion's seminar on the first day of his lecture, he presented a board to the class. Below, I, the professor, want to test your abilities. Bring me any results from this area that you research. This place is full of elements suitable for your experiments. Everyone whispered curiously. This is different from what the upperclassmen told us. Are all his classes like this? Imagine he just asks us to self-study using a guidance board. They glanced around, repeatedly asking, so what are we supposed to do with the elements? Is that why we're here? Where is Professor Decillion? Ephraim muttered angrily to herself. Of course. What an irresponsible man. She crossed her arms and grumbled. Decillion told us to self-study on the first day. What kind of bastard is that? Suddenly, Sylvia deliberately shoved into her. Ephraim snapped irritably. Hey, who do you think you are? Her attitude changed instantly when she got a clear look at the other's face. She was stunned, whispering to herself. This person is, more than anyone, Ephraim knew the other's identity. Sylvia von Josephine Yucklein. Sylvia stood silently, looking at her for a moment, then coldly turned her back, leaving Ephraim furious and bewildered, wondering, she doesn't recognize me? Decillion was still absent from the forest lesson at that time. Ephraim practiced magic alone, still puzzled. What happened? If I'm not mistaken, that person must be a member of House Ed. Last year, House Ed, fearing my father's and my potential, sent soldiers to surround our manor and threaten us. Why doesn't she remember me? Suddenly, the castle she had built herself was destroyed. What's going on? Ephraim immediately sensed mana being drained away somewhere. Sure enough, Sylvia beside her had siphoned off her little mana to construct a massive citadel of her own. Ephraim snapped, aggressive. Hey, what are you doing? She angrily confronted Sylvia. Do you realize you're taking everything I gathered? Hey, are you even listening to me? Sylvia remained silent and didn't bother to reply, which made her even angrier. What's wrong with this brat? Why won't she respond to what I'm saying? Suddenly, an idea occurred to her. Ephraim directly demanded, Hey, why are you pretending not to know me, Miss Sylvia? She deliberately prodded her memory. I thought so. There's no way you wouldn't recognize me after threatening my family and forcing me to abandon magic. Are you afraid I'm here to steal all your attention? Sylvia replied coldly and tersely. I don't know you. Hot-blooded Ephraim flared up, shouting, Now you dare look down on me? But Sylvia's answer was nothing like she expected. I don't know you, but I know your father. Ephraim froze and asked, What? Sylvia indifferently named him, that arrogant noble. I've heard he is dead. That sentence completely shattered Ephraim's restraint. Brilliant magic light flared, causing people to cry out to each other. Huh? Look, Ephraim officially lost her composure and decided to settle things with Sylvia. What did you just say? Her magic erupted violently as she angrily challenged. Say that again. Faced with Ephraim's momentum, Sylvia quickly erected a protective barrier. Tension showed on her face. A cataclysmic blast blew earth and rock across the area. Everyone covered their faces in fear. As the dust slowly cleared, they quickly gathered themselves. What just happened? Is anyone hurt? Ephraim had grabbed Sylvia by the hair. She coldly ordered, Let go. But Ephraim, losing all reason, screamed, I told you to repeat that. How dare you insult my father? In a heated moment, she suddenly paused. I'll kill you. People panicked and shouted, What is that? A strange pink rift appeared in the sky, carrying a deadly aura. The crowd immediately took guard. What light is that? The whole class screamed in fear. What is it? Ephraim stammered to confirm. Is that a rift? Watching its movements, she realized. It's where my mana and that person's mana collided earlier. It's sucking everything in around it. Facing the black hole's outbreak, people warned each other. It's about to explode. Run. Everyone fled in panic. Only Ephraim remained calm and faced it. No, if it explodes, shards of metal will shoot out like stray bullets. She envisioned the worst outcome. Everyone here will be killed. Very quickly, the explosion occurred, its force comparable to hundreds of tons of explosives. Ephraim closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and raised a barrier to try to withstand. Suddenly, she felt something was off. What's this? It's so quiet? But it stopped, didn't it? It turned out Decillion had arrived in time and neutralized the danger. The explosion's fragments were stopped by him, suspended in midair. People saw this and wondered. When did he get here? Why are the exploding fragments frozen in midair like that? Decillion gently moved the fragments aside. In that moment, they seemed to flow like a stream. A narrator appeared, describing in detail the crowd's expressions as they watched Decillion use telekinesis. Everyone around gasped in admiration. The narrator explained why. because they are all students honing their magical knowledge. They cannot help but feel the beauty of that magic, an enchanting spell whose aesthetic appeal no one can deny. The glittering fragments heaped together into a pile. Deucalion coldly issued an order. "Attention, everyone. Today's class ends here." His gaze went icy as he looked at the two who caused the crisis. "Everyone, except those who provoked this, please leave." Ephraim panicked. "It's over. I am doomed." She and Sylvia were escorted straight to the interrogation room. The speaker was Assistant Professor Rin. As expected, their solemn manner sets an example for all mages. Following him were Professor of Spirit Studies Redel and the Mage University President Adalin Segan. Seated beside Deucalion, they greeted cheerfully. "Welcome, Professor Redel, Professor Rin. Sorry for the unannounced summons, and thank you for coming so quickly." Professor Rin settled himself and couldn't hide his curiosity. "So, who was it who dared lay hands on Miss Yuckline?" Immediately someone answered. "From what I heard, it's just a lowly brat who isn't even enrolled. Truly a dubious character." Rin laughed heartily and praised Deucalion. "But I also heard Professor Deucalion resolved what could have been a major chaos admirably." Redel chimed in enthusiastically. "I've heard the same. Quite commendable." But inwardly, Deucalion knew, their hearts I've long since seen through. They flatter me outwardly. All the professors here are skilled at turning situations, so the outcome of this disciplinary meeting is essentially predetermined. The interrogation's proceedings were merely formal to him. The daughter of the powerful House Ed, Sylvia, and a fallen noble. In truth, a commoner, Ephraim. It's obvious which side they'll take. Deucalion silently resolved. So, I must change the outcome of this disciplinary hearing. Earlier, he had noticed something interesting. A deep red aura swirling from Ephraim. Only he could see it, because he possessed the shame eye. The system suddenly appeared. "Fate of the villain" describes the villain's fate. The whole world wishes him dead. Yet what doesn't kill him makes him stronger. He was certain. It indicates the villain fate has manifested. If I don't change the result, my death will draw nearer. The moderator's cold voice rang out. The disciplinary hearing between new mage Ephraim and Sylvia begins now. Rin had barely started when he bellowed. "How dare you two quarrel in the auditorium? If not for Professor Deucalion, someone would have been hurt," he said sternly, asking Ephraim, "Why did you two fight?" She only bowed her head and replied tersely, "I cannot speak." Rin looked at Ephraim, who still defiantly raised her head, and angrily demanded, "What did you say?" Ephraim carefully thought to herself, "That bastard is watching from somewhere above, so I can't say anything." She recalled Sylvia's insult and felt tears of indignation well up. "I heard your father is dead. Did I hear that right?" Ephraim lowered her face and thought of Deucalion. "Sylvia looked down on my father and vexed me cleverly, but I couldn't say that in front of that enemy." Rin suddenly stood up, arrogantly criticizing. "What are you playing at? Is this inferiority complex, or what?" He bluntly compared. "You should know full well the gap in status between you and Sylvia, and yet you dare to act so brazenly." Putting that aside, he turned to Sylvia and asked, "So Sylvia, tell us." She replied calmly, "During class, I accidentally destroyed her work, which led to the dispute." Hearing that, Rin kept berating Ephraim. "What? So Sylvia didn't do it on purpose, and yet Ephraim used that as an excuse to cause a disturbance? A nameless, low-born child dares. Can't you control your temper?" On top of that, he went too far and turned to Adalin, the president. "We should expel her. We cannot tolerate that attitude and violent behavior." Ephraim gritted her teeth. She felt utterly powerless. "So cold. My mind feels like it's going to explode. To endure all these crude insults at a simple school disciplinary hearing. And all the criticism points at me, yet I can't offer any justification, nor is there anyone left to defend me. Everything is so cold." Her eyes brimmed with resentment and indignation. "It's all because of that name," Adalin concluded indifferently. "Then it seems everyone's decision is made." She then gently sought Deucalion's opinion. Professor Deucalion was present at the scene. "Let's hear your view before drawing a conclusion." His voice rose slowly. "I, Deucalion, speak to you as head professor of the tower and a member of the disciplinary committee." Ephraim closed her eyes, inwardly surrendering. "It's over," he impliedly asked. "You don't think you bear any guilt in this incident, do you?" Accepting defeat. "It's over," he impliedly asked. You don't think you bear any guilt in this incident, do you? Unexpectedly, he called out a name no one expected. Sylvia von Josephine Yucklein. She flinched and looked up. Yes, he sternly repeated. Let me ask again. Do you truly believe you bear no fault in this matter? Ephraim was stunned to hear it. Huh. She was even more shocked than Sylvia. How is this unfolding? Rin also fell into confusion. What are you saying, Professor? Ignoring the staring eyes, he resolutely pressed Sylvia. You could have stopped that incident, but you didn't. Or is the ability everyone expects of you? His final thrust left Sylvia frozen. Actually insufficient to do so, she directly bowed her head and admitted, I'm sorry. To be honest, I didn't stop her because I wanted her to get into bigger trouble. Her honesty made Ephraim even angrier. What? In her heart, she wondered. Why did Dekillian ask Sylvia and not me? No matter how you look at it, isn't this my fault too? Rin continued to defend Sylvia stubbornly. But still, head Professor Dekillian, the fault lies not with the one defending herself. The attacker is the guilty party. Dekillian replied coldly. If you consider the context, the fault lies with me, the one who is teaching. Professor Rin, do you want me to take the blame? Seeing his resolve, Rin dropped his argument at once. Of course not. I only thought it wouldn't be appropriate. Ephraim was astonished in thought. He even rebuked the professor siding with Sylvia. Why would he go that far? Suddenly, she realized in shock. To protect me? Audalin clapped his hands, cutting off the debate. Enough, she cheerfully proposed. They're children. Friction helps them grow. These students are only new mages, so instead of arguing about who's at fault and belittling them, let's let this pass. Then she officially declared, no one will be disciplined this time. You both may go home. Ephraim's small hand trembled in astonishment. What? I had fully prepared to be expelled. The Dekillian I know would never do that. So why? At the end of the hearing, Rin turned to flatter him, just as expected from Professor Dekillian. You have a particularly distinctive way of analyzing matters. While everyone was talking, Ephraim's voice rang out, making him turn back. She gripped her hands tightly, as if to summon courage. She looked straight at Dekillian. I have a question. She wondered inwardly. What if you remember the Luna name? What if you knew my father? And what if you knew that he endured his whole life before you, before he took his own life? Ephraim lowered her gaze, pondering. But suppose Dekillian does remember. What if he decides to retract his judgment to protect himself? Even so, she firmly held to her original point. Even then, if he doesn't remember my father, wouldn't that hurt even more? Seemingly understanding her feelings, Dekillian stated decisively, you don't need to ask. He hinted counselingly, don't waste your talent on things of the past. After that, only the sound of Dekillian's footsteps clattering away echoed through the room. Ephraim took that as an answer. She no longer doubted as before. I knew it. Dekillian does know me and my father. If he didn't, he would have no reason to help me. He must have felt some responsibility. Her trembling hand clenched into a fist. The decision reminded her of that painful funeral long ago and only strengthened her conviction. So the reason he helped me was out of pity? Ephraim's tears now were ones of relief. Thank goodness. So he didn't forget. And if he still remembers me, I'm satisfied with that. She wiped her eyes and comforted herself cheerfully. At least for now, that's enough. The system displayed a notification. The villain's fate, surviving death, variation. Plot unit, +2. Sylvia was being driven by her father in a four-wheeled carriage. He looked back and asked his daughter, that matter? This was Jan von Lied, head of the Ed family, an empathic mage. He reassured Sylvia, you don't need to worry about that child anymore. He added casually, Ephraim does have talent, but she already missed her chance. Sylvia was stunned, remembering the past. 10 years ago, on the aptitude test day to enter the academy. Sylvia was stunned, remembering the past. 10 years ago, on the aptitude test day to enter the academy. He was astonished as he informed Sylvia and Ephraim, both of you have the talent to become archmages. The result caused an uproar. What? Those two kids from our territory? Ephraim quietly glanced at Sylvia, and Sylvia looked back in bewilderment. The debate showed no sign of ending. What's going on? A ruined road whose destination was the heavens, the pinnacle of the eternal magic world, a level even emperors could not touch. Those who reached it were called archmages and were carved into the continent's history. However, by custom, only 3 people could become archmages in one era. regardless of their magical discipline. That was the immutable law of mages. At that time, besides Demk's seat, there were 2 openings. But one of them had been allocated to Adelin, the tower master of the magic tower. Sylvia understood clearly. In other words, I, the heir of the Yuckline family, and Ephraim of the Luna family, who were our hostages, had to compete for the remaining spot. That's why the head of the Yuckline household led troops to besiege the Luna family. I could tell without your explanation. He firmly demanded of Ephraim's father, "Give up on sending your daughter to the academy, Kagan Luna." Sylvia sank into that old memory. That day, I learned the real reason the Yuckline family trampled the Luna family. It was because of me. She absent-mindedly stared into the distance. It was to help me become an archmage instead of Ephraim. Sylvia whispered sadly. Becoming an archmage was my wish and my destiny. Her expression soured as she remembered Ephraim asking, "Are you afraid of having to chase after it?" Sylvia exhaled, quickly shaking off her worries. "It's not just bad luck." Jan seriously warned his daughter. "You don't need to worry about that child. But you must be wary of Deculian." He emphasized resolutely. "He's not simple. He may be struggling now, but he was called a prodigy in his youth. He could rise to the top. Who knows?" After that interrogation, Sylvia had somewhat realized. I know Professor Deculian saw through my trap. When that terrible explosion occurred, I was clearly the one who manipulated. I caused Ephraim's mana to vanish, set up a trap so that when it touched her mana, it would detonate. The bigger the blast, the deeper her trouble. Deculian's quickness enraged Sylvia, but Deculian saw through my plan immediately. Even though I checked for signs of observational magic in the room, with his relentless reasoning, he still forced me to yield. He made us compromise instead of blaming me. Sylvia felt his invisible pressure. "I know everything. Do as I say." Though it was a threat, she had to accept it. I thought he was just an arrogant man with above-average talent. Her body trembled instinctively with fear. What kind of person is he? A few days later, at Deculian's mansion, Roy's respectful voice rang out. "Roy here. Are you ready, sir?" Straightening himself once, Deculian quickly replied, "I'm coming out." The carriage parked outside set off. Sitting in the carriage, he thought to himself, I was right to help Ephraim. Because of that, I removed a fateful death and gained a plot unit. He recalled teaching in class, surprised. I didn't expect the new mage to be the one asking questions, Ephraim, but she has the highest capacity to resist Deculian. Maintaining his self-first credo, he calculated firmly. Of course, Sylvia may still resent me no matter what, but I had no other choice to save myself. Deculian looked out the window with distaste. I want to avoid social events, but I can't miss the chance to earn more plot units. The system had already assigned him a new task, side quest, attend the New Year's Blossom event. Plot units, plus 0.5. Ultimately for plot points, Deculian swallowed his pride and joined. I need at least 5 plot units to access the shop. So I have to check if any famous figures are at the event. The carriage stopped outside the event venue. As he stepped in, someone was already waiting. "Welcome, Professor Deculian." Scanning the room, he noticed the guests were all dressed in immaculate gowns and attire. Deculian thought to himself, they all look like high nobility. I see many famous people I know. Looking into the distance, a figure felt familiar to him. Deculian quickly locked onto his target. Uriel, the one I designed myself. He concluded resolutely. Coming here was the right choice. Absorbed in watching Uriel, he didn't notice someone had recognized him. The man eagerly struck up a conversation. "Look who's here. Isn't that Professor Deculian?" His friendly voice drew many curious onlookers. "My child studies in your class." Suddenly, he was surrounded by flattering nobles. "Professor Deculian, I've always wanted to meet you." "Professor," he sighed helplessly. "I take that back." Bored, Deculian caught a familiar name. Ganessa. I've read her exploits in the Continental magazine. While a noble was still urging, "Professor, would you like to dine with us? Our family is..." He signaled he had other business. The man instantly fell silent. Over there, he hurried toward where the name had come from. Who said Ganessa? Meeting her could be a major turning point in the plot. This is the best thing I could do today. Deculian scanned the crowded room. But where is she? I heard her name somewhere around here. He resolved. I need to seize this chance to get to know her. On the second floor, the person Deculian sought was quietly watching him. It was the adventurer Ganessa, the protagonist from earlier. Deculian grew anxious. She must be nearby. Fortunately, he found her. There she is. Deculian looked at Ganessa, assessing her silently. The woman with a red ponytail, clad in adventurer's gear. Ignoring everything, he hurried up to the second floor. "I need to hurry." Suddenly, an astonished voice rang out. "Is it the person I'm thinking of?" Yahello slowly approached him. Deculian was slightly annoyed at being bothered. "Why now?" He coldly called the other's name. Yahello. This was Yahello von Gerion Rewind, a royal martial mage, rank 4. Yahello's tone was mocking. "How impressive. Chief Professor Deculian remembers me. What an honor. It's been a long time. How's your research going?" Then she added abruptly, "I've heard some rumors," Deculian puzzled asked. "Yahello, are you serious?" She deliberately provoked. "Nothing much. It's just that your research hasn't progressed in 3 years, and some people doubt your ability." Deculian looked at Yahello with contempt. "You came here to provoke me?" He examined her more closely and recalled. This woman used to be Deculian's rival at school. Yahello continued chattering. "If you need help, I'm willing." He ignored her, sinking into thought. They were close once, but after she lost the chief professorship to Deculian, she grew jealous. He turned away in frustration. Maybe Deculian would have cared at first, but provocations like this mean nothing to me. And it's not like she's entirely wrong. Yahello's rumor was true. He suddenly jerked, looking up the empty corridor. "She's gone. Ganessa is gone." He looked back at Yahello, who was still babbling to herself. "If you stay that arrogant, no one will like you." Deculian was furious. "I lost her trail because I had to talk to this idiot." He suddenly closed the distance. "Enough nonsense. Get lost, you bastard." Yahello, surprised at being berated, stammered. "What? You just..." Deculian quickly left, not wanting any more involvement. At that moment, he only worried about Ganessa. "Really, I need to find her quickly before she leaves the party and introduce myself to her." He was extremely anxious. My plan will fall apart. After Deculian left, people at the party began buzzing. Where did Professor Deculian go? Professor Deculian. Deculian. By then, he had slipped out onto the balcony, sighing wearily. "Even if I shook off Yahello, there are still plenty of other idiots in the way. That's why I hate parties." Suddenly, a voice called to him. "Professor Deculian?" He looked in surprise at the person before him. "Ganessa." Ganessa leaned her arms on the railing, hinting, "Did we meet by chance? Or were you looking for me?" Deculian paused slightly, inwardly marveling. Fate works strangely. While dodging the leeches, I ran into Ganessa. He wondered. More importantly, are Ganessa and Deculian acquainted? He replied calmly, "I was just lost." Ganessa laughed and said frankly, "I know you were looking for me. You have something you want to say." She folded her arms awkwardly. "I'm sorry about that quest back then, but I returned the fee and the cancellation money. Can you let it go this time?" Deculian quietly concluded. "It seems they met through a quest." Seeing he showed no reaction, Ganessa continued. "I'm sorry I didn't bring the child with the magical talent you mentioned." "No, it's not that I didn't bring them." Her expression grew slightly sad. "I grew close to them, so I couldn't hand them over to you." Deculian was extremely perplexed, not understanding what she meant. But it seemed Deculian had done this many times before. He quickly pictured a child bound in chains. That was Deculian's true nature, trying to make up for his lack by gathering talented children. Ganessa suddenly changed the subject. "Let me ask you something." He immediately asked back, "What?" Ganessa's gaze darkened, her voice cold. "How long do you intend to live like this?" Deculian was silent. He wondered to himself, until when? Then he recalled. Before inhabiting this body, Deculian had listened to the temptations of useless people, undermined the trust around him, and hurt many people for personal gain. He leaned on the railing and affirmed, "From now on, I will live different." Ganessa was startled, tilting her head at him with a suspicious look. "I didn't expect that. I thought you were going to kill me." She admitted her mistake, "because I opposed that secret quest and ran away." Deculian sighed helplessly. "You worried too much." He glanced at Ganessa, wondering inwardly. Was he really serious about trying to kill Ganessa, the top fighter, right now? Does he want to die? Looking at the composed woman before him, his thoughts churned. I don't know much about the original Deculian, but Ganessa can kill anyone with a single hair. He suddenly thought of the game's description. Her attributes were an immortal body and martial mastery, a peak warrior. Deculian felt fortunate. Because I'm in this body, Deculian didn't send an assassin after Ganessa. If he had, she'd be dead. He drifted into thought. It's a bit different from what I imagined. This puzzled Ganessa. What did he eat today? Deculian inwardly rejoiced. But I achieved my goal at this party, networking. With that in mind, he wanted to leave. There's no reason to stay. He didn't forget to tell her, I'll come back, so don't worry. Ganessa was surprised. You're leaving? She kept asking. Are you sure? No assassins or killings. Deculian looked back at her indifferently. No time. Ganessa was stunned, speechless. Deculian strode into the hall with his authority. As Ganessa had said, he could use the Adventurers Guild to pressure her, but doing so would increase the variables around his death. Suddenly, the system notification appeared. Antagonist fate, avoided cause of death. Shop money, +1. Deculian recoiled in horror. What? He recalled the earlier conversation. Before it was overcome, now it's avoided. I didn't realize it, but was that conversation also a cause of death? He stood motionless in the hall. I can't be careless here. At the same time, in another room, Veli was unhappy and listless. How long are you going to sit there? She was Jelly, the relative of July, a rank 12 rookie adventurer. July glanced at her. I've long not wanted to come here. Veli complained helplessly. Oh my, enough. July still refused to. Veli fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, July, how's it going with that person? July's voice lowered. What? Veli calmly clarified. With Professor Deculian. I'm a bit worried because there are so many rumors. July closed her eyes, recalling the unpleasant encounter earlier. Her tone turned cold. Of course, there's nothing good about it. Veli watched her with concern. Just as she was warning, July, if you say that out loud. Slow footsteps descended the stairs. July startled and looked over, shocked. Deculian? He said nothing, and quickly turned and left. He calmly walked past two nobles. They were surprised and couldn't help whispering. What? Professor Deculian is leaving? The man who loves parties? Now he leaves without even looking at his fiancée once. They chatted casually as if no one was there. Maybe he doesn't like her that much. If so, was that earlier rumor true? July heard it clearly, her face heavy with sadness. People watching Deculian leave were also curious. Deculian left the party earlier than usual. There's a rumor it's because of a disagreement with July. His back was silhouetted against the light, strong and resolute. But Kim Woo-jin could never have known that. The system notification appeared right after he left. Side quest completed. Attend the New Year Flower Banquet. Shop money, +0.5. Current total, 4.5. Time passed quickly. Deculian recalled to himself. It's been a week since I attended the New Year Flower Banquet. At this time, he was at home, training his body. Besides daily memory training and basic man-emotion practice, he felt his physical strength lacking. So he began physical conditioning. The main reason was he was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Deculian had been terrified. I almost died after doing something crazy. In a room a few days ago, a scream of agony echoed out. Deculian collapsed to the floor, suffering a magical anaphylaxis, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He stared at his hand in pain, muttering, if I were an ordinary mage, I'd be dead. Could it be that I survived because of the Iron Man attribute? After meeting Ganessa the day before, he longed for greater power, so he engraved the man-emotion fire restraint alongside his existing artifact mastery to strengthen his metal control techniques. The goal was to upgrade by implanting a magical core into the man-emotion, a method that shortens the time needed to learn a spell. Deculian was silent, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Though he appeared calm, he couldn't hide the gravity. In return, it's extremely dangerous. After realizing the enormous strain it put on his body, he pondered, I must train my body. That's why he was in the training room. As a result, he established a morning routine. After some time training, Deculian breathed out. It's time to head to work. A moment later, in the professor's office, Deculian raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. What's this, Alan? Alan quietly handed him a stack of documents. A declaration was just sent from the Mage's Tower. The atmosphere around Deculian suddenly grew ominous. The sender was the Professorial Qualification Review Committee of the Mage's Tower. He frowned, unhappy, as he took the documents from Alan. After reading, Deculian hurried off to prepare the necessary materials. The declaration read, We hereby notify of a hearing scheduled within the next 6 months concerning the progress of the research you are conducting, Professor Deculian. Until then, please prepare all relevant documentation. Deculian felt very uneasy. If an audit hearing is being held, that means Deculian's research has been stagnant for a long time, even before I entered this body. This is an unfavorable situation. He suddenly recalled Deculian's character sheet in the game. Deculian was always a bona fide professor with a talent level 6. He realized, perhaps the prerequisite for this quest is to retain the title of professor. If I lose it, all hope of returning will vanish. Deculian stopped before a door, the laboratory. He reminded himself, so I have to find something, anything in Deculian's lab. He cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. The laboratory was in utter disarray. Dust covered everything, papers scattered all over the floor. He sighed wearily. What a mess. Though tired, he still stepped in. It seems no one has set foot here for a long time. If Deculian actually frequented this place, the lab would never be this neglected. Suddenly, something caught Deculian's eye. His gaze landed on a strange pile of devices. This pile looks very unusual. Is it hiding something? He frowned in annoyance. I don't know who to blame, but this is certainly the most effective way to hinder Deculian. From afar, he used magic to teleport the pile of devices. Lucky, I learned mana motion in time. Immediately after, a mysterious book appeared. He quickly used magic to bring the book to him. When he opened and read it, Deculian was very surprised. It seems he encrypted all the research results to prevent theft. He smiled, murmuring, useless. He immediately used the skill Enlightenment. A beam of light radiated out, leaving Deculian utterly astonished. The light from the book was overwhelmingly strong. He exclaimed, this dazzling golden light is blinding. It seems his research is truly extraordinary. Thanks to combining Prosperity Magnet and keen vision, he could perceive this brilliance. But the light quickly faded. Deculian frowned and thought. However, this research is still unfinished. It's torn and has many gaps. Even the logic in this section is completely flawed. Turning to the next page, he was greatly surprised. Still, this research is grand enough to trigger the Prosperity Magnet. But what astonished him was the photo tucked inside. This child, Ephraim Luna, right? Deculian fell silent. So that's it. It seems that when Ephraim's father was a researcher for Deculian, he desperately tried to hide this. He felt some sympathy. The Luna Mage's family's grudge against Deculian clearly caused Ephraim to endure a tragic life because of him. Deculian clenched the pendant in his hand, confidently assuring, do not worry. His expression firm as he looked at the book. I will complete this research through enlightenment. If I finish the thesis that way, I'll put your name on it. He nodded at the plan. As co-author. Of course, I also need my own achievements, so I can't list only your name. At the same time, in a campus cafe, a piercing shout rang out. Understand? We commoners must unite with each other. Julia stood up, slamming the table and declaring, in this class, there are only 30 people of common origin. If we don't cooperate, we'll suffer sooner or later. Ephraim's name was mentioned, and she didn't know what to do. You think so too, right, Ephraim? She flinched in fright. But I used to be a noble, and she just quietly drank, ignoring everyone. It's fine. Don't talk about noble duties. If I don't even have a house or land, what kind of noble am I? Julia was excited. See, Ephraim, you absolutely have to stay here. Everyone still didn't know she was noble, so they were enthusiastic. You're the representative of commoners, right? You were also a victim of Sylvia. Hearing that, Ephraim could only smile wryly. So they think I'm some sort of representative for commoners? Suddenly, someone raised a point. Actually, if we want to form a club, we need the approval of a supervising professor. I don't think the professors will like us gathering like this. Julia nodded. That's the biggest obstacle. People offered a few suggestions. How about asking Professor Rin? He's famous for always flattering that fat noble. Julia named another. What about Professor Camo? Before she finished, someone cut in. Don't mention that name. As soon as he sees commoners, that professor turns his back. Someone sighed in frustration. Of course, Professor Deculian is out of the question. Regardless of everyone's confusion, Ephraim looked longingly at the plate of pastries. Aren't they going to eat that? I hope they don't. Suddenly, Julia sprang up, full of expectation. That's right. Ephraim, try asking Professor Deculian. She went pale, frightened by the suggestion. You'll ask on our behalf, won't you? Someone worried. If you think about it, he's fairly fair. He despises everyone, from nobles to commoners. Julia grew more excited. You avoided punishment thanks to him. Doesn't that mean you've caught his attention? Ephraim stepped back in fear. Deny. That's not true. Do you think he's that kind? Her face drained of color with fear. Why has the mood turned so strange? I don't want anything to do with Decilion. She hurriedly fled the cafe. Besides, I can't do it anyway. Julia chased after her, pleading, "Don't say that. Think it over." Seeing this, she ran even faster. "I told you. You're completely wrong. If I do it, it will backfire." At last, Julia caught up and grabbed her hand. Ephraim saw Julia frozen in place and glanced back in surprise. "What's wrong, Julia?" Ephraim went rigid with fear. Decilion looked at her, making her startled. Julia hid behind the door, cheering, "Good luck, Ephraim." Ephraim flushed with anger, silently shouting, "Julia, when did you get here? Coward." Then she hesitated, watching him calmly pass by. Finally, she mustered all her courage and brought the application form before him. "Professor Decilion." Ephraim bowed deeply, her voice sincere. "I want to form a club, and I need your signature." In her heart, she seemed resigned. "Whatever," she said seriously aloud. "I don't want to bother you. I'm just worried because it seems you won't accept a club that has peasants." Deep down, she made a concession. "I don't want to be involved with Decilion, but she's right." She recalled the earlier conversation. "It's true that the other professors won't cooperate with us." Ephraim resolved, "Just try." Decilion took the application, signed it without hesitation, and added, "Send the details to my office." Ephraim couldn't react in time. "Excuse me?" He quickly handed the form back. She hurriedly took it. "Oh, yes." Looking at the neat signature, she was surprised. He really signed it. Ephraim stared dumbfounded after Decilion's retreating figure. He agreed? Decilion really? Julia ran over joyfully, hugging her in happiness and exclaiming, "You actually got his signature? I didn't expect that. But why? Like at the disciplinary council. Why is he being nice to me?" It was time for Decilion's class again. He drew illustrative diagrams on the board for the students. Today's lesson is understanding the pure elements. As you know, elements are the foundation of all magic. However, many mages still don't understand the difference between categorized spells and pure elements. Ephraim watched him lecture passionately and found an excuse to herself. For example, is it because of sin? She felt bitterly ironic. Empathy? He led my father to his death. Even if he's kind to me, it's only superficial. Suddenly, she couldn't control her emotions. Her expression darkened, and her hands clenched so hard they trembled. If he truly knows he's at fault, he should reveal his true nature and repent now. Julia's voice sounded in her ear. "Are you okay, Ephraim?" She startled. "What?" Julia worried. "You don't look well." Then Julia comforted her. "Don't worry about those kids. They do nothing but gossip." Ephraim puzzled. What the hell is she talking about? Looking around, she finally understood. The girls in the class were giving her dirty looks and whispering unhappily. "What's she looking at us for? What the hell is she doing?" Someone sitting opposite, across an aisle, bluntly expressed. "Gross." Ephraim despaired. "I've made myself the noble's enemy after that incident. Even though I'm a noble too," she turned to reassure Julia. "It's fine, Julia. Those people are always like that. Just focus on the lesson." Decilion knew nothing of the students' petty battles. He taught calmly. "The magic circles you've used so far also carry meaning in each stroke." Suddenly, a thought flashed through the class. "I've heard Decilion's lessons are very different." Decilion demonstrated a small spell himself. This fire spell can change color by adding 2 strokes to the circle, because those 2 strokes determine the flame's color. He took out a book. "That's what we'll be learning today." He opened the book, faced the class, and said seriously, "A stream of fire." The narrator appeared, explaining that Ephraim's thought was mistaken. In fact, Decilion's lessons are a way for him to show off as a professor. Now, it's Kim Decilion's, recreating beauty with mana. The narrator emphasized the effect of Decilion's teaching. He explains with deep insight, which is shocking to new students in the lecture hall. The narrator suddenly mentioned Sylvia. The same with Sylvia. It turned out the one mentioned was a beautiful girl with golden hair, who lost interest in study because of her talent. Decilion continued to demonstrate another spell. As you know, this magic circle summons water. Then he combined it with the earlier fire spell. However, if you combine this with a fire spell, immediately a brand new spell is created. It becomes like this. Sylvia was extremely surprised, and Ephraim was no exception. Watching the stream of fire winding through the air, the students panicked. It really turned into a flow. Fire flowing like water. Sylvia gasped in horror. Impossible. She couldn't believe it and looked at Decilion. I didn't expect his lesson to be so theoretical. The narrator reappeared, vividly describing in detail. Most mages called geniuses use intuition to cast spells. For them, theory is like a mold. If every mage prioritizes theory, all spells will be shaped by the same mold. The narrator advised, if you focus too much on theory, there won't be time to practice spells. Trying to understand every spell through theory isn't effective. The narrator gave an example. Struggling in training. This is the paradox of magic. The scene shifted back to Decilion. To become a high-level mage, you must have good intuition. Then it shifted to Sylvia, but the high level cannot explain intuition. Sylvia stared at him, puzzled. For someone labeled a question genius, teaching a theory-focused class like this is impossible. An exclamation echoed through the academy. Truly different from the rumors. At the Magic Tower dormitory, Ephraim wearily returned to her room, clutching her books. I've never concentrated so much in a class before. Suddenly, she stopped suspiciously and looked at her door, which had been scribbled over with curses. She wondered, how long are you going to keep playing this prank? Ephraim felt helpless. It's gotten worse since that thing happened to Sylvia. Suddenly, she noticed an envelope tucked under the door. She examined it carefully and was surprised. A sponsorship certificate? Holding the envelope, she forced a smile. I almost believed it. There's no way this is real. Who would sponsor me when both the Yuckline family and Decilion hate me? Then she reconsidered. Actually, it's a good thing. I can report this and receive the reward. At the Magic Administration office, Ephraim staggered out, dazed, unable to believe it was real. Remembering earlier, she had gasped and shouted, "What?" The professor in the office calmly confirmed, "It's not a fake. The seal is real." Ephraim still couldn't believe it. "Are you joking?" Yet now she happily covered her face. "Is this for real?" To be sure, she pinched her cheek. "This will wake me up." Wake up. After that embarrassing action, she looked around warily. No one saw me, right? Back in her room, she anxiously packed her clothes. What if people find out I have 100,000 elm? I should pack in case something happens. The more flustered she became, the more she regretted. I shouldn't have gone to the Magic Administration office. Thinking of a knowing look from the staff in the office, she understood the woman's thought. That was an odd question. She felt afraid and guarded. That clerk had a strange look. Maybe she covets my money. Ephraim screamed. I should have been more careful. Suddenly, she clumsily banged her head on the desk. She clutched her head in pain. It hurts. Suddenly her eyes welled up. Tears rolled down her cheeks, but she smiled and wiped them away. I'm still not awake. Joy welled up inside her. Someone noticed my talent. Warm sunlight filled the room, cheering her heart. The world can still be kind. Let's keep trying. Ephraim resolved. I'll try harder. At the Yuckline mansion, Jeriel exclaimed in shock. Are you serious? The butler replied calmly. Yes, he won his son Geo's auction. You should have arrived by now. Jeriel tore at her hair in anger. He lost 10 million last year. What disaster is he planning this year? She shouted helplessly. If he causes trouble again, I won't forgive him. Meanwhile, in the city of Luton Senil, Decilion strolled leisurely. At last I bought what I wanted. He recalled the first time he used kinetic thought as his main magic. I realized I needed more metal to compensate for my limited talent. The metal he referred to were crystals, beautiful and sparkling. Now the items I always carry are made of steel and wood, but that's only a temporary solution. He opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. What I truly need will be at today's auction. Decilion froze when he saw a familiar figure seated ahead. July also spotted him and swore under her breath. Damn, why are you here? She slowly stood up and walked straight up to him. Decilion only stared at her without speaking. July spoke first. I hope you're well. He didn't answer, only quite surprised. I didn't expect to run into July here. July continued to question. I heard this time you handed 2 young mages over to the disciplinary council. Decilion calmly asked in return. That news has been around for a while. Is there a problem? Are you planning to blame me again? July was silent for a moment, then seriously warned. They're all newcomers. Do you want to crush their dreams? One day you'll feel remorse. Don't repeat the mistakes of the past. After saying that, she lowered her head. Decilion listened in silence. This is my final piece of advice to you. He clearly saw the determination on her face and thought to himself, the final advice, July's last words to me. She intended to cut ties with Decilion. They still faced each other. Decilion saw no problem. Fine, I agree. No matter how beautiful she is, I don't want to marry. something I've never experienced in real life because of such an unknown thing. He thought of the complex entanglements around July. Moreover, there are many deadly variables surrounding her, including herself. If I'm careless, I could die right at the wedding. Deculian quietly watched her turn and walk away, wondering, but July, I know she's not the type to attend auctions. So why is she here? He couldn't help himself and asked, "Did you come to the auction just to talk to me?" July was immediately stunned, turned her head back. Huh? And she launched into a long justification. Don't be delusional. I didn't come looking for you. I only came because there's something I need. I told you, I'm really here for the auction. Deculian hurried to calm things. All right, calm down, he teasingly remarked. Saying it once is enough for me to understand. July, both embarrassed and angry, puffed her cheeks. Deculian couldn't help himself and praised. That's cute. It's the first time I've seen her like that. July sulked and turned away. Because you misunderstood first, that's why. Suddenly, he noticed something odd. Wait, what was that feeling just now? I was thinking about how dangerous being with her would be Deculian worriedly recalled. Was I influenced by Deculian's emotions? I was very careful not to let personalities merge. At that moment, an announcement sounded through the magic orb to all Sung Jio's guests. The auction is about to begin. Even when it started, he remained lost in chaotic thoughts. Something's off. My heart suddenly raced when I saw her. Quickly, he reassured himself. Right, I'm probably overthinking. Deculian watched intently the item hidden beneath the cloth. When the staff removed the cloth, the MC immediately introduced, presenting the first item, an Eastern vase. Behold these gentle curves. This is the work of an Eastern artisan. A strong light radiated from the vase. Deculian was extremely intrigued. It's the light I once saw when checking Ephraim's papers. Wealthy magnate. That light grows ever strong. The bidding for the vase soared. 993,700. 1,038,750. 13 million inch. The nobles took turns vying. 14.13. 15 million. Deculian quickly joined in. Buyer, 777. 25 million. He silently calculated. This vase has never lost its light despite the high price, meaning its value is even higher. I have enough in my account, so investing the rest isn't a bad idea. Current balance, 205,238,039 E. The auction reached its climax. Countless precious items were presented, and he bought them all. Ririn's ring has been sold to buyer 777 for 3 million E. Lucho's scissors sold for 2.1 million to buyer 777. The language necklace sold for 4.3 million to buyer 777. The MC continued. This time, buyer 777 wins the item for 5.5 million E. The nobles couldn't help but stare at him in astonishment. Number 777 bought everything. Someone recognized him. Isn't that Professor Deculian? July sighed in exasperation. That pathetic name. He wants to attract attention even here. She was genuinely baffled. I can't believe it. How can someone spend a pile of money for a fleeting moment of vanity? I don't understand why he doesn't know modesty. Well, whatever, let him be. She grew serious and silently resolved. I only need to win the Winter Flame, the auction neared its end. The MC cheerfully introduced the most special item today. Now for the final lot of the auction. Many desire it, but this is an almost impossible to find item. A kind of stone used to forge countless great swords in history. The MC boomed. A miracle of nature, the Winter Flame. The voice echoed through the hall. Snowstone. It was a gigantic gem that shimmered with 1,000 colors. Both Deculian and July immediately focused intensely. He thought of Snowstone's extraordinary properties and rarity. One of the 10 rarest metals in the world, commonly used to forge swords or other weapons. As the name implies, this is an unusual material embodying both cold and fire elements. Only items of legendary rank, like dragon bones, surpass it for sword making. Therefore, Snowstone is certainly the best material I could hope for. He silently decided, I must win it. July was equally determined. This is what I need. The bids for Snowstone skyrocketed. 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million. The MC enthused. 1089, 30 million E. Any other bids? As the MC was about to announce, July cheered. Great. I've got it. Suddenly, the MC changed tone and shouted, Number 777, 31 million E. July fell silent, angrily turning to look. 777. How many times have I heard that number today? Her fury boiled over. I can't just let him do this. Why would he do that? Seeing the man remain calmly upright, she gritted her teeth. The duel between Deucalion and July began. 1089. 32 million E. 777. 33 million E. Someone leaned close, curious, and asked, He wants Snowstone to make a sword. Probably to gift his fiancée, right? Then they wondered, but if he wants to give it as a gift, she could just buy it herself. He must really love his fiancée. Deucalion startled and looked over, quickly realizing, I'm bidding against July? He hesitated. She must also be interested in Snowstone. If I take it, she'll hate me, but I need it. Seeing the determination in her eyes, he considered Snowstone's rarity. This is its first appearance in 3 years. Who knows when there will be a second chance? Deucalion worried. I might be in danger. However, he still chose to confront it. The two stood facing Snowstone. Deucalion resolutely said, I will definitely win it. The MC's voice rose one last time from the auction room. 42 million Eln, the owner of the Snowstone magic, or is, the MC clearly announced. Guest number 777. Immediately, the stands erupted in applause. The nobles buzzed. How exciting. Professor Deucalion won it, didn't he? This auction might be the most dramatic I've seen. They didn't notice July's strange mood and continued. And he also got what he wanted. They didn't know the truth, but confidently said, Lord Frieden will be delighted. Professor Deucalion worked hard to secure a gift for his beloved. They didn't know the truth, but confidently said, Lord Frieden will be delighted. Professor Deucalion worked hard to secure a gift for his beloved. They didn't notice July's odd mood and continued. And he has obtained what he wanted. July was furious, gritting her teeth. Once again, it's happening like last year. She was deeply upset. I don't want this. She recalled Deucalion arrogantly unwrapping the pile of red earth gem jewelry before her with satisfaction. I could give you all of this. And if you want, I can buy more. I'll do anything for you. July suffered immensely. The engagement day was the worst day of my life. Just looking at Deucalion's triumphant face, I could guess his thought. This will win her heart. Look how grand I am. She found it ridiculous. That's what I remember him seeming to say then. She stared at Deucalion as he flaunted his wealth. All I feel is humiliation. She said nothing, only wondered, does he know? She remembered their meeting. What I truly wanted from him. At that moment, she turned and left without hesitation. So I ruined the engagement myself. But things didn't go as I hoped. Deucalion's angry face was vivid in her mind. But that wasn't all. The noble's gossip targeted her. She tries to be strong, but in the end she falls into Deucalion's arms. I heard she became captain of the knights by begging him. She knew well. No need to ask who spread the rumor that ruined my image. She was furious, grinding her teeth. Does he think I'll take revenge, that idiot? Her hand clenched so tightly it trembled. He's someone I can never love, no matter how hard I try. Back in the present, as she was about to stand and leave, she suddenly bumped into Deucalion standing right behind her. He calmly asked, Do you want the entire Snowstone? July couldn't help but be angry. How much longer will you insult me? She wanted to retort, but before she could speak, he went on, I'm sorry. July was stunned. What? He patiently repeated, then turned to leave. Please forgive me right now. July stood frozen, stunned. Even as she went outside, she still didn't understand. What was that? Why did he apologize? Because he won the Snowstone? The Deucalion I know would never apologize. Suddenly someone called, July. She looked in surprise. Josephine? Josephine, eldest daughter of the Frieden family, July's sister, waved gently. Get in the carriage, dear. Late at night, the carriage carrying Deucalion arrived at the mansion gates. He still thought of July. I assumed she'd like the Snowstone, but perhaps she's angry with me. He was slightly surprised. The death variable still hasn't arrived. Inside, he wondered, how despicable must Deucalion be for her to try to kill him? The servants saw him and bowed respectfully in unison. Welcome back, young master. He perceptibly noticed something odd. What's happened? The servants' fearful expressions made him wonder. They immediately answered, Miss Jeriel has returned home. Going up to the second floor, he saw a figure standing in the hallway. He planned to ignore it and walk by, but was called back. That's our family's money. What did you take it for, teacher? He was quite surprised. I didn't think she had that much money. Have I always been so clueless? Deucalion calmly explained. Don't worry. I only bought things that generate profit. Suddenly, Jeriel shouted, in a tone of fury. You treat me like a trash bin. Deucalion turned anxiously. Oh no, I have a bad feeling. Sure enough, Jeriel's tears flowed as she asked seriously. Do you think I'm the one who will clean up your mess? Her mood seemed out of control. The family's finances are unstable. The workers and I must work non-stop to hold this business together. And you spent that money frivolously. A powerful surge of energy erupted. Jeriel's voice deepened. How despicable can you be? She completely exploded, shouting. Just now, you took the family's money to gamble. Deucalion stepped back in fear, cursing under his breath. Damn it. The villain's fate has been triggered. He clearly saw the energy fluctuations around Jeriel, the golden light within her red aura. The Prosperity South Needle has activated too. Facing Jeriel, he calculated silently. The meaning is simple. If I don't survive this, I'll die. But if I get through it, I'll have a pile of money. Quickly, he thought of a plan and hurriedly said, Don't worry, Jeriel. Jeriel grew more furious, firing questions nonstop. Shut up. Do I look worried? Do I work hard so you can toss everything out the window? Do you think I want that? Do you know I quit university and lost any chance of finding love? Because of you. Deucalion was embarrassed. You didn't have to do that. This hit Jeriel's limit. She lunged as if to fight. What the hell are you saying? You do nothing but burn money. After our parents died, you spent 150 million ellen in one day. To stop Jeriel from continuing her outburst, he quickly cut in. I'll return the position of head of the family to you. That single sentence calmed Jeriel. She stammered. What did you just say? Deucalion repeated calmly. I'll return to you the position of head of the family. Jeriel took a moment to process it, blushing awkwardly, and shouted, Ridiculous. Deucalion replied evenly. That's not how a noble speaks, especially a head of a household. Jeriel remained stubborn. Don't lie to me. Deucalion helplessly. I'm not lying. He resorted to his last move. I can swear if you don't believe me. Jeriel flinched. Swear? You mean that mage's oath? You'll die if you break it. Are you serious? Deucalion confidently. Yes. Jeriel was thrown into turmoil. But it's meaningless. What? She suddenly bent closer to look. Did you hit your head somewhere? Deucalion remained proud. You don't have to believe me. Jeriel immediately grew embarrassed, folding her arms and declaring, If you break your word, I'll kill you on the spot. He calmly asked further, Are you leaving here then? Jeriel arrogantly. Of course I am. Someone spent the family's money, so I have to do something. Deucalion watched silently as Jeriel slammed the door and left. The system panel appeared. Villain's fate. Survive death. Variable. Story unit, +2. He wearily exhaled. The storm has passed. Luckily, I'm unharmed. Returning the position to her isn't a bad thing. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back. If I change things one by one like this, Deucalion thought silently, I might be able to escape. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Have you really changed? Deucalion was surprised to see someone hanging outside the window. Ganessa? He watched her drop down lightly and teased. An uninvited guest. Ganessa explained, Sorry, I was passing by and thought I'd drop in. I was quite surprised to see you like that. He sighed and asked again, Why surprised? She tightened her tone. I worry about business more than you. She put a hand on her hip, but her eyes narrowed. Jeriel von Greyhan Yuckline, Ganessa said in a low voice, revealing the secret. She has no blood relation to the Yuckline clan. Deucalion flinched, unable to believe it. What's she talking about? I don't remember that being in the game. At the Yuckline mansion, Ganessa calmly. Jeriel isn't of the Yuckline bloodline. Deucalion, though he had known beforehand, still couldn't hide his surprise. Jeriel was supposed to be a half-sister. I already knew she wasn't Deucalion's biological sibling. The little sister had no blood relation at all. In fact, she had no blood ties to the Yuckline family. How'd I not know this? Ganessa watched Deucalion's expression and asked, Is this really okay? You're the one who asked us to do this, Professor, to determine whether you and your sister are blood related. We discussed this, didn't we? Deucalion's face went icy as he remained lost in thought. So that's the context. He stared into the distance. Even so, Jeriel is still Jeriel. Ganessa looked surprised, arms crossed. You surprised me today. I didn't expect you'd say that. Deucalion only monologued inwardly. I'm surprised too. I didn't expect such a context to exist. Ganessa turned toward the door, looking back with a promise. All right, I guarantee I'll keep your sister's secret. She paused with one foot on the door. Oh, one more thing before I go. She turned back to announce. I heard the six-headed serpents have started moving. Hearing the name, Deculian thought of deadly venomous snakes. The six-headed serpents, they're a notorious criminal organization on the continent. Poison wielders. The bounty on their heads is worth millions. Ganessa kindly shared some info. They're targeting an item at the auction house. Even if the auction house moves it securely, you should be on high alert when the item is delivered to your home. She added, it seems you've been neglecting your defensive magic lately, Professor. That's why I could get in so easily. I'm off now. Her hand flared into smoke, and she vanished. Deculian rubbed his head, leaning on the table, pondering. That's something I don't need to know. Even knowing won't change anything. He leaned on his desk, watching the shadow reflected on the floor. From the start, I was never the real Deculian. He recalled the image of his little sister. Deculian made his own decision. Whether Jeriel was a blood sister or not, he would treat her as before. Looking up at the bright moonlight, he told himself, Jeriel will always be Deculian's sister, so it's better to hide the truth. Under the moon, a group sat around a campfire. Ganessa smiled happily, leaning on her hand as she recounted, I told you so. Professor Deculian has changed a lot, like a different person in the same body. He's completely different now. She sat before the flames, exclaiming, that jerk spoke sweet words, truly unlike him. One of her subordinates looked at her helplessly. Captain, you only like handsome men. Whatever he says, you like it. Ganessa snapped angrily. Should I cut you up because he's ugly then? The subordinate shot back. My grandmother says I'm very handsome. She denied it. There was a handsome guy standing behind him at the time. You idiot. Riley, of the Red Garnet Expedition, a relative of July, put her hands on her hips in exasperation. Are you saying Deculian is humane now? Ganessa stopped arguing and stood up straight. Anyway, we don't need to watch Deculian anymore. I wanted to see if he's still recruiting magic slaves, but I guess not. She waved to her teammates. Shall we head back now? Ganessa lingered, chin propped. Oh, one more thing. What you heard today stays secret. Keep this to yourselves. With that, the five joined hands and summoned a circle of energy. Blinding light followed the preordained orbit. The next morning, at the Academy of Magic, Deculian crossed his arms, seriously studying the expenditure statistics board. Level 1 system shop. Enhance first-grade magic quality. A character's magical quality will be increased. Magic output and efficiency slightly improved. Price, 10 story units. He thought, finally I can use the system shop, but I still don't have enough money to buy what I need. The system shop allows using story units to strengthen characters. Not only the player character, but also famous NPCs. Deculian stood before the system board, staring at the announcement. Opportunities to use the shop are very limited. Only 6 chances remain before the end of the second half. The system explained, you can only use the shop once per level. Each time you level up, the cost will double. Deculian folded his arms coldly. I can't rush and miss this precious opportunity. He recalled the hard training and waiting for the right moment. I constantly train my memory, hone my body, practice chi control, integrating them into daily life. But I still lack combat power compared to those notorious criminals. He pondered. To grow, what I need is to improve magical quality. Deculian placed his hand on the table, considering, I must quickly gather the remaining 4 story units. A knock sounded at the door. He set the matter aside. Come in. Alan poked his head in. Hello, Professor. He walked to the desk and politely handed over a stack of papers. Here, sir. I just received this. Deculian took it, studying it with a stern expression. I think you should be careful. This was just published in Wizards Today. The paper contained a wanted notice for a dangerous criminal. Wanted, Luke Hack. Witnesses report the killer of Wizard Luke Hack is in the outskirts. Be cautious when going out, Deculian murmured. The killer of Wizard Luke Hack? Looking at the wanted notice, he thought, he's the greatest threat to mage players in the game's first quarter. So he's already appeared. He smiled faintly. Of course, if I were an ordinary mage, he would be a threat. But now I don't have to worry anymore. He told himself, maybe this will help me earn a plot unit. Hopefully I'll meet him. Deculian stepped away from the table. No need to worry about the witch killer. I'm heading to the library. You should go home. Alan stammered. Yes, Professor. Passing by, he suddenly remembered. All right. Deculian turned back to ask, Alan, Would you like to become a professor's assistant? Alan scratched his head. Huh? Of course. His eyes widened in horror. After understanding, he panicked and shouted. You want me to be a professor's assistant? But you've always said I'm useless, Deucalion coldly. I asked because now I see you're serious. Earlier, he had finished a few tasks, even though this was only because of the assistant selection notice. Not letting Alan finish, he handed over a ring. Enough. Take this. This is a bracelet engraved with the Yuckline emblem. Keep working hard. Alan was overjoyed and bowed. Thank you very much, Professor. Seeing him in tears of joy, he didn't forget to look at the ring. His document management and errand running skills are truly excellent. The bracelet engraved with the Yuckline emblem. He's very useful. We can't let him run off. He thought of Deucalion in legend, the cold-faced man whose cruelty repelled others, causing many to leave. But Alan still did everything alone. Who knows when he'll leave? Under Alan's puzzled gaze, Deucalion gave him money, instructing, call it a day early today. Use this money to buy dinner. Alan awkwardly watched Deucalion walk away. Professor, this is far too much. Deucalion paid no mind to the small sum and simply continued on in silence. Alan stood tucked behind the door, speechless. In the staff library room, Deucalion entered. The reason I came to the library is because of Luna's documents. He recalled when he reviewed them and found several errors. The lab papers are inventions about pure elements, but there are many mistakes and gaps, so I have to correct them. As he walked, he thought, if I can find a useful magic book related to manipulation, all the better. Deucalion passed by a girl, noticed her and growled. Why are you in the staff library? He looked at the blonde girl fidgeting, a new student, Sylvia. Sylvia was flustered. 10 minutes earlier, she had quietly watched the teacher speak with the professor. Yes, Professor. Sylvia said she was searching for study materials. This is the exclusive reading room for senior members. However, the image of Rin appeared in the magic orb, laughing happily. It's fine. No need to forbid the Yuckline heir and this year's new pupil. Let the girl use it freely for her studies. The teacher relayed to Sylvia. He said, it's fine, Sylvia. Feel free to search around. Sylvia quickly entered the library. Her interest was literature and languages. She had come to the exclusive reading room to find materials that met her criteria. Sylvia keenly noticed a novel written in the Ethanol language from Edino. With the disappearance of the Fae, its value had skyrocketed, making Ethanol novels rare. The language of the Fae. Sylvia stood on tiptoe and reached for the book. Isn't it? Deucalion had also coincidentally come near. This was the reason Sylvia had come to the exclusive reading room, a place she did not often visit. Sylvia jumped and looked at Deucalion in surprise. I didn't expect to meet you here. He asked suspiciously, why are you in the restricted reading room? She hugged the book and stepped back. I came to look for materials. Professor Rin gave me permission. His voice suddenly turned cold. So the professor ignored academy rules and the librarian let you in? If that's the case, they deserve discipline too. Sylvia flustered. What? Suddenly, the book in her hands flew up to Deucalion. He gently opened it. An Edino novel. You broke the rules just to find a romantic novel written in Ethanol? Sylvia blushed awkwardly, asking, how can you read Ethanol? Wait, that's not the important thing. He tossed the book back to her. You like literature and languages. I'll let it pass this time. Before leaving, he warned, however, if you come here again without proper permission, I will discipline you. So, unless you're showing off your family's influence, send someone to borrow the book instead. Sylvia silently watched his retreating figure and hugged the book sadly. He humiliated me. She sighed, looking at the closed door. I only wanted to learn about the Fae through a novel written in Ethanol. Sylvia seriously wondered, how could Deucalion read Ethanol? Ethanol lacks consistency, which makes it very hard to read. In the dense forest, trainees practiced in the field. 2 of them chase an animal. Hey, I'm going that way. Don't let it get away. Another group studied herbs. Redel exclaimed to Rin. This is their first field experience. They're so calm. Hack-Sun smiled, wiping sweat. Training must stop at dusk, but I'm proud of them. Deucalion silently observed the surroundings, recalling the area's features. Hack-Sun is far from the academy, significant, and has strict security with a magic tower. The forest is a training ground for students and a rich store of magical materials. He thought of the terrifying monsters. The risk of attacks by monsters and poisonous creatures is very high. Therefore, The Magic Tower must strengthen protective barriers and ensure professors patrol during their shifts. Rin scratched his head and asked, "That's right, Professor Dekillian. The professor assigned to this week's shift hasn't been decided. We need to appoint someone new. Who do you think is suitable?" Dekillian flatly, "Let me do it." Rin gushed happily. "Just as I expected from you, Professor. Your leadership is a model example for the Academy's professors." Dekillian looked at him in exasperation. "I'm not doing it for such noble reasons." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Side quest, The Shadow of the Magic Tower. Plot unit. 1. Additional title reward. Dekillian warily looked in one direction. Something is pulling me over there. That's probably why I accepted the side quest. He worried. What is about to happen on this mountain? It could turn the game into a horror genre at night. At the same time, Rin urged the students, "Everyone, start packing up." The trainees politely bowed. "Goodbye, Professor." He replied, "All right, see you at home, everyone." 9 hours later, at a cafe near the Magic Tower, cold, delicious ice creams were displayed on the table. Exclamations rang out. "They're so pretty. Too pretty to eat, and they look so tasty." Someone asked, "Did you really buy these for us?" Smugly puffing up, "Of course, eat up." She happily, "Now I have 100 million elm." She emphasized, "It's on me." Julia clapped happily, excited. "I've submitted the club formation plan. It will be approved soon. This is our first gathering." The classmate opposite quickly replied, "I just hope others won't be too hesitant. There aren't many sign-ups." Julia reassured, "Don't worry. As long as we run the club well, people will join." Julia changed the topic. "I heard there was training at Haxon today?" Her eyes sparkled as she looked at her ice cream. "That's right. 50 volunteers, though many accidents happened there." Suddenly, a loud explosion drew everyone's attention. The group scrambled, panicked, searching for the source. Julia shouted, "Did you hear that?" She hurriedly replied, "You did too? Where did it come from? We need to check." They anxiously ran off. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out. "Save me." Julia urgently pointed, "Over there." Very quickly, she realized something was wrong. "Wait." Julia reached out in fear to stop them. "Something's not right. Stop right there." She turned back in confusion. "What did you just say?" Before she could finish speaking, she found herself in an empty place. "Where is this?" "I was just on the street." The cry for help sounded again. "Save me." She was startled. "Right? Someone's calling for help." She shouted, "Where are you?" "I'm coming to help." The person quickly answered, "Here." She ran up to the loose-haired girl in front of her. "Are you okay?" Suddenly she froze, eyes wide with horror. The other girl, caked in blood, screamed miserably. "What the hell?" She clenched her hand and cast a spell. "Someone's attacking." She halted when a calm foot appeared in her line of sight. She looked in surprise at Dekillian. Irritated, she demanded, "Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you assault a civilian?" He coldly remarked, "Open your eyes and look again. That's not a human." Stunned, what? Before them was a ferocious demon. She stammered in fear. "What is that?" He gently explained, "It seems you've been hit by an illusion cast by demons." Immediately after, the body was lifted into the air. Dekillian ordered sternly, "Do not interfere with this and leave." With that, she was thrown away by the wind, screaming, "What's happening?" Dekillian stood, facing the demon with composure. "Now it's time to hunt." He frowned, observing, "It's angry at losing its prey." He leapt up forcefully, attacking at a speed too fast to see clearly. Dekillian deftly dodged the strikes. His face darkened. He guessed, "Look at the core on its forehead. Its trait is likely illusion." He recalled his own resilience, something that resists mental attacks. However, it wasn't effective on him. He thrilled. "My blood is boiling." His expression turned serious as he watched the demon. "Dekillian makes me angry." An info panel appeared. Yuckline attribute. Unique rank. Description. A lineage with exceptional power in demon slaying. When facing demons or in demon-rich areas, you can purify surrounding mana using their mana, harnessing that magic. Purified mana increases 1 tier as you grow stronger. However, you become more ferocious and gradually lose control of yourself. He nimbly dodged the demon's claws, thinking, the heir to the Yuckline legacy, famed for demon hunting since ancient times. Now it's obvious that trait resides in Dekillian. He would not let this demon survive. His gaze was more terrifying than ever. Fury erupted. The demon lunged again. A spray of red blood burst out. System notification. Side quest. The Shadow of the Magic Tower. Plot Unit 1. Additional title, Slay the First Demon. Plot Unit 1. Yuckline Bloodline unlocked the Yuckline attribute. Decilion looked at the fallen demon with disgust. Filthy creature. You spew filth even before you die. This is your fate. He glanced up at the sky. The demon's appearance signals the beginning. The full moon lit the forest, bathing him. It was a sign for the start of this difficult game. A new day arrived, warm sunlight shining on the academy. Ephraim slowly opened her eyes, startled upright. The nurse at her side immediately asked, "You're awake, Luna?" Ephraim looked around in a daze. What happened? Was I in the forest? The nurse replied calmly, "Yes. It seems you don't remember everything clearly." She began to explain to Ephraim. Last night, a demon appeared at Haxon. You were hit by its dark magic and lost consciousness. The nurse continued. After that, you were found and taken to the infirmary. Haxon has been sealed because of that demon, and the magic tower is investigated. She added, the one who saved you was Professor Decilion. Ephraim swore angrily. Damn it, him again. Then she hurriedly asked, what day is it today? The nurse thought, it's been 36 hours since you arrived here. Today is Wednesday. Looking at the clock behind her, Ephraim said in a low voice, wait, if today is Wednesday, she shouted at the top of her lungs. I'm late. The students curiously looked toward the door. Ephraim propped herself on her elbow, panting. I almost missed it, Julia called excitedly. Hey, over here. Ephraim saw her. Julia asked worriedly, are you okay, Ephraim? I came to the infirmary to see you, but you weren't awake. Ephraim reassured her. I'm fine. Actually, I'm in the best shape from sleeping so much. Looking at the odd items on the table, she wondered, but what are these? Is there a new announcement about class today that I don't know about? Julia, honestly, I don't know either. It was like this when I arrived. Maybe there's a special class today. Just then, Decilion and Alan entered. Seeing unfamiliar faces, Ephraim curiously asked, who are they? Decilion stood on the podium and announced clearly, there's an announcement I'd like to make before we begin class. This is Alan. He'll be my teaching assistant. The students immediately murmured. What? I thought Professor Decilion preferred to teach alone. Yeah, I heard he's never had a teaching assistant. In their minds, Decilion stood at the top. Few could measure up. But to become a TA, one must build a profile through the professor's evaluation. No way would Professor Decilion allow that to happen, right? Hearing that, Ephraim was stunned. That means, she quickly thought, that's also why my father was only a researcher at 30. He couldn't become a TA. She turned her attention to Alan. So why did Professor Decilion bring a mage I've never seen before here? Without prolonging it, he began the lecture. Today's class will be experience-based. Try to solve this assignment within 3 hours. Alan distributed. Here's your watch. And another. Looking at the ring on his hand, Ephraim suddenly felt unsettled. My father's legacy. Before this ring, I always wondered when I looked at it. That had become a habit. Her mood turned gloomy. To Professor Decilion, who is my father? Why won't he give my father a chance? Why is he doing these good things now? She gritted her teeth, trying to control her mind. Focus. I have to finish the assignment. I need to come up with a spell quickly. But her mind was chaotic with countless thoughts. Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention. 25 minutes 50 seconds. I'm done. The students looked up in shock and curiosity. What? It's not even been 30 minutes. Someone calmly answered, of course, that's Sylvia. Decilion carefully inspected the work. Sylvia worriedly avoided meeting his gaze. He remarked calmly, perfect. You may go. Sylvia stood up happily, turned to look at Ephraim, who was still struggling, and smiled smugly. Ephraim clenched her teeth in anger, watching Sylvia stroll away, muttering angrily under her breath. Damn it, I have to finish this too. One by one, they finished quickly. Decilion's voice kept calling out, Julia, you may go. Lahin, you may go too. More and more people completed the task, but Ephraim still made no progress. Roten, you may go. Kent, you may go. Jan, you may go. Dren, Alan, noticing the time, reminded him, Professor, it's been 3 hours. Let's end it. But even then, Ephraim hadn't done anything. She collapsed. I'm finished. She buried her face on the desk, gripping her hands. Please think of something. Remembering Sylvia, she suddenly felt useless. Not only did I fail to do better than that damn Sylvia, I'm the only one who couldn't do anything the whole class. She anguished and blamed herself. Why am I like this? Am I really so stupid that I can't do a simple thing? About to give up and stand to leave? Yes, I'm just ignorant. Fine, I'll get back at that monkey. I can't compete with them. Suddenly, a voice rang out. 5 hours, 47 minutes. Deculian asked calmly. How much longer do you intend to make me wait? Seeing his cold expression, Ephraim was stunned. He's still here, Deculian criticized. You had trouble with an easy assignment and couldn't finish on time. She bowed her head and whispered, I'm sorry. He suddenly stepped forward. Even if people laugh at you, even if others finish before you. His tone remained emotionless, blunt enough to terrify Ephraim. The person you hate is standing right in front of you. He instructed earnestly. You must keep a cool head and stay alert at all times. Then he turned his back coldly. You will never reach my level with such a weak mentality. He glanced at her, mocking. I'm very disappointed, Ephraim. I thought you were better than this. He slammed the door, leaving her standing alone in the classroom. Ephraim's face darkened, but she did not retort. The bell chimed. It was 6 p.m. She slammed down into her chair in anger, remembering his words. I thought you were better than this. Her hand clenched. She gritted her teeth. So what? Suddenly, she summoned energy, seemingly furious. I can do this, even if someone like you is disappointed in me. She seemed to overexert herself. Her nose started to bleed. But indifferent, she shouted firmly, I will do it. Her gaze grew more frenzied than ever, regardless of the consequences. Deculian folded his arms by the window, watching Ephraim. This shouldn't be a problem at this point. He thought quietly. I've spent over 6 hours on Ephraim, but it's necessary. I need her stronger to prepare for what's to come. After defeating the great demon, he realized, because that demon appeared to hack Sun, I know the main quest is about to begin. He thought of the stronger Ephraim in the game. When the age of evil runs rampant, characters of good will appear in the main quest. Among them will be a stronger Ephraim. He imagined Ephraim standing on the edge of a cliff. Right now, she still lacks the mental strength and the sensitivity of a mage. Deculian watched her silently. Of course, that power would threaten me, but I won't let it happen. His eyes were resolute. Fate is just a religion for those unwilling to strive. I only trust myself. He was lost in thought, his mood unreadable in typical Deculian fashion. He would hardly allow anyone new to catch up to him. Suddenly, a noise came from the classroom. Ephraim bowed her head, flung the door wide open, and quickly ran off. Deculian looked into the room and stepped up to her desk. On it lay a branch shimmering with golden light. He was silent for a moment, then announced, 6 hours, 25 minutes. The exercise is complete. He took Ephraim's study slip and carefully noted, the girl has shown the innate weakness of an academy student. He paused, but set his pen down with satisfaction. This result is worthy of contesting for first place. The system board appeared. Side quest completed. Your passage. Balance, +1. Deculian slowly left the teaching building. Now that Ephraim is gone, I'll head home. Suddenly, someone called, Professor Deculian. He was surprised. The man laughed loudly. Long time no see. Deculian frowned irritably. What is he doing here? It turned out to be J.I.S. von Brenfried, head of the Frieden family, July's older brother. He recalled the game's setup. He was the one who pushed for the engagement between Deculian and July. More importantly, he looked at J.I.S. with concern. His initial battle power exceeds Ganesa, ranked 3rd. He's known for immense strength. Why would someone like him come to see me? Deculian wondered, thinking of July's snow gem. Could it be because of July's snow gem? He swallowed. Could this situation be a deadly variable? I have no strategy to deal with this monster. J.I.S. put his hands on his hips, cheerful. It's great to run into you like this. I heard you and July are getting along lately, so I was worried. Deculian forced a smile. Is that so? J.I.S. asked. So I'm planning to arrange a dinner this week. Are you free? He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least he's friendly for now. He was about to answer, I'm free. But J.I.S. slapped his shoulder and laughed heartily. Decisive. I like that. I prepare the dishes you like. So, come. I've arranged it, so it will be perfect. He suddenly grew cold. Then see you later, Professor Deculian. Helpless, he watched Jesus' arrogant back as he strode away. He didn't give me a chance to refuse. He frowned, wary. Rather, he made it impossible for me to refuse. He knew J.I.S. well. He puts the family above all else. Who knows what would happen if I disrupted his plans? He sighed. It seems I can't cancel this appointment. The next day, at the Frieden house, July shouted angrily. I don't want to. J.I.S. asked. Why are you opposing this so much? July snapped. We hate each other. Besides, I'm busy training cavalry. I don't have time to see him, JS calmly said. Are you sulking because someone took the snow gem? July immediately denied it. Sulking? Don't be ridiculous. A figure silently watched the quarrel. JS tried to persuade her. Why would he want a metal used only for forging weapons if not for you? But July rolled her eyes. If he intends to give me a sword, she gritted her teeth. Then I'll call off the engagement immediately. JS clenched his teeth so hard the veins stood out, unleashed a powerful burst of energy to overwhelm her, warning. July, think carefully. He scowled. I told you the other day, doing though be very foolish. I certainly warned you. There's no room for personal feelings in politics. He taunted. As far as I know, there's no man who loves you that way. Or do you already have someone you fancy? July ground her teeth. No, JIS asked. Are you concerned about Decilian's past that much? July denied. That's unrelated. He pressed. Then why? July fell silent. JIS turned and left, ordering, be there on time. If any issues arise, handle them. JIS turned and left, ordering, be there on time. If any issues arise, handle them. She clenched her fists. She suddenly drew her sword, shouting in anger, swinging the blade wild. The keen sword sliced the air, releasing her tension. Afterwards, she stood motionless again. A voice sounded. Your swordsmanship is out of rhythm, my liege. She turned. Varen. It was Varen of the Haiken Regiment, July's subordinate. Her tone was still angry. Sorry, I showed you my ugly side. Varen replied calmly. It's nothing. I understand, my liege, Varen protested. I also don't believe that scoundrel suits you to the point your family must force you into marriage with him. July snapped. That's enough, she said sternly. I am a knight. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is unbecoming. She turned to look at Varen. With a gentle expression, don't tarnish your hands for me. I'm Fina. He looked at her, saying nothing. July quickly said, I'm leaving. Prepare yourself. Varen bowed respectfully. Yes, my liege. But his eyes revealed a cruel intent. Watching July's departing figure, he thought, my liege. He scrutinized her face. At last I found a solution to this torment. I found a way to prove my loyalty as your subordinate. He coldly stroked his sword. This is something only I can do. Decilian strolled under the sunlight, unaware someone was targeting him. I will make you happy, my liege. At the Council of Elders, a deep voice rang out. They say a demon has appeared to Hacksun. The voice recounted. At first, the mages had to use secret arts to block its malice. If the demon reappears, we must act immediately. Seated at the center of the council table, the old man clasped his hands and ordered, send a letter to the 12 archmages. A letter was quickly prepared to deal with the matter. In the magnificent mansion, Decilian sighed tiredly, finally finished sorting the auctioned items. He recalculated, I can use Ririn's ring. It restores mana faster. The Nga necklace stores mana. The rest I'll put in the cellar per Ganessa's suggestion. No need to worry about theft. Suddenly he put his hands on his hips. Uneasy. However, there's one problem. He looked helplessly at the giant snow gem before him. The most important thing is unusable. Decilian frowned, pensive. I know I can't use the snow gem right away, but it still won't budge, no matter how much willpower I use. The stone's light glittered blindingly. He wondered, is it resisting my mana? In the game it was priceless. I only admired it, never knew how to use it. If I melt it down, could I control it with willpower? Suddenly, he discovered something. It seemed he'd come up with a solution. He could look up its properties in the library. A memory of a sword flooded back. A sword tamed through communication. His eyes filled with determination. I must communicate with and understand this stone. He reached out to touch it. When Decilian's hand gently made contact, his face twisted in pain. Light emitted from the stone, enveloping him. Then he slowly withdrew his hand. The system board appeared. Insight gained. Plus 0.1%. Mana, 13,722,570 He despaired. It cost 2,000 mana to increase 0.1%. It'll take me years to tame it. Decilian wondered. Can I do better? Finally, he decided. Fine, set it aside. I should go out a bit. He looked at the wall calendar and saw a circled date. Tonight, I have dinner with Jess. His face twisted in displeasure as he stared at that date. There was another event scheduled before I seized this body, planned 3 days earlier. Dust fell at the Von Mel restaurant. JIS walked beside Decilian, saying, Thanks for coming. July went ahead, She's probably waiting inside. Upon arrival, JIS stepped forward. Decilion casually complimented. July, you look a lovely dress like this. JIS sweetly called July. She wore a pure white evening gown and looked shyly at him. Decilion was immediately captivated as he pulled out her chair, thinking to himself, she usually wears armor. I didn't expect she'd be so beautiful dressed up. No wonder Decilion likes her. Just then, a voice rang out, drawing attention. Of course. Do you know how much effort she put in? JIS smiled. You're here too? The person cooed. I'm here to accompany and look after July. Decilion glanced over anxiously. I didn't know she'd come since she's so focused on July. But I don't want to meet her here. He looked at the smiling girl before him and frowned. Although she came as the fiancé's sister, it's not that simple. He was wary. She's the one I must watch more than anyone. He pictured her dangerous expression masked by guise. She would do anything to achieve her goals, like a mad woman. He pictured her dangerous expression masked by guise. She would do anything to achieve her goals, like a mad woman. He watched her tenderly smooth July's hair. The only person she truly values is July. Harm July and she'll fly into a rage. Decilion bowed his head, frowning. I don't know why Josephine hasn't killed Decilion yet, but she definitely will. He looked up at her. When she first entered this room, I felt a little afraid. She radiates a strong, killing intent toward me. Perhaps because of the villain's fate. He closed his eyes, wrestling with his thoughts. I can clearly sense her murderous intent. This death variable is very dangerous. I must show respect for July to get through it. At that moment, JIS interrupted. Let's get straight to it, Professor Decilion. When do you want to hold the celebration? It's been 3 years since you two got engaged, right? At that, July jumped up in alarm. Head of the house. But JIS stopped her. This is an adult matter. Decilion hesitated. JIS urged. Feel free to speak. He cast a quick glance at Josephine, who was propping her chin, smiling dangerously. In the end, he chose the safe route. I'll let July handle this. If she doesn't trust it, I'm willing to renounce the marriage. July sat there, grinding her teeth in anger. JIS turned to scold. Marriage is a serious matter. How can you take it so lightly? Each word made her more indignant. JIS suggested. Is it because you two have been apart too long? If so, go rekindle your relationship. Marriage isn't something you can just abandon. The clan elders won't accept that either. July couldn't stand it and snapped. My lord, she lowered her head and pleaded. Please let us speak in private. Please. JIS glanced at Decilion, saw him nod, and relented. All right. Let's go, Josephine. Josephine replied quickly. Okay. Before leaving, she poked her head in, smiling and reminded. Have a good conversation, you two. Now only Decilion and July remained in the room, face to face. She spoke first. What do you want to do this time? She glared angrily. In the end, outside, JIS and Josephine listened at their leisure. Josephine's expression was cold as she heard every word. July asked, What do you want? July asked in a low voice. What do you actually want? Decilion glanced toward the door. He clearly sensed that, beyond the door, Josephine was eavesdropping. I know everything. She pretends to step out, but it's surely to hide a listening device, he thought. There's no way she actually left. He felt as if a pair of eyes were always watching them. Still, he told himself, this is also an opportunity. Josephine doesn't know I've noticed. He silently calculated. If I can make her believe Decilion truly loved July, I can avoid the deadly variable. He hesitated. Josephine silently listened to every word. He continued, I will tell the truth. July ground her teeth, asking, the truth? He calmly explained. As you can see, I can't cancel the engagement as I wish. There's nothing we can do. It's all gone too far. July clenched her fists. So what dirty method will you use this time to torment me? She sneered, listing accusations. Before the engagement, you used connections to force this marriage. You promised compensation to my clan elders. Do you remember what you said to persuade me? He called gently. July, she growled angrily. Fighting is dangerous. She seemed unable to contain herself, resentful. You forced me to abandon the Empire's will. You suggested I take over as captain of Second Kin, the unit managed by the Yuckline family. When I refused, you spread all kinds of rumors about me. July's eyes filled with tears as she demanded, What are you trying to do? Decilion looked at her awkwardly. I know about all of this. He understood Decilion's heart. He wanted to imprison you with chains. He confused obsessive possessiveness with love, destroying everything around so you would have no choice but to stay. Decilion did unforgivable things. He silently watched July's fury. So, I understand your resentment more than anyone. He affirmed, I will not do that anymore. She quickly retorted, I don't believe you. He continued, admitting fault. I know I pushed you too far. July surprised, what? He bowed his head. I realized that what I did was wrong. She stared at him in astonishment. Decilion continued, but I wasn't acting alone. Your sister and brother also went too far. July tried to deny it. No, that outside. Josphin froze. Decilion gently cut a piece of meat and said frankly, besides, shouldn't you leave your family behind to pursue your dream of becoming a guard? She was astonished. How could? He explained, the Imperial Guardsmen aren't affiliated with any clan. They serve and protect only the Emperor. His voice was even, emotionless. July, I'm neither honest nor loyal. She looked confused. What are you talking about? He said bluntly. I am completely the opposite of your ideal. I'm not suited for you. July lost her patience and slammed the table. Get to the point. He remained calm. There's only one thing I can do for you. He said plainly, maintain the engagement, but do not marry. I truly want you to be free. But given this tangled web of interests, I cannot do more. July was stunned. You sound like a gentleman, he replied. You can use my name to protect yourself for as long as you need, until you can pursue your dream. I'll wait and keep the engagement. She asked, what are you planning to do? Why are you revealing all this now? Decilion was composed. I'm not expecting anything by saying this. But he gently requested, however, if I may ask for one thing, I want to see your smile once a month. His face sincere. That's what I want. July was stunned, her face flushing red. She shouted, what? Josphin was also stunned, prompting JS to look at her curiously. Decilion sighed helplessly. To avoid the deadly variable, I said what she wanted to hear. He looked at July, but I didn't expect July to be flustered by those words. She stammered awkwardly. Why would you suddenly want something like that? He couldn't help but compliment. You look very adorable. He fell silent. I must admit, including Decilion's love for July. She shyly retorted. Are you planning to deceive me with such embarrassing words? He didn't evade. My heart is mine as well. July, embarrassed, slipped out. Anyway, but she quickly corrected herself. I don't believe it. I'll never trust your plan. He chuckled with amusement, making her even more flustered. Why are you laughing? I told you I don't believe you. Outside, Josphin thought happily. It's a bit embarrassing, but are his feelings genuine? She hesitated. If so, should I watch a little longer? The atmosphere between Decilion and July had visibly changed. The system appeared. Villain's fate. Avoid the deadly variable. Reward. Story unit +2. 3 days later, a black carriage traveled down the road. Decilion silently stared out the window. 3 days passed so quickly. He remembered the date circled on the calendar. The day has come. He slowly walked into the cemetery. A gentle wind rose. He remarked, only footsteps in a graveyard can stir feelings. It's simply the atmosphere. He looked at the tombstones close together. Sunlight slipped through the grass and the cracks on the stones. My steps are steady. My heart dissolved into this place before my body had the chance. He stopped before a grave. This is where my memories are kept. His eyes sad, not Decilion's. He gazed thoughtfully at the name carved there. An image of a young, beautiful woman came to mind, but Kim Woojin's. He recalled events from before he had transmigrated into this body. While fetching water, Woojin suddenly heard a voice say, I'm going to hide an Easter egg. He asked immediately, what? This happened late one night. Jia excitedly said, I was thinking it would be great to add something to Decilion's backstory. He's a secondary boss in the game, so I thought that would be enough. I also got permission from the author. Woojin tossed the cup away and said, that just increases our workload. We've already done the whole night shift. It doesn't directly affect revenue, so don't try to add more work. The team leader, she, was displeased, frowning. Why not? This is fairly important. Woojin sighed, eyes irritated, complaining again. Jia beamed. We have to put our hearts into the game. Woojin lost patience, turned and left, unable to hide his annoyance. You're talking nonsense again. The team leader said, do what you want. You're not mentioning this to ask my opinion. Jia gently said, her voice firm, I think it's a pretty good idea. It won't be pointless. Woojin just stared at her silently, said nothing, letting her continue monologuing. Decilion also had a deceased fiancé. Woojin couldn't understand Jia's seemingly endless energy. She was always cheerfully talking about interesting ideas. I don't understand what she finds fun about those things. Gio wasn't discouraged despite Woojin's indifference. She kept a gentle expression and slowly said, "Is that for our team? It's the easiest way to take care of those around us." She tilted her head and smiled mischievously. "So? Turns out you can be kind too, huh?" Woojin was puzzled by her cheerfulness. I don't know what her joke about putting an Easter egg in is. What makes her laugh like that? At that moment, Dekilian looked full of sorrow, his eyes darkening as he realized the important thing. To recall Kim Woojin's memories, I have to find those clues. He stared at the gravestone before him, heavy-hearted, wondering, did I praise that idea as brilliant, or was I cruel to her? Dekilian quietly stood before the tombstone, his gaze fixed on the words deeply carved into the cold stone. You Erevan Fis man, always grateful. Suddenly a light breeze passed, carrying a heavy silence. He stood still, a question rising in his heart with no answer. Why did she engrave her name on this tombstone? He fell silent, thousands of questions weighing on him. Dekilian was created based on Kim Woojin. Why did Yuera use her own name for Dekilian's late fiancé? The words on the stone stunned him. And why did she thank me? His eyes were mournful, his heart heavy. Dekilian knelt before the gravestone, his hands slowly tracing the cold surface, feeling every carved line. Without knowing when, his tears fell silently, soaking the cold stone. A single word filled his body with emotion. He placed his hand on the tombstone. A wave swelled in his chest, as if he could hear Yuera's whisper. Memories of earlier days surged back, so vivid he could almost touch them. Dekilian felt each small but meaningful moment. The way she raved about his drawings, the way she wrapped his coat around him whenever he shivered from the cold, the warm handholds, the loving words, and how she lifted him up when he was tired. The time they spent together stayed with him forever. 7 years by her side, Dekilian's tears flowed without end. He knelt at the grave for a long time, crying a great deal. At the same time, Lukac stood not far away, watching him kneel and weep before the tombstone. He exuded a dense, murderous aura, grinding his teeth. I found you, filthy mage. The sky wore a cloak of blazing sunset. Dekilian quietly turned his back. Though his face was expressionless, his heart surged. Now I'm this calm. I wasn't crying like that earlier. Dekilian's temperament is useful right now. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the ground. Dekilian was startled and coldly looked up. A familiar face. He asked suspiciously, Lukac, his face twisted with rage. You know me? I never expected a sharp, arrogant mage like you to dare speak that way. Dekilian slightly frowned, his gaze sweeping coldly. The one who killed the mage Lukac, he observed quietly. This man is the villain's lieutenant for mages. The reason Lukac naturally became the mage's enemy is his ability to nullify magic. To Dekilian's astonishment, Lukac lunged forward, his body becoming a blur sweeping through space at a terrifying speed. But just when Lukac thought magic couldn't touch him, Dekilian didn't hesitate and swung his hand. A burst of magic flared. Like in the game, anti-magic was added like a cheat. Not only that, Lukac's abilities were limitless, not to mention the physical impact. Dekilian tightened his brow, his gaze darkening as he realized the abnormality. Magic doesn't work within his range. Lukac charged like a gale, radiating murderous intent, heading straight for Dekilian without hesitation. Stupid mage. Magic won't affect me. As the dagger's blade cut through the air toward him, Dekilian reacted immediately. His body shifted smoothly but decisively, stepping back just enough to evade the fatal strike. Lukac refused to accept defeat, gritting his teeth and attacking relentlessly. But Dekilian stood firm, moving like the wind, dodging each blow with ease. His gaze was icy, as if these attacks were beneath concern. Most mages would tremble before Lukac, but the more he strikes, the more irksome he becomes. He roared in anger, die. Suddenly, as Lukac leaned in, Dekilian landed a crushing punch on him. In pain, he rolled and fell to the ground. Dekilian looked at him coldly. It means nothing to me. Lukac, inconvinced, cursed, basta. Dekilian lost patience and frowned. Not wanting to waste time dodging, he struck him again, making him cry out in pain. Dekilian squinted as a memory flashed back. A few days earlier, he had managed to spend 10 story units from his balance to buy mana quality enhancement. He quietly looked at the bar embedded on the roof and murmured, "This increases mana control efficiency. Seems I need to adjust. I only wanted to lift it a bit. He looked at his hand, frowning. But now I release more force with the same amount of mana. A notification rang in his mind. Mana quality enhancement level 1 applied. You can release more mana than before. Mana feels easier to control. This gave him confidence. It seems to apply more broadly than I thought. He privately judged. I'll just continue daily life as usual then. Dekilian grabbed the pull-up bar, eyes wide in surprise as he saw it bend out of shape. He wondered, what is this? True, it's only a light enhancement, but it raises the quality of power. Back in the present, Lukac was no longer imposing. Lying flattened on the ground, the earth shattered. Dekilian stood there, his cold eyes sweeping the scene. Suddenly, an info panel appeared. Villain's fate. Survive indeterminate death. Balance, +2, Dekilian said coldly. I know. Mana quality enhancement also applied as a trait. He inwardly rejoiced. With immense power, I beat Lukac thanks to Iron Man, but because this trait is stronger, things were easier than I thought. Lukac, with some strength left, spat. Damn it. I should have wiped that mage's name from existence. He trembled as he tried to rise. You damned mage. Heretic. Traitors who defy Lord VXM Break and the Magic Tower. You're all lunatics. You're worthless without magic. Dekilian looked on coldly, assessing silently. A power so good it borders on cheating. The fury aimed at mages, the heretical expression. He frowned and spoke. Luke hack you. He was trying to get up, but froze at his words. He looked up in astonishment. You? His tone was surprised. How do you know? The Bloodwhite tribe was named so because they were born in a blood-soaked shroud. Their bloodline is inherited from demons of ancient times. They hid their identities, living scattered across the continent, a race opposed to the mages, as if magic was created to fight demons. The conflict between the Mage clan and the Bloodwhite clan is a core element shaping the world, and is also one of the game's main plotlines. Dekilian stood coldly watching Luke hack, ignoring him trembling on the ground. He remained lost in his own world. So the Bloodwhite tribe faces mortal danger, simply because of their ancestors' deeds. He frowned, his face showing clear unease. A purge could very well be happening somewhere right now. Suddenly, Dekilian spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. Luke hack, I understand you well. The oppression you've endured has truly been harsh. Luke hack froze, eyes wide. Dekilian paid no mind to his complex expression and continued in a calm but weighty voice. But if you kill an innocent mage, you will become a monster like them. Luke hack felt a surge of rage in his chest, as if Dekilian's words had struck the deepest part of him. He fell silent for a moment, then roared, What do you know? Stop babbling and just kill me. Dekilian sighed softly, a brief shadow of solemnity crossing his eyes. Not pity, not contempt, but a rare empathy. His voice was low and sincere. I know, because the Bloodwhite tribe is innocent too. In that moment, something inside Luke hack wavered. Surprised by Dekilian's words, he immediately brushed the feeling aside, grinding his teeth as anger flashed in his eyes, and he growled threateningly. What did you, the mage, just say? With a nonchalant expression, Dekilian replied, I am Dekilian of House Yuckline, noble lineage, who has never lost his dignity. Luke hack's voice echoed, filled with confusion and fury. What are you putting on before you kill me? It's pointless. Dekilian remained calm, utterly ignoring Luke hack's rage, and said slowly, The only time I lost my dignity was when facing a demon. His face was no longer serene. His deep eyes turned icy, suffocating anyone who met them. Luke hack was astonished, his mouth gaping. Dekilian paid no heed to that look and continued. The Yuckline bloodline has hunted demons since ancient times. We go mad, as if we constantly expect to see demons. It's an instinct I cannot overcome. He suddenly asked, Did I lose my dignity and composure when standing before you? Luke hack was surprised, not expecting him to ask, Dekilian's expression flickered with sadness. Or, did I hesitate when you provoked me? Without waiting for an answer, he asked again, Did I go mad like I had been on the verge of for so long? He affirmed decisively, You are human. Those words opened a new door for Luke hack. He looked at him as if he were divine, worshipful. This is the dignity of a true noble. Luke hack remained doubtful. You can trust me. Before he could finish, a group of people came running from afar, shouting loudly, Over here! Hurry up! Dekilian unexpectedly kicked Luke hack square in the face. He had no time to guard, fell back, his nose spurting blood. Looking at Luke Hack lying on the ground, Deculian said coldly, "So stay there and surrender." The inspector stood at attention, saluted crisply, his voice authoritative. "I am Inspector Robo-Ropa," he exclaimed. "That was a vicious kick. Indeed, Professor Deculian. This damned killer. Should I give him a few more kicks?" Deculian casually, "No need, leave him." Hearing that, Ropa quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Deculian stretched out his hand and used magic to manipulate a nearby tree, shaping a small branch into a rope. As he handed the rope, Deculian instructed, "This one nullifies magic, so magical cuffs won't work. Use this iron rope to bind him." Ropa accepted it, surprised. "Huh? Really? No wonder he's good at escaping." "The magic radar doesn't work for that reason," Deculian asked in surprise. "But you arrived so quickly? Were you on patrol?" Ropa looked puzzled and suspicious. "We came after receiving a report." "Didn't you report it, Professor?" He hurriedly denied it. "Not me. Maybe someone heard the commotion and called it in." In another corner, someone hid, watching the conversation. Finished, Deculian coldly turned away. "Then I'll be going. Do your work." Ropa saluted respectfully. "Gudvia." As he started to walk away, he frowned slightly, a doubt rising. "Luckily, I handled it without bloodshed." Suddenly, a strange feeling swept over him, making him stop, at the spot still bearing that person's traces. He looked up at the sky, his gaze sinking into the infinite void, thinking silently, "I don't want to harm anyone." The next morning, Jeriel coldly reminded, "It's the first meeting in Bach in 15 years. At that moment, in the Yuckline Mansion's training room, Deculian held the scroll, surprised. "You came here in person just to bring me this scroll?" Jeriel snorted coldly, annoyed. "Because you didn't care, I had to come myself, didn't I?" She kept scolding. "Isn't the head of the household's role to take care of this family?" She snapped. "When will you actually put your clothes on?" Deculian said nothing, unrolling the scroll to read. "Recently, demons have appeared at Black Mountain. Therefore, Bach wants to convene mages to discuss this." Suddenly, a mission board appeared. "Main quest, the summons of Bach. Rule, within 1 week, adding 1 guard makes 2. Jeriel was surprised. "You need a guard?" "I'll get Jeff. He used to be in a mercenary squad." Deculian shook his head. "No need." He scoffed. "Someone like Jeff is even less suitable. He's more used to steering wheels than weapons now." Elsewhere, Jeff sneezed repeatedly from being insulted. Jeriel pondered, "But you can't go without a guard." "I've gone before." She worried. The journey to Bach could be life-threatening. Deculian listened in silence, then asked, "Are you worried about me?" Jeriel hastily denied it. "Don't be ridiculous. Don't say such gross things. I just can't let you die before I officially take the headship from you." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Regaining her composure, she proposed, "Leave the guard matter to me. I'll hire someone reliable." At the same time, at the Freeman military camp, soldiers trained vigorously. The clang of swords rang continuously. July shouted, "Good. That's the attitude. Stay focused." In a small corner, someone watched from afar, doubtful. "What should I do?" Varen asked back. "What do you mean?" He was silent, glancing around. The other person turned back, caught his eye, startled, and shouted, "At least make some noise when you walk." After calming down, Varen sighed. "Our army just got a big contract, but I'm hesitant, unsure if we should accept it." Varen said coldly, "Eyes sharp. Stop overthinking. Report the concern to the commander, deputy commander." He sighed. "This is impossible. It's already hard to tell her." He said wearily, "The mission is to protect Deculian." Varen was shocked. He leaned casually against the wall. "Specifically, it's to protect the whole convoy. But they know if they say that, I won't accept, so they downplay it." Varen coldly ordered, "Take that mission." Jan was reading a letter about Bach, the Highland mountain range in the northern continent, situated at 3,500 meters, home to the Elder Mages. Bach was where all mage factions across the continent sent their ideologies and research. He read intently. The Magic Tower is a given, but even the floating islands of mages cannot defy orders from here. Deep in thought, it holds immense influence, the pillar of the magical world. The summoning conference is rare, occurring once every few decades. Jan focused on a mage summoned to Bach for this event. Meanwhile, Sylvia approached quietly, standing behind Jan. Reading the letter, it's both an honor and recognition of a renowned mage's status. Elsewhere, Deculian was practicing magic, while Jan mused about Bach, but a summons from here is also known as a mage's grave. At Break's train station airport, many mages had gathered. July asked anxiously, "Are you fully prepared?" He replied promptly, "Of course, don't worry." Suddenly, he announced loudly, "He's coming." Alan Lawton followed Deculian, exclaiming, "It's April, yet the snow's so thick, Professor. Truly the North." July greeted quickly, "Thank you for coming all this way." Her voice was calm, yet authoritative. "From this transfer station, the Freeman Association will protect the first half of the train." Deculian looked at her, surprised. July's face flushed with embarrassment, but she pressed on, "We'll do our utmost to ensure your safety and comfort." Deculian gave her a speechless look. July recalled their earlier talk, blushing, "I'd like to see your smile once a month." She trembled, thinking, "What do I do? Should I smile now? A bright one or a subtle one?" Her fists clenched. Why must I endure this? A man behind her misunderstood the scene. Despite hating him to her core, she's giving her all. She deserves respect. "Captain." He spoke. "Captain, I'll handle." Varen cut in, introducing himself. "I'm Varen." Coldly, "I'm assigned as your escort this time. They're just here to show respect, then hand the duty to me." Deculian, noting his seriousness, smiled to ease the tension. "This kid's talented, recognized by the association. No need to worry, Professor." Deculian said nothing, eyeing Varen's sword, assessing a skilled one. His gaze sharpened. "To be sure, I should check with keen vision." Varen glared with hatred, but Deculian ignored it, lost in thought. "I don't sense any special energy from him. Am I overthinking?" Varen said coldly, "Most mages have escorts. Each carriage has one assigned. I'll handle yours, Professor." Deculian replied casually, "I'm counting on you." July interjected, "All right, I'm done. Safe travels." She left, leaving the three staring at each other. Suddenly, she turned back, flashing an odd smile. The man called Captain. Deculian only smiled, thinking she kept her promise. Hours later, the three sat on the train. Deculian said, "If you're tired, sleep. We've got hours to go." Alan replied, "All right, I'll nap." The train sped along, Alan sleeping soundly. Deculian mused, "The Bach summons is called a mage's grave. There's a reason Bach is both the magical world's pillar and dual-natured. Unexpected events always occur during the summoning conference." He thought, "This train attack, I must choose the safe route. If not, I won't survive." One cause of Deculian's death is the mind game, picking the safe train to Bach. Deculian, hand on chin, pondered, "For safety, I could buy info on the attack train from the underworld. The original Deculian surely did." He worried, "But I can't now. After taking over Deculian, I cut ties with the underworld." Glancing at sleeping Alan, he calculated, "So before coming, I prepared multiple self-defense measures. For instance, I used insight to learn the legendary fighter Eston's martial arts." He thought, Alan's out cold. Just earlier, he was buzzing with excitement, now sleeping peacefully. He recalled a talk days ago. "Alan, want to go to Bach as my assistant? It's dangerous, you can refuse." Alan cried, "Thank you so much, Professor. For someone like me, this is an honor." Deculian warned, "If your nose runs, I'm not taking you." He feared mess. Back to the present, he mused, "Surprisingly, I didn't expect him to agree despite the danger." Watching Alan sleep, he assessed, "Is he more ambitious than I thought?" The train stopped with a loud noise. Passengers disembarked, leaving Deculian, Alan, and Varen. Deculian, hand on chin, thought, "Now at the final forest station, just Bach left. Nothing's happened yet. Did I pick the right train? Confident, I prepared thoroughly, but it seems wasted." His coat, trousers, and leather shoes, enhanced by Mina's hand, boosted defense. Before leaving, he'd enchanted his outfit, strengthening it with a master's skill. Suddenly, something above caught his eye. A system panel read, "Steel-tipped darts, performance enhanced by Mina's hand." He'd reinforced steel-tipped wood in the carriage, even enchanting Alan's cloak for durability. Frowning, annoyed, "I've used Mina's hand so much, my mana's nearly gone. Should I use it elsewhere? Such a waste." The thought didn't linger. No preparation is still preparation. Best if nothing happens. Deculian silently prayed for peace, hoping all stayed calm. The train sped along the tracks when an explosion suddenly erupted. The image of the locomotive became vivid. Despite being on the train, Sylvia had no intention of putting her book down. Days earlier, before departing, Jan sat talking with Sylvia. He asked, "Does the Magic Tower assign a lot of homework?" She replied casually, "There's a ton, but I skipped a few classes." He chuckled, "You're destined to be an archmage, yet you work harder than anyone." Sylvia told him, "If I can't even handle this, how can I become an archmage?" But inwardly, she thought, "Honestly, I'm not worried about Ephraim, but I still want to hear more of Decilian's lectures." She asked, "Father, why are we leaving for Bach's summoning conference so early? A few more days would have been fine." He pondered, then answered, "Have you heard that the journey to Bach is called the Mage's Grave?" She replied, "I thought that was just a ghost story." He shook his head, "It's not." His words surprised her. Jan explained, "Every time there's a summons to Bach, some mages die. 15 years ago, 11 perished." Sternly, being summoned to Bach has long signified a prestigious family. If you're chosen among the 20 families and attend, your family's name is etched in history. He warned, but families summoned who don't attend are erased from the list forever. There's a rule. A new family replaces the vacant spot. Jan asked Sylvia, "What's the easiest way to bring down prestigious families?" She stammered, "I don't." He continued, "Exactly." He explained, "The journey to Bach is like thin ice. Those craving prestige die for their ambitions." Sylvia grew fearful. He went on, expression unchanged, "That's why we're rushing. I got word of a plot to attack the next train. Bringing you, I'm being as cautious as possible." Sylvia's face fell, worried. He added, "But if this leaks, it'll cause trouble." He thought, "I should explain so Sylvia faces this world's cruelty." Jan asked, "Among the 12 traditional families, which one always upholds tradition?" Sylvia, unsure, questioned. He said gently, "If anyone's punished for this, it's all mages." In a grim atmosphere, he explained, "Deaths en route to the conference are like natural magical deaths." The scene shifted to the train, where two men sat, one reading, the other asleep. Below, a bomb exploded loudly. Varen frowned, thinking, Decilian's on this train. Decilian's gaze turned resolute. A flash appeared. Alan woke, lifting his head, shouting in panic, "What's happening, Professor?" "Look." The entire train floated midair. The image showed the train with a hole in its side, suspended in space. Decilian sighed, thinking, "What a relief." The system notified, basic telekinesis memorized. He thought, Eston's martial arts helped, but memorizing basic telekinesis beforehand saved us. Suddenly, figures in black cloaks appeared atop the train. They whispered, "Unbelievable. The whole train. Are all professors this different?" One replied, "A bit surprising, but we're just starting. Focus. If we succeed, the reward's worth it." They swung down ropes, landing near the bomb's hole, close to Decilian and Alan. He ignored them, muttering, "Idiots." Sharp stones appeared in the air. He thought, "Too bad for them. I anticipated this." The stones attacked the cloaked figures. One outside the train froze, baffled. Alan stammered, scared, "Professor, it's an attack." "What's going on?" A force hit his neck. Decilian knocked him out, turning to ask, "Varen, right? Get this kid to safety. If there are other passengers, evacuate them." Varen carried Alan, leaping through the hole. Decilian stood atop, looking down, frowning, "Feels too soft." With the Yuckline's 5 keen senses, there's definitely something off. He told himself, "Handle this first, think later." Recalling the event, he declared, "You started this, so you know your deaths await here." The cloaked figures paled, terrified. Decilian said, "It's a natural death." A blue aura of power radiated around him. A hand appeared near Alan. Varen set him by the tracks, looking up. The train was enveloped in blue light, littered with the cloaked figures' bodies. Decilian sat on a sofa, blood splattered on him, panting, "More exhausting than I thought." He eyed the figures, thinking, "Mitigating the blast and fighting drained my mana." His hand trembled. The system reported, "Mana, 10/3, 657. Varen rushed in. "I've moved the remaining passengers to safety." Decilian praised, "Well done." But his gaze was pensive, noticing something. Varen thought, eyes glinting darkly, "This guy. His looks different now." Decilian closed his eyes, chuckling inwardly, "I'm shaken from the attack. He's probably surprised too." Before the thought finished, the surroundings flared red. He was startled by what he saw. Varen radiated intense red power. Deculian thought, the villain's fate. Observing carefully, he moved with me, hiding his traits from the start. I was careless. Varen raised his sword. Lucky you survived. He addressed Deculian, exuding terrifying power. I'll kill you myself. Varen pointed his sharp sword at Deculian, his face seething with rage. He declared, I've safely evacuated the other passengers. Directing his blade at Deculian, now it's your turn to die. Deculian asked Varen, one last question. Are you doing this because someone ordered you? Was it July? Before he could finish, Varen roared, Stop. Furious, mention my master's name again, and I won't forgive you. She's a valiant warrior who'd never consider such a thing. Erase that thought. His eyes were icy. You'll die by my hand for my master. Deculian assessed silently. Based on his reaction, this doesn't seem related to July. He weighed his response. This guy's trusted by his team. With only 10 mana left, can I defeat someone as skilled as him, even with the Freeman Association, in this state? Varen shouted, charging swiftly. My guard duty ends here. Deculian dodged with effort, thinking, this is the only way. Something outside distracted Varen. Deculian thought, the way is to cancel telekinesis. The floating train, now without telekinesis, plummeted into the abyss. The scene shifted to Juvia's room. She sat, sighing wearily. Sirio entered, holding 2 snowman-shaped ice creams, asking, Want some, mistress? These are Bach's specialty, eternal snow ice cream. Juvia replied, I'm fine. You can eat more, Sirio. I'm sick of them. Sirio chirped, Aha. A voice called from outside. Is everyone here? Sirio asked, Who do you mean? Juvia guessed, except Yuckline and Rewind. Everyone's here. She asked, Are you waiting for someone, mistress? Juvia sighed, No. Noting her response, Sirio observed, then excused himself. I'll go then. Call me if you need anything, mistress. Juvia nodded. All right. She whispered Deculian's name, gazing at the sunny sky, thinking, I didn't plan to witness that. Juvia stood before a bouquet of white flowers on a grave. The tombstone read, Zelia von Ellen-Yed, proud wife of Mage Jiden and mother of beloved Sylvia. She sat, talking, how's mother doing? It's just a normal day, visiting and chatting. Confiding in her late mother, Professor Deculian is awful. He assigns so much homework, like I only take his class. A noise interrupted, catching her attention. Juvia looked up, curious. What's that sound? Hiding behind a large tree, she observed, stunned by the sight. Deculian's back was visible. She thought, even just his hunched back, I recognize that noble figure. One glance is enough to know it's Deculian. She pondered, why is he here? I didn't think he'd mourn others' losses. From afar, Juvia watched. Deculian was crying, his face grief-stricken. She was shocked. He's crying? The always cold, strict man is shedding tears? Incredible! Leaving, Juvia thought, I always saw him as an annoying, lofty professor. But he has memories of losing someone dear. Recalling his tears streaming down, those tears, like shooting stars, linger in my mind. Hand on her chest, she mused, recalling Jan's words. I heard a group plans to attack the next train. She thought, those things are so troublesome. Juvia continued, after hearing Deculian's lecture that day, I wanted to try something. She examined a mana stone. If I use it, it could work. Of the 3 original magical attributes, all stem from source spells and their variations. My magic combines these basics. Initially, she used the mana stone as a medium, shaping it to her will. The stone glowed, and her body radiated different colors. Juvia exclaimed, I did it. In her hand was a small, radiant yellow bird. She named it, from now on, You're Sweet. Touching heads with the bird, she released it skyward. Fly and show me what you see. The scene flashed back to the train's memory. In the wrecked train, Deculian, bloodied and injured, struggled to stand. He thought, good thing the train held, not falling. It's hanging on a cliff, barely. He reassured himself, maybe a few broken bones, but I'll recover fast thanks to Iron Man. A red aura enveloped him, startling him. Varen charged, striking hard. Deculian was thrown back. That attack was too fast. With his little remaining strength, he countered, unleashing blue energy at Varen. Varen guessed, a protective aura? Surprised, you're resilient, strong. The fight continued. Both faces tensed. Deculian assessed, he's truly strong. He far surpasses my current state. Even at my best, I couldn't win. As he thought, another attack hit. The system notified, rare resolve even when shattered, they don't yield. Activates in battle, maintaining mental strength until the end, nearly immune to psychological magic. Deculian thought, I'll never fall in this situation. He saw Varen preparing a finishing blow. Varen slashed Deucalion's defense into 4 pieces, his face full of rage, intent on destruction. Deucalion, tense, racked his brain for a way out. Sweat rolled down his face. Varen charged with immense power. Deucalion muttered coldly, "Damn it." Varen swung his sharp sword. In that life-or-death moment, Deucalion asked thousands of questions. If the sword hits, will the game end? Will I wake in the office like nothing happened? If not, what then? A spray of blood, unclear whose, splattered across the train's interior. Juvia's golden bird hovered above the train, dangling on the cliff's edge. Varen lunged at Deucalion with lightning speed. Facing the sharp sword, Deucalion smirked, "It's over." Suddenly, he jolted, sensing what? The space is trembling. A line of blood appeared on Varen's wrist. His hand severed, blood gushed. Varen screamed in agony. Deucalion seized the moment. "I don't know what happened, but this is my chance." Using his last mana, 1/3, 657, he launched a crystal shard at Varen's legs. Unsteady, Varen lost balance, tumbling. Varen drew a short sword, stabbing it into the train as he fell, barely clinging to life. His trembling hand gripped the hilt. A footstep before him. Deucalion coldly stared at Varen's struggle. Glaring with hatred, Varen asked, "What did you do?" Deucalion replied honestly, "I don't know." He countered, "More importantly, why try to kill me?" His tone was measured. "I don't recall any issue between us." Varen sneered, "What?" "I remember your crimes against my master." Deucalion pressed calmly. "You're doing this for July's benefit?" unasked. His face grew stern. "What is July to you? To drive you to this?" Varen scoffed, mocking, "You'll never understand, Deucalion." He recalled a fateful day. 2 noblewomen chatted warmly with July. "Thank you so much. Without you, it'd have been bad." July bowed humbly. "Of course, I just did a knight's duty." Teenage Varen, frail, struggled against restraints. "Let me go. I did nothing wrong." He started it. The noblewoman pointed, voice shrill. "Do you know how great my Jiden is? You must have done wrong." Jiden, hiding behind her, smirked. "Exactly." Varen roared, "Wanna die?" She snapped, "Haven't learned your lesson?" Varen growled, "What?" July watched silently. The woman sneered, "I'm handing you to the police. See what happens. Beg for mercy." She spat, "You hit my son, so you'll be charged with assault and trespassing." July interrupted, "Wait, madam." The woman glared. July asked, "You said he trespassed?" Her voice echoed through the mansion, "Yes. His character matches his low status." July eyed Varen, a scrawny boy scaling high walls. She proposed seriously, "Madam, I'll take the boy to the station myself." "Rest." The woman agreed. "Saves me trouble." Varen was led away, protesting, "Let me go. I was defending myself. I didn't do anything to deserve police." July stayed silent, stopping his words. Suddenly, she said calmly, "The Freya family is notorious for their behavior. I'm sure you're at least partly truthful." Varen shouted, "Not partly." July yelled louder, "But you shouldn't hit people." Varen flinched. She touched his hand gently, firm. "Follow me, and I'll teach you self-control." "What's your choice?" Stunned, he whispered, "Will you feed me?" He reminisced, "That's how I met my master." He continued, "I joined the Knights Association." A lonely, outcast Varen appeared. "Due to my childhood and temperament, I didn't fit in. But looking back, July cared for me most." Her kind face asked, "Varen, any troubles?" He lowered his eyes. "Everything's fine." Inwardly, "Yes, everything's truly fine, as long as I'm with the captain." He recalled her strength in battle, her joy with commoners, always aiding others. He never forgot her rejecting dirty money, never compromising with injustice. Silently watching, his respect and admiration grew. Varen touched his chest, and so did my love for her. Facing Deucalion, he admitted, "I know my feelings burden her. Heart aching, I know they're a weight." Gritting his teeth, resolute, "Yet, I must kill you. Someday, you'll bring ruin to my master." Deucalion fell silent. He's right. The game's tragedies are butterfly effects from Deucalion's actions. But he said firmly, "You're wrong." In his mind, "I'm Kim Woo-jin. I'll change Deucalion's path, ensuring his end isn't destruction." He extended his hand seriously. "Take it, Varen. No matter what, I won't harm July." Varen froze, absorbing each word. Suddenly, he raised his severed arm. Deucalion flinched at the erupting aura. Gritting his teeth, angry, "Don't try to change your mind." Varen said coldly, "No, I haven't. I'll kill you regardless. Decilion gripped the stone tightly, fool. Raising it, his voice icy, your foolish choice today. Varen watched the stone descend, hearing, it'll haunt you forever. At that moment, July jolted in fear. A man beside her asked, Captain, you okay? July replied, it's nothing. He reassured, but she worried for Varen. How's he managing alone? She smiled, he's fine. Varen shed his final tears, silently leaving his last wish, Master, I hope you'll be happy. A golden bird soared above the train carriage. Through its eyes, Sylvia saw the entire incident unfold. Decilion killed his guard, and the guard fell off the cliff fast. She corrected herself, not exactly. The knight tried to kill Decilion first, and in self-defense, Decilion killed him. A servant approached, interrupting her thoughts. There you are, Lady Sylvia. Let's head back. The conference is about to start. Sylvia replied quickly, all right. She gazed worriedly into the distance. Decilion, will he make it on time? At the wreckage on the tracks, a group appeared. A stern voice spoke. It's an honor, Deputy Director. It was Lilia Freeman, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. She confirmed calmly, an explosion and attack occurred? The train conductor explained, yes. However, this is common when box summoning conference nears, so it's not a big issue. Lilia nodded, checking her notes. Understood. Any casualties? He reported, yes, but no injuries. 2 are missing, a guard named Varen and Professor Decilion. Pointing to Alan, unconscious nearby, you can get details from that survivor. Lilia asked, who's that? He replied, I don't know. He hasn't woken, likely shocked from the incident. Lilia began questioning train passengers. One recounted, a knight saved me. The train floated midair for a while. When I came to, it had fallen. I think assassins attacked again. Lilia frowned. Midair? The man showed a photo. Here's proof. I was so shocked I had to snap it. Lilia examined it, intrigued. He lifted the whole train with magic? She scoffed lightly. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Knight Varen is dead. I don't know why, but Varen tried to kill Decilion and failed. Professor Decilion survived. Lilia grew wary. What? Where's this telepathic signal coming from? She scanned the crowd silently. Someone pointed behind, shouting, someone's coming from there. Seeing his disheveled face, they recognized Professor Decilion. He recalled Varen's near-fatal strike. If not for that strange phenomenon at the right moment, I'd have been killed by an unknown knight. He felt his helplessness. Without that mysterious help, I can't believe I was so useless. Decilion frowned. Puzzled, who helped me then? Lilia spoke, snapping him back. Professor Decilion, glad you're safe. I'm Lilia Freeman from the Security Bureau. I have questions about the incident. He countered. What time is it? Startled, she answered. 3:30. He had the wrecked tracks, calculating. I have 6 hours left. Lilia prepared to question formally, but Decilion cut in. Is this train the only way to Bach? Lilia gritted her teeth, annoyed. No, there's a land route and a sea route over there. Refocusing, let me ask again. Please hear me out. The night with you. Looking up, Decilion was gone. Lilia turned to the conductor. Wasn't Professor Decilion just here? They shrugged, helpless. She rationalized. Maybe he used acceleration magic. Lilia marveled, listing, after holding the train from falling with telekinesis, fighting assassins and Varen, he used high-level acceleration magic. How much mana does he have? She mused excitedly. So he's the Decilion you mentioned. Green-black. At Bach's conference hall, the crowd buzzed. Jan von Leeuwen sat upright. It's nearly 9:30, the moment the stars align. Sylvia glanced anxiously at the empty seat. He's still not here. A deep voice resonated. Before the conference begins, I express gratitude to those who answered the summons. A powerful purple aura swept the room. Sylvia gritted her teeth, gripping her chair. Such extraordinary magic. That must be Dagon Bach's great elder, closest to Archmage, a living legend who abandoned worldly society. Her face was serious. I must reach that level to challenge becoming an Archmage. Dagon announced, after roll call, we'll begin. He read, Jin of House Ed present. Insil of House Bran present. Baron of House Vor is yes, here. Yim of House Rewin present. Soon, Dagon reached, Decilion of House Yuckline. Silence. He repeated, has Decilion not arrived? Impatient, if he doesn't arrive before I call his name thrice, I'll deem him absent, removing him from the 12 mages immediately. The crowd murmured, remove Yuckline? This is huge. Their first summons was 200 years ago. Someone mocked, a major event like this. Wasn't it foretold? Deucalion's skill is far below his ancestors. Another chimed, right? Stories say his talent's mediocre. They laughed. Sylvia felt pained. How has Deucalion lived until now? Doesn't anyone care for him? So pitiful. She bowed her head, frowning. It's so irritating. Daigon called once, current head of Yuckline Deucalion. Twice, current head of Yuckline Deucalion. The crowd snickered. Sylvia listened helplessly. Daigon began the third, current head of. The door creaked open. Sylvia turned, shocked. Deucalion strode in calmly. She watched his strong figure, moved. He brushed his hand through his hair, announcing, Deucalion von Greyhand Yuckline present. All eyes fixed on him. His face was cold. The current head of Yuckline has arrived. The scene shifts to shortly after, as the meeting began in silence and proceeded swiftly. The first issue discussed was the monster at Haxon Mountain. Essenal of House Brand fumed. A dark demon's appearance on the map is gravely serious. We must issue directives to every magical faction or collaborate with the Holy Church. Simultaneously, we need to dispatch mages to suspected areas for inspection and surveillance. The discussion continued, and the first agenda item passed smoothly. A family head voiced their stance. With no opposition, the proposal was approved without hindrance. Soon, a female guard announced, "We'll take a short break." Deucalion exhaled, thinking, so exhausting. I rushed like mad, not resting a second, to make this damn meeting. Now my stamina and mana are in tatters. Yet he maintained composure. Deucalion's traits and personality were remarkably steadfast. As people stood to leave, a voice called out. Deucalion turned to see Alan rushing over, panicked. He stammered, "Professor, are you okay? I'm sorry for being late and missing this crucial meeting." Deucalion replied calmly, "I'm fine, don't worry." Inwardly, I no longer see this kid with innocent eyes. He mused, he definitely knows I'm hiding my identity. But why? For what purpose? Deucalion's gaze grew pensive. He recalled a famous movie line from his old world. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. He spoke, Alan, stay by my side from now on. Alan, surprised, only nodded. Deucalion thought, best to keep a close watch. Alan, I'll find out whose side you're on. After the break, everyone returned to the table. The chair's voice rang out. Next, we'll discuss handling the recent BloodClan mages. The statement shifted the atmosphere. Deucalion realized, a sensitive issue like this won't end easily. A loud bang shook the room as Beton of House Beerad slammed the table. The BloodClan are filthy vermin. They breed by infiltrating society, corroding this land despicably. Essenal retorted sternly, what evidence do you have to say that? We can't distinguish BloodClan from other races. Beton snapped, then we find a way. There must be a clue, some racial trait. We must eradicate them early with royal magic from the magic tower. Essenal shouted, Old man Beton, watch your words. Eradicate them all? What nonsense is that? Deucalion thought, I knew their views would clash like this. Beton yelled, I don't know why, but the BloodClan are recognizing each other, forming groups. There must be a leader. We don't know what they're plotting. Essenal slammed the table. That's just your one-sided speculation. Beton didn't yield. Speculation? Their leader hides, secretly rallying allies, and we don't know their schemes. Doesn't that disgust you? Others nodded in agreement. Beton roared, 60 years ago, countless mages died because of your hesitation. The room reached a deadlock, silence falling. After a pause, someone asked, what does Deucalion of House Yuckline think? Everyone knows your family is a great demon-slaying lineage, long at the forefront of fighting dark forces. Deucalion paused, thinking, as a modern person, I understand these situations. Hatred born from abandoning reason always leads to needless misery. But above all, oppressing the BloodClan is a mistake. Even if I can't stop them, I must delay as long as possible to complete the main quest later. The world's true enemy isn't the BloodClan. He spoke. Historically, the BloodClan has indeed been a common enemy. However, if we examine records, it all stems from a mistake. Beton scoffed, mistake? Deucalion said calmly, yes. In the Rodden Witch incident 237 years ago, Rodden was wrongly convicted and burned alive. That sparked a massive purge, killing countless BloodClan members. They resisted, and the cycle of slaughter continued. But now things have settled. The event you mentioned 60 years ago was political, tied to a mana stone mine found on BloodClan land. Beton bristled, political? I think a Yuckline. who seized that mine 60 years ago and slaughtered the most blood clan, has no right to speak. They're a bloodline born with dark aura, inherently violent and warlike. Your demon-slaying family should know that best. Deculion, composed, his gaze icy. Our family tradition is hunting demons, not massacring Blood Clan. Betten shouted, Blood Clan are demons. The tension peaked. Deculion continued, will you take responsibility for your words? Alan, beside him, listened anxiously. Deculion's face was stern, emphasizing, don't carelessly label humans as demons. Their blood is red like ours. Those who speak such words may be the crueler demons. Betten fumed but couldn't retort. The first meeting ended without resolution. The topic deferred to the next day. Elsewhere, Jan told his daughter, it's a shame I must leave you for the next meeting, my dear. She replied, we'll meet again tomorrow anyway. He asked, per box rules, each family member stays in a separate room. Are you okay alone? She answered, what are you saying? Kids my age have their own rooms. Stop treating me like a child. He muttered sadly, my daughter doesn't love her old dad anymore. She was speechless. After a pause, he chuckled, see you tomorrow. Box high mana density can cause magical phenomena at night. Read the hotel rules carefully. She sighed. Yes, I'll be good. Don't worry. At her lodging, she held a paper, muttering, these rules seem designed to scare kids. I just need to sleep normally. At night, as she rested, a golden bird appeared nearby. Soon, she woke, thirsty. Heading to the table, she drank water. Suddenly, her eyes shifted. A dangerous sensation filled the space. From behind, a dark aura approached, like a black curtain enveloping everything. Surprised, she assumed a defensive stance. Thinking, the space turned into a corridor? Did I do something wrong? Immediately, Sylvia noticed the surroundings change. She reread the guide. One section stated, once you lie down to rest, do not leave your bed before sunrise. If you do, you may be teleported to an unpredictable place. Sweating, she realized. So, once in bed, I had to wait until morning to leave. That's why I'm in this mess. Days earlier, in the second corridor, she hadn't encountered this. Now, with family leaders and powerful figures nearby, the dense energy around likely caused the shift. She scolded herself. I was too complacent and careless, thinking nothing bad could happen in my room. Trying to stay calm, Sylvia told herself, calm down, I need to stay calm. But a chilling sound echoed from the corridor behind. A wave of dark aura crept closer. Her pupil shrank, fear sparking. Spinning around, she thought, something's coming. She bolted in the opposite direction. Soon, she spotted a glowing purple staircase ahead. But she recalled, Rosary Hotel has only one floor. The guide warned not to follow staircases that appear leading up or down. Then she passed an open door, with faint light and dark aura seeping out. A warning flashed, if you encounter an open door in the corridor, do not enter. Sylvia shut her eyes, gritted her teeth, and ran past, reassuring herself, don't panic. I remember a door ahead will help me escape. Reaching it, she pounded loudly, is anyone there? Please help. Fear flooded her mind. Another warning surfaced, if someone knocks on your door at night, do not respond or make noise. She feared the occupant might see her as a threat and refuse help. Desperately, she kept knocking. Anyone? Please, help me. After seconds of silence, terror gripped her, tears welling. Suddenly, the door opened. Warm light bathed her stunned face. A familiar, gentle voice spoke, it's late, and you're wandering, Sylvia? It was Deculion. Sylvia calmed slightly. I still teary. He said, all right, come in. She obeyed quickly, murmuring, thank you. Soon, the fireplace was lit, spreading warmth. Regaining composure, Sylvia said softly, I'm sorry for the trouble. I carelessly left my bed at midnight, so I was teleported to a random corridor. Deculion, unruffled, replied calmly, chaotic magical phenomena often occur in Bach. Wandering spirits, lost to magic, cause plenty of trouble. He paused, adding, you should have read the rules carefully to avoid this. Sylvia sat, listening, observing him, thinking, he's always so composed, his gaze steady. Did his losses and pain make him defy the rules to help me? As she pondered, a cold growl came from the door's gap. Purple ooze seeped through, forming a terrifying skull that roared toward her. Sylvia froze, but Deculion's calm voice cut through, stay calm, no need to fear. Two constructs zipped past her, striking the dark spirit. It disintegrated. They were floating ice crystals. Sylvia gasped. Amazing. The wandering spirit was destroyed. Deucalion said lightly, no need for surprise. It's just a spell for killing, nothing noteworthy. He paused, because magic shouldn't be made for killing. His words made Sylvia blush, unsure how to respond. Noticing the fire, she asked, isn't that flowing flame? Deucalion glanced from his book. Yes. Sylvia cast a flurry of spells, lightning, metallization, wood, fire sprite, to catch his attention. But he ignored her, infuriating her. He doesn't even glance at the light in my hand. She thought, should I do something bolder? Deucalion spoke. You did well. Sylvia blinked. He continued, however, the wind magic circle you wove into your fire spell is slightly unstable. Surprised, she asked, Professor, what's unstable about it? He replied coldly, you should figure that out yourself. Sylvia, annoyed, retorted, but you explained in detail for Ephraim. Deucalion, focused on his book, said casually, Ephraim figured it out herself, not because I taught her. Sylvia bit her lip, frustrated. His voice sounded again, lose your impatience and haste, Sylvia. Pausing, you're young, with time to grow. If you keep striving, you'll achieve your goals soon. Tilting his head, voice firm and confident. So take steady, deliberate steps. Closing his book, he looked at her. After all, you're one of the world's 3 most talented young mages. Sylvia was stunned. This is Deucalion's evaluation of me? She recalled past praises. My gosh, a genius. This girl will surely be an archmage. So strong for her age, a bright future. Tired of such cliches, but why did Deucalion's words feel different? Soon, exhausted, Sylvia was offered the bed to sleep. Deucalion resumed reading. Suddenly, a faint but strange power caught his attention. Looking outside, he thought, this power, could it be? Deucalion entered the forest, pondering, I was warned. Outside box meeting. This remote mountain path is forbidden. I might find a rarer item than expected. Behind him, a shadowy demon appeared, lunging with menacing gestures, roaring to intimidate. Deucalion didn't react, moving as if blind to it. The demon, sweating, confused, followed, repeating its scare tactics, to no avail. After finding nothing, Deucalion stopped. The sudden halt startled the demon. Turning, he asked casually, Hey, seen any items with strong magical power around here? The demon flinched, wailed incoherently, and fled. Deucalion, puzzled, what's wrong with it? He continued searching and soon found his target. There it is. Before him was a tree trunk radiating golden power. Picking it up, the system displayed, pure mana with details, a fragment of the ma tree struck by lightning. This wood holds vast mana, refined by lightning, making it excellent material. Category: Special wood. Deucalion marveled, as I thought. It's good stuff. Gripping it, his eyes gleamed with calculation. Since arriving in this world, I've trained and studied relentlessly, but this body's limits disappoint. I've failed often. With this wood, I can craft a high-quality wand, boosting my power. Staring at it, his lips curved. This is even better than I hoped. After a night's rest, the families reconvened for the unfinished meeting. The atmosphere was far tenser. The head of House Vedon roared, Demon blood flows in their veins, doesn't it? Aren't they demons then? Unfazed, Deucalion retorted, that's absurd. If you add salt to water, do you call it salt? The heated debate between Deucalion and Vedon stunned many attendees. Whispers filled the room. Is Deucalion siding with the enemy? Seems so, but I thought he was acting to lure the opponent out. Deucalion, head of another house, mused with sharp, suspicious eyes, what picture is Deucalion painting? What's his game? Nearby, Sylvia glanced at her father, reflecting. She was sure not only her father, but everyone here thought the same. They believed Professor Deucalion had a deeper motive for defending the enemy. But she differed. His words from last night echoed, they're all wrong. He's just stating the obvious truth. Amid the heated argument, an authoritative voice cut through. Enough. It was the revered elder. He said gravely, no formal conclusion can be reached without consensus. The Blood Clan issue will be tabled for tomorrow's agenda. Focus on other matters now. Unlike the Blood Clan topic, the remaining issues passed quickly. Days later, the meeting concluded. Attendees filed out. Vethin's head, frustrated at losing the debate, bumped into Deucalion as if to vent. Deucalion frowned at the childish act, annoyed. I only wanted to win for future critical missions, yet I've made another enemy. The next day, at Bert's shopping district, Deucalion and his aide strolled through a magical tool shop. Holding shimmering gems, he pondered, I need to craft a wand before returning to the academy. Which material is best? Never tried this. It's hard to choose. Alan's gaze darted to the entrance. Someone had entered. Excitedly, he called, "Professor." Decilion turned, raising an eyebrow. "What is it?" Alan pointed. "That's my hero. They got me here safely." Decilion was briefly surprised but regained composure. It was Lilia Primian, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. She smiled. "What a coincidence, Professor Decilion." They decided to chat at a town eatery. Decilion thought, this is a way to thank her for ensuring Alan's safety. Lilia smiled warmly. "Thanks for the meal, Professor. I know it's inappropriate to discuss this over food, but the investigation's nearly done. What happened to your escort, Varen?" Decilion replied calmly. "He died in an enemy ambush. They either perished or fled, so we couldn't do more." Lilia nodded. "I see." As staff served food, only Alan seemed cheerful. Observing Decilion's stoic face, Lilia wondered, "What's happening differs from what I heard, doesn't it?" She recalled a recent talk with Lockhart. By imperial order, the Empire's Security Bureau was escorting Lockhart to Rekadak, the notorious prison. It was inevitable after he killed innocent mages. Lilia asked, "Anything else to say?" Lockhart, silent, eyes pensive, organized his thoughts. Lilia crossed her arms, exasperated, planning to stay mute through the interrogation. Suddenly, she said, "Activate your power." Her gaze was cold, voice heavy. A smile spread across Lockhart's face. Energy surged, disabling recording devices. The room became their private space. Lilia slammed the table, eyes blazing. "Fool. I told you countless times not to cause trouble. Why do you keep making things worse? It's because of people like you our race is seen as demons." Lockhart only smiled, silent. Lilia gritted her teeth, furious. "If you didn't carry that blood, I'd have killed you long ago. If this truth leaks, not just you, but I'd face pressure from other families." Lockhart chuckled. "Think you can escape the Empire?" His tone grew serious. "It's possible, as long as we don't reveal our race's secret. We were born different. Sternly, born with demonic power. The only thing they fear is that power." Lilia snapped. "Shut up. The Blood Clan aren't the only ones with special abilities." Why provoke Decilion? "We've watched House Yuckline for ages, haven't we?" Lockhart flinched. "You mean to kill him?" Lilia softened. "We're just observing. But if he keeps stirring trouble, we'll have no choice but to eliminate him." Lockhart's expression shifted. "Don't. He's a true noble. We don't need to kill Decilion." Lilia was stunned. "True noble? What nonsense. Are you mad? I have piles of evidence of his crimes." Lockhart replied, "Recall the graveyard talk. Decilion claimed his blessing proves the Blood Clan aren't monsters, but humans." His eyes held no deceit, only justice. If the world had more like him, things would change. The Blood Clan could coexist without prejudice. He declared firmly, "He didn't kill me, despite knowing I'm Blood Clan." Lilia, briefly surprised, laughed. "Don't you know Yuckline ancestors led the purges, slaughtering Blood Clan?" Lockhart countered, "I know. But if we treat their descendants as they treated us, aren't we admitting we're demons?" Lilia froze. "What? That family never stopped aiming to destroy the Blood Clan. You said so yourself." Lockhart asked, "How long do you think you'll hold that powerful position before getting caught?" Lilia shrugged. "This is my life. There's no way to distinguish Blood Clan from humans by appearance or lineage." Lockhart smiled. "But isn't there something we can't eat?" Lilia dismissed. "Fool, I don't need to touch that." She changed topics. "Anyway, the Emperor's health is failing. A successor will rise soon. We'll watch how they treat the Blood Clan, then decide our next move. Until then, stay silent and wait." Glancing at Lockhart, she smirked. "You behave in prison." Back in the present, Lilia studied Decilion closely. How's he a true noble? He looks no different from the rest. Footsteps approached, drawing attention. A strong whiff of alcohol hit. Lilia covered her nose, annoyed. "Is that liquor?" A voice spoke. "What's this?" "I've got nothing to say to you." It was a blond man Decilion had scolded at a prior banquet. Furious but powerless then, he likely sought revenge now. His tone was haughty. "Oh? I've got things I want to hear from you. Seems there's something in your dark soul." Meanwhile, at House Primian, July sat stunned, disbelieving what she heard. Her voice faltered. "What? Say that again." The captain before her hesitated. Knowing the truth was hard. Varen died in the recent mission. Each word struck like lightning. July, reeling from an unthinkable reality, ordered, "Prepare immediately. I need a proper explanation from Decilion the moment he returns." In him approached with an arrogant stride, thinking, "This is the head of House Rewind, right? What's going on?" His slurred voice betrayed his drunkenness. "You really surprised me at that meeting. I wondered, Why act like that? Are you picking a fight with another family? That question's been haunting me. What's the real reason? Don't tell me you're siding with the Blood Clan. You're from a demon-slaying family. Facing the provocative challenge, Dekilian's face remained impassive. Lilia, seated opposite, was shocked. What? Didn't you once want to wipe them out? What changed? You called those vile, impure creatures unfit to exist. Your essays condemning the Blood Clan are still archived at the university. And him leaned closer, sneering. Or did you find a Blood Clan slave for your research, so now you're defending them? Alan, unable to contain his anger, slammed the table. How dare you insult the professor? Dekilian calmly wiped his mouth. Easy, Alan. It's fine. His brains rotted into stinking cheese, so he's spouting nonsense. I get it. The blonde gritted his teeth, furious, but forced a smile to save face. Fine. Let's see how long you stay smug. Your research presentation's due in 6 months, or is it 3? I can't wait to see your defeated face. It'll be entertaining. He stormed off, leaving Lilia heavy-hearted, her hands trembling. Dekilian's opposing everyone to defend the Blood Clan. She muttered, "Is that really Dekilian? Hard to believe." She recalled her talk with Lockhart. Is what you said true? Days later, at the magic tool shop before leaving, Dekilian entrusted a renowned artisan with crafting a wand, completing the side quest craft Jog's wand by meeting conditions, sufficient fame or infamy, being kind or cruel. Using premium materials to pique Jog's interest, and visiting the shop twice. The artisan was famed. Perhaps Dekilian's prior visits unknowingly fulfilled the quest. After the high-level conference, Dekilian and his aide boarded a train back to the academy. On the return to the Empire, they shared a carriage with Vet Han, who didn't hide his hostility. Fortunately, no serious conflict arose. Dekilian reflected deeply. The long journey finally ended. At the bustling station, Alan stretched wearily, asking, "Professor, just one more transfer. Will we soon see anything besides snow?" Before finishing, a group of knights led by Julie approached, seeking Dekilian. He greeted lightly, "It's you." Julie responded, her face darker than ever, unable to accept Varen's death. Her voice trembled. "I heard you were ambushed. Glad you're safe." Dekilian nodded. "Thank you." He thought, she knows about Varen. For someone who cares deeply for her subordinates, this must be hard. Glancing at the soldiers behind, I don't know what else she heard, but they're not thrilled I'm the sole survivor. Julie, suppressing emotions, clenched her fists, her voice breaking. "I read the news. You worked with him to save passengers, right? I just want to know one thing." Gritting her teeth, voice shaking with grief. "How did he die?" Silence fell. Some thought it was blame, but it was mourning for a cherished subordinate she'd nurtured. Julie's eyes locked onto Dekilian, filled with irreparable pain and loss. Dekilian met her gaze, unsure how to proceed. Some truths would only deepen her suffering. They stood silently, grief enveloping them. He pondered, should I tell Julie that Varen tried to kill me, part of a premeditated plan? The confrontation ended unexpectedly. He initially planned to, but facing her, words failed. Should I reveal the truth about that day? It'd be too cruel. Julie's resolve was unshakable, but her heart wasn't steel enough for harsh reality. Knowing would make her blame herself, carrying guilt forever. That's who Julie is. She'd take full responsibility for her subordinate's mistake and torment herself. Some things are better unknown, he thought. If hiding the truth meant facing her anger, Dekilian accepted it. As he hesitated, the conductor's voice broke the silence. Train 4 to the Empire is departing. Ticket holders, board now. Passengers hurried. Dekilian couldn't prolong the talk. Slowly, it's hard to say. He was too emotional. Julie's face fell. She sighed sadly. Knowing Varen well, her burden eased slightly. Bowing, I understand. We'll search for him. Please rest. Her group left swiftly, leaving Dekilian with doubts and reflections. He recalled Varen dangling from the train. Ironically, he wasn't so different. Strong emotions could cloud reason. But what was truly right? After the knights left, Alan grumbled. How rude, Professor. We're victims too, yet they glared at us. Dekilian said calmly, it's fine. They're just fools. A familiar voice spoke behind. Why hide it, Professor? It was Sylvia, also returning on the same train. Dekilian turned, curious. HM? Hide what? Sylvia reached into her bag, handed him a book, saying softly, a gift for you. She turned and hurried off. Alan, surprised, asked, Professor, what's that? Dekilian sighed, weary, I don't know. This journey's been too long. Though it's over, I'm exhausted. All I want is to rest at home. He glanced at Alan, gesturing, let's head back. Alan replied, "Yes, Professor." In the first ambush, Professor Dekilian successfully stabilized the train, ensuring safety and saving others alongside Knight Varen. In the second attack, the entire carriage flipped. During this, Varen seemingly fell off the cliff with the train. Miraculously, the VIP carriage where Dekilian was remained suspended on the cliff. In summary, both tried their utmost to control the situation, but Varen fell during the second ambush. Hearing this, Julie bowed in thanks. Her face and those of the knights beside her darkened, deep in thought. She turned to leave, leaving the deputy commander to press further. Did he leave anything behind? Dekilian replied, regrettably, nothing. The deputy asked, "What about those behind the ambush? Surely you know them?" Dekilian answered, "Sorry, but the unwritten rule here is not to probe crimes exposed en route to Bert. We can't assist with this." Julie silently approached the cliff where Varen fell. Staring into the distance, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Have I lost my trusted right hand like this? I never thought you'd go so pointlessly, Varen. You foolish idiot." Back at Dekilian's mansion, his sister Uriel raged. "You wrote another family check for wasteful spending?" The butler restrained her. "Please calm down, milady." Uriel didn't relent, shouting at Dekilian, "Have you forgotten everything already? We're not as rich as you think. At this rate, the family won't last 2 months, let alone sustain your pointless expenses. Do you even think?" Dekilian recalled the wand's cost in Bert, higher than expected. He thought, so this is the consequence of that check? But Yuckline's finances can only hold for 2 months? I need to act. He soothed. "Calm down, Uriel. I have a plan to make money." She demanded, "What plan?" They went to the vault holding treasures Dekilian bought at a prior auction, all valuable and costly. Uriel, skeptical, "What are you doing? You bought these to flaunt wealth, didn't you?" Dekilian, exasperated, "Just calm down. Speak like a true lady instead of throwing tantrums. You're the next head, you know?" Uriel snapped, "What? You dislike my words while you're driving us to bankruptcy?" Ignoring her rants, Dekilian moved forward, thinking, initially, I didn't know why auction items radiated such opulent energy. I thought it was like art investment in the real world. But preparing for Bert, I learned how to use them properly, yielding immense wealth. Raising his hand, he cast Midas Touch. A golden mana enveloped an ancient vase, transforming it. Uriel grumbled, "Why are you standing there waving your hand? Gone mad?" Dekilian ordered the butler, "I'm auctioning these items again. Call an appraiser." Uriel panicked. "What? You just bought this, now you're selling? Antiques are for keeping. You won't get half what you paid." Dekilian said, "Quiet, Uriel." She shouted, "Quiet? You, who squanders money, say that?" Dekilian commanded, "Roy, summon an appraiser and move these items." The butler bowed, understood. Glancing at the item, Dekilian thought, I did the right thing. The vase glowed with prosperity, its description notable, a vase by an Eastern master craftsman, made with his heart, soul, and talent. Thanks to Midas Touch, its potential awakened. Special effect. Flowers in it never wilt, slowly becoming new blooms, each petal with mid to high recovery effects. Dekilian smiled. A 2.5 million LN vase is now something I don't want to sell. Be careful, damage it, and you can't afford to pay. Uriel, watching servants move it, was speechless. She said, "Let's talk. You're really selling all this? Want us bankrupt that bad?" Dekilian replied, "Don't worry, we'll profit." Uriel yelled, "Don't worry about what? Explain." Annoyed, Dekilian deflected, "Oh, time for work. We'll talk later." At the academy, in the Magic Exploration Club room, Ephraim and friends played joyfully. She played a 3-card straight, winning easily. Ephraim laughed, "I don't even know this hand. Just leave it." Her friend groaned, "No way. Ephraim won 3 rounds already?" Another said, "Haha, I'm off cleaning duty for a week. I was so close to winning. 1 more card would have done it." Ephraim retorted, "Losers don't make excuses." The group laughed merrily. This felt like a long-lost dream. Ephraim, from a baron's family, hadn't attended the academy before. Entering the tower, she faced hateful glares from nobles and harsh treatment from professors. After many hardships, she bowed her head, evidence of her endured grievances. Yet, she never imagined laughing with true friends in a club like this. She said, "I'm really starting to love this original Magic Exploration Club." A red-haired girl corrected, "Overall, we're just a normal Magic Exploration Club." "Watch your words, Ephraim." Ephraim grinned. "Oh, really? Sorry, Min." Before she finished, someone entered. A voice barked, "What's this chaos, you stupid brats?" What's this club even doing? It was Professors Relin and Beck, furious. Beck said, Professor, these low-life commoners are hogging tower space for nonsense. Ephraim's face tightened. Those two jerks again? Always stirring trouble over commoners. Relin at the room's sign, Normal Magic Exploration Club? Utterly ridiculous. He shouted, What are you kids doing here? Though unwelcome, Ephraim anticipated this. Politely, we submitted a club proposal and got approval. We're an official club. Relin snapped like a rabid dog. What? Who approved this stupid club? Wait, you're that punished commoner from before, aren't you? Ephraim's eyes narrowed, enraged, commoner again. Beck mocked, Look at that insolent brat, daring to glare at the professor with filthy eyes. Hey, dog, you listening? Fix that ignorant attitude. A friend urged, Ephraim, calm down. Behind, Beck smirked, enjoying the commoner's scolding. He said, Fine, if you're confident, speak. No way a professor allowed this trashy club. Ephraim's eyes widened, shocked, as if realizing something. Beck gloated, See? I knew it. You're just cheeky brats trying to fool me with nonsense. Amid the insults, Dekilian's voice cut through. I approved it. I authorized this club's formation. He looked at Relin. Do you have an issue with my decision, Professor Relin? His icy gaze, laced with menace, silenced the old man. Relin stammered, W what? Ephraim stared at Dekilian, skeptical. Professor Dekilian, why show up now? His sudden arrival shifted the dynamic, plunging the room into heavy silence. Ephraim gazed at her professor, unsure if she felt gratitude, suspicion, or confusion. A question stirred in her and the others. Will everything change from this moment? Can they endure to the end of their chosen path? At that moment, Dekilian stood before two professors attempting to bully commoner students. His expression was deeply displeased. He spoke, I approve this club's formation. Do you have an issue with my decision, Professor Relin? I heard you shouting my name down the hall. If there's a problem, speak plainly. Did I need your permission to approve this club? The conversation grew tense, making the students anxious. Dekilian recalled, it had been an exhausting day. Uriel nagged him about money in the morning. Now, teaching, he was interrupted by these two. Worse, Relin dared to yell insults. Relin's face paled, sweating under Dekilian's gaze. He stammered, Sir, that's not what I meant. Pointing at the room, he offered a flimsy excuse. Isn't this place too shabby? I just thought mages of the Imperial University Magic Tower deserve better equipment and furnishings. Haha, I was upset seeing it like this. I'll take responsibility to replace them with better ones. Dekilian thought, this old man's as sly as any con artist. But since it wasn't disadvantageous, he replied, You're always thoughtful, Professor Relin. This room is indeed old and run down. I'll keep that in mind. Turning to Beck, the instigator, with a cold voice and sharp gaze, lowly schemers always act like this, causing trouble because they're capable of nothing else. With that, Dekilian left, leaving the two professors stunned. Beck fumed at the humiliation but could only grit his teeth, powerless. The scene shifted to Dekilian's classroom for today's lesson, abuzz with whispers. It's been a while since Professor Dekilian's class, huh? Yeah, he was busy in Bert. Wonder what happened there. Who knows? But the train attack was in last month's Witch magazine. Right, I saw it. The whole train floated? Insane. Ignoring the chatter, Sylvia calmly observed Dekilian. She asked her friend, Think he'll talk about Bert? Dekilian placed a hand on the desk, saying, Silence. Class begins. I'll start the lecture, so listen carefully. Today's topic is pure elements and magical interference. Simply put, magical interference occurs when one mage's spell is blocked and overridden by another's magic. He continued, Let's warm up first. Alan brought a box of magic stones forward. Dekilian snapped his fingers, casting a spell. The stones, enveloped in magic, floated, glowing mesmerizingly, enveloping the room in a mystical aura. Each stone drifted to a student. Sylvia and Ephraim each received one. Dekilian explained, Each magic stone before you is worth 3,000 elm. I'll keep them floating. Try to seize it by interfering with my psychic power. If you succeed, it's yours. Ephraim slammed the table excitedly. Yes, Professor. For a poor noble like her, 3,000 elm was significant. Her red-haired friend covered her mouth. Ephraim, don't shout during the professor's talk. Though annoyed by the interruption, Dekilian pressed on. For a spellcaster, blocking interference is as crucial as casting powerful magic. If your spell is disrupted mid-cast, you'll lose. Those with strong magical defenses hold the advantage. In this lesson, give it your all. Without hesitation, students tried interfering with Deculian's psychic power to claim the stones. The room fell silent, none wanting to miss the chance. As students struggled, Deculian recalled, "I lifted an entire train. But I only recently mastered basic psychic power. I need to use it more to get accustomed." He wondered, even against freshmen, how long can I maintain psychic power against 150 young mages, and how will I fare against top talents? Sylvia and Ephraim poured their effort into interfering, but it wasn't easy. Ephraim, upbeat, thought, "Mage tools are pricey, and my funding's nearly gone. But Professor Deculian's giving out magic stones. Thanks, I'll take one." Sylvia glanced at Ephraim, recalling Deculian's words. Ephraim succeeded through skill. It spurred her, "I can't lose," especially to Ephraim. The rivalry between the two prodigies intensified, neither willing to fail. Other students faltered against Deculian's psychic power. Some got nosebleeds, others trembled from exertion, yet still failed. Alan exclaimed, "Professor, you're amazing. Facing 150 opponents, you're flawless. The students can't interfere at all." Deculian was surprised. "I didn't expect freshmen to get nosebleeds or exhaust themselves and still fail." Suddenly, a stone was interfered with, breaking his psychic power. Deculian looked immediately. As expected, Sylvia succeeded first. Panting, exhausted, she showed the task's difficulty. After finishing, Sylvia glanced at Ephraim, who hadn't succeeded. Sylvia sighed in relief. "Looks like I'm the only one." She won again. Deculian approached, congratulating. "Well done, Sylvia. You're the first to succeed." Sylvia, surprised, nodded lightly. Deculian thought, "I knew Sylvia could do it, but not that it'd be so tough." He scanned the room, asking, "No one else?" The students struggled, no miracles in sight. But before he finished, he corrected, "Well, another just succeeded." Sylvia was shocked. "What?" As expected, Ephraim's talent shone. Beaming despite near collapse, "I did it. 3,000 eln is mine." Sylvia's face soured. This rivalry was set to grow fiercer and more intriguing. The students poured every ounce of effort, drenched in sweat, straining to breach Deculian's magical defense barrier to seize the shimmering magic stones. Exhausted, their faces haggard, some bled from their noses, yet they gritted their teeth, refusing to yield. Seeing the chaos, Deculian frowned and ordered the preliminary test halted before it became a disaster. As he spoke, a student, pale green, vomited violently from dizziness. Another collapsed, fainting on the floor. Deculian face-bombed, sighing wearily, "You lot are pathetic. Break now, and clean up this horrific mess." The students staggered to their feet, legs trembling as if about to collapse, shuffling away. Julie, exhausted and panting, turned to Ephraim with curiosity and admiration. "Ephraim, how'd you do it?" "I gave everything, thought I'd die, and still couldn't break through." Ephraim, pale, slumped on the desk, smiled weakly. "I nearly died too. Can't feel my tongue now. But I realized something really." Julie's eyes widened. "Eager, what?" "Realized what?" Ephraim smirked, her eyes sparkling. "I'm not great with psychic power, but piercing Deculian's magic felt like tearing an invisible curtain. It was amazing." Julie squealed, "Gods, I'm so jealous, Ephraim." Nearby, Sylvia watched silently, frowning in confusion, her heart roiling. Ridiculous. How did a bottom ranker jump to second place? Could the rumors that Deculian secretly tutors Ephraim be true? Did he lie to me? Sylvia glared at Ephraim, eyes blazing. What's so special about that dimwit? Her disdain shifted to high alert. After all, Ephraim was prophesied as one of this era's 3 great archmages. Sylvia gritted her teeth. She's too arrogant. After the grueling warm-up, Deculian took the podium, his steady voice launching the lecture on the magic used. "In practice, you risked everything to disrupt my magic and psychic power. But there's a simpler way to counter psychic power without exhausting yourselves. Those who succeeded likely sensed it. It's no grand secret, surprisingly simple, mana disruption." His voice, captivating, continued, "Unlike blocking a cast spell, mana disruption is the art of understanding an opponent's magic and shattering it before it forms. But it has a major limit. Only mages with multiple magic circles can do it, and only for magic they know well. In combat, it's rarely used, shields or counter magic are preferred. But to excel, you must dare. I want you to master mana disruption. The biggest challenge is finding the central pulse of a magic circle. Each spell, attack, support, or elemental has a unique pulse. Trace it to disrupt. With practice, it'll be second nature. Deculian lectured on, pointing at the board. Now, I'll teach how to find the central pulse of common magic circles. Look at Thunderhammer. Attack spells have a pulse that burns outward, vibrant like fireworks. Support or healing spells are soft, flowing like this. Students scribbled frantically, but his pace was relentless, panicking some. The lecture lasted 2 hours. Deculian glanced at the clock, stopping abruptly. The lesson's not done, but time's up. You wasted my time, so no complaints. Study, reflect, and grasp the rest yourselves. The midterm's coming, with an open practical exam. Engrave today's lesson in your bones. It's critical. Class dismissed. Goodbye. He left swiftly, like a storm, leaving students stunned, jaws dropped. Huh, he didn't finish and just left? What's with the professor? Feels like we're abandoned mid-lesson. Julie stretched, groaning. Gods, how do we figure this out? I'm dead tired. Ephrine, radiant as sunshine. But today, I opened a new door. Hard to describe, but awesome. A shrill voice cut in. Hey, Ephrine, commoner rep. She spun to see Beck, the loathsome snitch, with his smug, noble sneer. Her red-haired friend snapped. Beck, what trouble now? Last time you dragged Professor Rellin to mess with us. What's itching you? Beck smirked, mocking. Gods, you commoners love showing off. Ephrine, how'd you go from rock bottom to second place? Ephrine, calm, scoffed. I could explain, but you wouldn't get it. Before she finished, Beck hurled an insult. How'd a homeless, penniless commoner bribe the professor? Ephrine's blood boiled. Roaring, what did you say? Beck sneered, the truth. Everyone knows you get private lessons with Deculian. Ephrine shouted, nonsense. I never did. Sylvia watched silently, eyes glinting with curiosity. Beck pressed, clear as day, and you deny it? A dunce outside the academy, improving so fast? Oh, Deculian must be biased, tossing you mana stones. Mana flared around Ephrine, teeth clenched, fists ready to floor Beck. Easily swayed by emotions, she bellowed, say that again. Beck, noble pride stung, didn't back down, think I won't? Filthy commoner. The air crackled, on the verge of explosion. Sylvia's heart raced, worried. Julie grabbed Ephrine. Drop it, Ephrine. Don't lose it. Another punishment would ruin you. Her words snapped Ephrine back, recalling Deculian's advice. As a mage, keep a cool head. Hitting Beck would destroy everything. Ephrine released Julie's hand, face darkening, but flashed a bright smile. Thanks, Julie. You're right. I got too heated. Nearly lost at arguing with brainless trash. Julie sighed. Good, you're calm now. Beck, purple with rage, what did you say? Ephrine grinned, voice chirping. Julie, let's grab something tasty on the way back. Julie nodded, sure. They left, leaving Beck fuming. I'm not done. Sylvia observed, lips curling, thinking, looks like a good show's coming. Outside the academy, Ephrine walked, anger smoldering. She gritted her teeth. Thanks to Julie, I held back. But what do I do about that damn Beck? Muttering, trembling with rage, I'm gonna burst. By chance, she saw a figure waiting. What do I do with that elite jerk? But the sight stopped her cold. Sylvia? What's she doing here? Sylvia approached, her voice soft as a breeze, but eyes icy. Can we talk for a bit? Their gazes locked, the air freezing, tension suffocating. Will Sylvia, burning with suspicion, reveal some secret about Ephrine? Are these rivals, once dismissive, plotting to challenge each other, sparking a thrilling covert battle? Hearing Sylvia's words, Ephrine's face twisted with confusion and irritation. What's her deal? Looking for a fight? Wrong timing. Leave me alone. Unfazed by the fiery reaction, Sylvia cut straight to the point, her voice icy. You're getting private lessons from Professor Deculian, aren't you? The question poured fuel on Ephrine's smoldering anger. She roared, furious. What did you say? Knew you wanted a fight. Bring it on. Why ask that? What do you know about my past with Deculian? Why would I need private lessons? You know nothing. You stopped me here just to spew that nonsense? Why is everyone picking on me today? Seeing Ephrine's explosive sincerity, Sylvia realized she wasn't lying. Turning away, her tone softened. I understand. Ephrine huffed. Whatever, who cares? Sylvia smirked, who cares? But did you know? After your father died, Deucalion didn't step into the lab once for 3 years. Ephraim's face lit up with pride. Obviously. What could Deucalion do without my father? He was a legendary genius. But her smugness faded as Sylvia replied, sharp as a blade. Then you should know. 3 months ago, he started visiting the lab daily. Cleaning, picking assistants, buying heaps of magic tools. What do you think that's about? Ephraim's expression shifted from arrogance to doubt, eyes wide with shock. No, impossible. Is he trying to revive my father's research? Deucalion doesn't have the talent for that. Her fists clenched, trembling, rejecting the idea. Still, she forced calm, her voice strained. Who knows? Maybe he's experimenting. He's a professor, after all. But what's that got to do with me? Seeing Ephraim no longer easily provoked, Sylvia smiled mysteriously and turned away. Nothing. Just letting you know, in case you hadn't heard. Don't worry about it. As Sylvia vanished, Ephraim stood dazed, her mind churning. What's he really up to? Days later, in Deucalion's class, students gathered in an unfamiliar arena, not their usual lecture hall. Whispers buzzed everywhere. Julie, Ephraim's friend, was puzzled. What kind of practice is this? Why drag us here? Ephraim shrugged, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Who knows? Probably scheming something. Suddenly, Beck shoved Julie's shoulder, smirking smugly. Julie snapped, but Ephraim pulled her back. Softly, that blockhead again? Ignore him, Julie. Don't waste energy on that brainless jerk. On the platform, Deucalion appeared, his presence commanding, voice like thunder. Class, silence. It's time. As announced, today's the final practice before the midterm exam. Snapping his fingers, the curtains over the stands fell, revealing a roaring crowd. From the arena's center, he declared boldly, today's exercise is a public battle. Ephraim and Julie gaped. Gods, so many people. Deucalion continued, voice steady. Before this audience, you'll engage in magical combat. Each faces one opponent, using all skills to defeat them. You must use at least 3 distinct pure elemental spells. Don't obsess over winning. Focus on spell execution. I'll observe, noting strengths and weaknesses to improve for the midterm. Pointing, Professor Relin will ensure no fatalities. So, don't hold back. Haha, leave it to me. Relin laughed loudly. Deucalion nodded. If no questions, begin. First up, step forward and choose your opponent. Matches unfolded lively, students adapting to pressure, their skills sharpening noticeably. Below, Deucalion took notes diligently, while Relin struggled to keep up. The battles grew in quality as students focused on spells, not the crowd's eyes. For some, the pressure was negligible. Sylvia dominated, defeating her opponent effortlessly, like a breeze. Watching, Beck and his noble clique laughed gleefully. Haha, another commoner crushed? They should just be our servants, not humiliating themselves at the magic tower. Ephraim gritted her teeth, eyes blazing. Those bastards. If they fought Sylvia, they'd get their butts kicked too. Turning to her friend, warmly, cheer up, Ferris. You did great. Deucalion called. Beck, step up. Choose your opponent. Beck smirked, pointing. I choose Ephraim. I want her. Ephraim scoffed, her aura erupting. Oh, you're on. Ready to eat dirt? In the vast arena, they faced off like predators, eyes sparking. Beck taunted, sure you're okay? No private tutor here. Ephraim shot back, voice sharp. All your mouth's good for is barking nonsense? Did your parents only teach you to spew garbage? Look at that cheap Deucalion knockoff outfit. Aren't you embarrassed? Beck, stung, roared. What? Ephraim raised her hand, mana surging. I'll show you your magic's as pathetic as you are. They charged, fury blazing. Beck bellowed, lowly insect. Gathering mana, he unleashed a fierce counterspell. I'll send you to the underworld to meet your parents. The spell shot at Ephraim, forcing her back. A massive explosion kicked up dust. Beck laughed, haha, idiot. But his grin faltered as his spell warped. Ephraim had interfered, seizing control. Her eyes gleamed, voice icy, an old magic tower saying, nobles deserve a thorough thrashing. She redirected his spell straight at him. Panicked, Beck ran, but a noble's speed was no match. One hit sent him sprawling, humiliated. Julie cheered from the stands, amazing, Ephraim. But that saying doesn't exist. Beck, crawling, shamed. Ephraim strode over, hands on hips, proud. How's it feel getting stomped by an insect? Beck snarled, just luck, you filthy commoner. Deucalion, from afar, shook his head. These fools, done so soon. I invited all these spectators for nothing exciting. Ephraim cut in, If you're bored, give me another shot. I needed 3 elemental spells, but only used one since my opponent was too weak. The fight ended before I finished. Deculian nodded. I see. Not your fault. Fine, pick any opponent for the next round. Without hesitation, Ephraim pointed at Deculian, voice firm. I choose Professor Deculian. May I? The arena erupted, the crowd roaring, anticipating an earth-shaking showdown. Ephraim's bold declaration sent the arena into a frenzy of gasps and shocked whispers. Is she insane? Professor Relin, face purple with rage, roared. What? Look at that crazy brat. Do you know what you're blabbering about? Below, Sylvia narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with suspicion, her heart churning with confusion. Harsh criticisms flew like daggers, but Ephraim stood tall, unfazed. She thought, eyes blazing, as expected. Everyone's shocked, but I'm not a fool acting without a plan. This is my golden chance to challenge Professor Deculian. Smirking inwardly, even if they curse me, if I seize this, it's all worth it. Deculian, nearby, curled his lips in a cryptic smile. This is getting interesting. Relin, venting past humiliations, bellowed. See? That girl doesn't know what she's doing. Deculian cut him off coldly. Enough. Professor Relin. Calm down. Relin stammered. But that brat. Deculian turned to Ephraim, voice resonant. Well done. I accept your proposal. I said you could choose anyone. No exceptions. I'll be your opponent. Raising his hand, eyes sharp. But a professor with no limits against a freshman isn't fair. I want to attack first. If you make me move one step from this spot, you win. Ephraim flashed a radiant smile, though her eyes flickered with anxiety. Got it. They faced off in the silent arena, only whistling wind and swirling dust between them. Ephraim's heart pounded like it might burst. Her dream of facing Deculian was real at last. He spoke, voice like thunder. If you're ready, begin. Without hesitation, Ephraim unleashed sharp wind arrows from all directions, targeting Deculian. She knew the vast gap in their power was insurmountable, but she didn't falter, eyes burning. This is the enemy I'll one day defeat to settle my score. This fight will show me how wide that gap is. She poured her all into a dual windfire spell, dazzling like fireworks, visually stunning. Deculian stood still, observing, a smile of intrigue on his lips. Not bad. The spell exploded before him but couldn't pierce his ironclad defense. Ephraim gritted her teeth, pushing harder, clinging to faint hope, adding earth to perfect a flawless combined attack. The arena drowned in a blaze of fire, smoke, and dust, obscuring Deculian's state. Relin, below, gaped, stunned. That commoner I despised unleashed magic that could threaten even me. The audience fell silent, eyes glued to the spectacular display. Though the outcome was unclear, Ephraim's spell structure and execution far surpassed a freshman's level. Deculian was encased in molten earth, nearly lava, but for a high-ranking professor, escaping was trivial. He stood unscathed, eyes gleaming with expectation as he watched Ephraim. Furious, she roared, not done yet. A barrage of wind spells followed, though ineffective. Deculian, deeming the fun sufficient, spoke, your magic has a fatal habit. The grander your casting gestures, the clearer it becomes. Instantly, Ephraim's spell was disrupted as Deculian interfered with its flow. She froze. What? My magic stopped? He saw through it. Deculian's voice was low. You can't cast before me now. What's your move? Ephraim gritted her teeth. Damn it. You blocked everything, but I've got one last trick. She charged, switching to melee, fist clenched, swinging hard. But Deculian flicked his finger. An invisible force hurled Ephraim back 10 meters, crashing like a stone, pitifully. The match ended. Deculian reflected, combining fire, wind, and earth to dazzle. Ephraim's mana sensitivity is impressive, but without elemental control, it's meaningless. Her talent and pulse sensing make her exceptional. With that bracelet, her ability to wield all elements would explode. Everyone covets that bracelet. He exhaled, satisfied. Ephraim's on the right path. Someone virtuous like her will achieve much. Stepping forward, his voice warm, the results clear. Honestly, you fought well. Ephraim, stunned, eyes wide, Deculian praised me. He turned, leaving a final word, public training's over. Focus on the midterm. Students buzzed below. What? Deculian said that? First time. Yeah, Ephraim was amazing. The Beck fight was dull, but this was epic. Beck, humiliated, could only grind his teeth, his arrogance gone. Ephraim beamed. I got recognized. Friends rushed over, cheering. Wow, Ephraim, you're awesome. So cool. You're our pride. At the docks, Hunter Ganesha and her team waited eagerly. As the ship arrived, Ganesha's team approached, calling Leo Kalos. Long time no see. Still doing well? A boy leapt off, beaming, Ganesha, it's been ages. Suddenly, a clear voice rang from the deck. Ganesha, welcome. Ganesha grinned mischievously. You never miss me, do you? Yuria? Yuria teased. Well, maybe a little. Rubbing the boy's head, Yuria was from the Dodohi Islands, possessed by Uara, Kim Woo Jin's ex. At the bustling docks, where Ganesha's mercenary crew waited eagerly, their anticipated arrival finally docked, bringing the salty sea breeze. Ganesha rushed forward, engulfing Yuria in a warm hug, her face beaming like sunlight. Oh, my darling. I missed you so much. The tight, affectionate embrace made Yuria blush. Her teammates hurried over, alarmed. Captain, easy. You're crushing the poor girl. This is straight-up bullying a kid. Ganesha laughed heartily, releasing her, scratching her head apologetically. All right, my bad. Yuria looked down, her gaze pensive, lost in distant memories. She recalled the fateful moment she transmigrated into this world. That day, the blinding light that once enveloped Deucalion's office swallowed her, erasing her from reality. It flared brilliantly, engulfing her, dissolving all sound and sight into nothingness. When she opened her eyes, she was in a dazzling, mysterious world. The first voice she heard was Ganesha's, furious. Deucalion dares use a child like this? I'm not doing this job. A teammate argued. Then why'd you take it? Seduced by his charm, huh? Do you know the penalty for canceling? Seeing familiar faces, Yuria realized they were characters she and her team had painstakingly designed, now vividly alive before her, flesh and blood. Ganesha approached Yuria, who sat quietly, her voice warm. You're Yuria, right? Yuria glanced around, the dock sea breeze and sunset glow stirring her. Recalling the game's lore, she faced Ganesha and her legendary red mercenaries. If this was the game world, she spoke softly, tinged with anxiety. Yes, I'm Yuria. Thus began this fateful encounter. In the game she helped create, Yuria became the protagonist, embarking on a turbulent journey. Back to the present, Ganesha's voice echoed across the docks. Hey, Leo Kalos, stop running around. You'll fall. Holding Yuria's hand, Yuria thought, this is Ganesha, the world's strongest adventurer. Her primary goal was survival. The best way? Stick with Ganesha, the ultimate safety net. Meanwhile, she'd seek a way back to her original world, however faint the hope. At Deucalion's mansion, he received a package from the Magic City, heart racing. It's here. Opening it, his eyes gleamed. Inside was the custom wand, Yuckline's Lock staff, a masterpiece crafted by Master Lock exclusively for Deucalion von Greyhan Yuckline. Classified as a magic staff, it had special effects, storing up to 500 mana and acting as a mana regeneration ring, enhancing spells seamlessly. Deucalion held it, unable to suppress his awe, exquisite in every detail. Supreme aesthetics. Not only stunning, it synced with its user, optimizing magic. It also adapted to his attire, a fashionable masterpiece. Its unique ability was staggering. The Yuckline staff wielded immense power in exorcism and purification. Deucalion muttered, 9 million elen seemed steep, but it's worth every coin. A creation both beautiful and mighty. With this, the path ahead will be far easier. Suddenly, Butler Roy's voice came through the door. Master, dinner is ready. Deucalion turned. Softly, I'll be down. At the dining table, faced with lavish dishes, he was stunned. What's this? Aren't our finances strained? This feast rivals festival banquets. Uriel, opposite, shyly replied, of course it's grand. It's a morale-boosting meal. Roy smiled, explaining, remember the antiques we sold per your orders? The response exceeded expectations. The auction listing drew crowds, turning it into a frenzy. Lady Uriel and I felt like we were dreaming. The funds not only covered deficits but ensured the family's stability for years. Uriel blushed as Roy added, this is her way of showing gratitude. Please accept it. Deucalion smiled warmly, nodding silently, the meal's delicious. Uriel, still sharp, huffed. Humph. Looks like you know what you're doing. They ate quietly, a rare moment of familial harmony. But Deucalion teased, you're holding the knife wrong, Uriel. At his academy office, Deucalion held a stack of documents, sighing wearily, what a mess from the old Deucalion. Pure chaos. With midterms looming, Deucalion worked tirelessly on exam questions. Seeking inspiration, he reviewed the old Deucalion's questions, only to grow irritated, just torture for students. He wanted to flaunt, I'm Deucalion, Supreme Mage. Despair at my exam. These questions only expose his petty arrogance. Shaking his head, You thought exam difficulty proved superiority. I'm different. I want meaningful, challenging, inspiring questions. Solving them may be tough, but success should enlighten students as true mages. Glancing at the final box, hopeful, anything useful? He picked a question, eyes widening. It's entirely different. Refined, profound, like someone else wrote it. Ephraim's father came to mind. He murmured, maybe stolen from him by the old Decilion. Though equally difficult, this question sparked intense curiosity. Solving it and channeling mana correctly would yield wonders. Suddenly, from the paper in Decilion's hand, vibrant, multicolored mana erupted, filling the room, coalescing into a vivid magical female figure. Decilion looked up, eyes gleaming, fascinating. Solving it and channeling mana creates this. Each color represented an element, blending into an exhilarating display. It was the perfect tool for teaching pure elemental magic, exactly what he sought. His body trembled with a surge of envy. The old Decilion must have seen this question's brilliance but couldn't create it himself. Wait, who's this woman? If Ephraim's father wrote it, this figure might be her mother. At the principal's office, she held a magic council report, murmuring, quite interesting. The Blood Clan issue was postponed to the next meeting, signed by Bert's Grand Elder Drezekin. The principal mused, this is the discussion's outcome. Likely due to Decilion's strong opposition to suppression. An odd shift. She glanced at those behind her, voice low, not just Decilion, but all of you here are full of surprises, aren't you? The principal of the Imperial Academy's Magic Tower, Adrian, was a leading candidate for the title of Archmage. Possessing immense magical power, her lively and cheerful personality was surprisingly disarming. Her fascination with other stories often led her to eavesdrop. What? Professor Decilion fought Knight Julie? Professor Relin failed his diet again? Oh heavens! Her curiosity about the world and love for gossip were tied to her secret heritage. She was a half-elf, explaining her vibrant nature and near-infinite mana. Even someone like her had to wait patiently on a day like this. Today, seated calmly in her Tower Master's chair, she mused softly. Decilion defended the Blood Clan? Fascinating. Once a month, professors gathered to praise the Tower Master. As usual, the absent one was Decilion. What? A noble like me groveling to others? He'd scoffed. But this time, a sudden topic arose in his absence. I heard Lord Luinau will attend this magic conference. Luina? The one who dueled Decilion for the senior professor post, and gave it up for his plan? I thought they returned to the kingdom. Sounds intriguing. Lord Luinau, why the sudden move? Are they in the Empire already? Haha, with a secure position, they'd return in a flash. If so, our magic tower would gain immensely. Luinau's highly respected in the kingdom, after all, compared to Decilion, who defended the Blood Clan. No offense to our current senior professor. Fine, if Luinau returns, I'll consider it later. As the Tower Master finished, the professors visibly relaxed. Decilion seemed widely disliked. That's all for today. I have work to do. Professors who haven't submitted exam questions, hurry up, all right? Yes, sir. Alone in her office, she thought, Decilion's been acting odd. His submitted exam questions are so good, I can't believe he made them. Someone else must have. Should I stir him up? If rivals Luina and Decilion meet? Haha, that'd be a riot. This'll be fun. Days later, the midterm exam on pure elemental magic began. The lecture hall buzzed with complaints. Is this for real? This is a test? Yeah, what kind of test? Decilion's questions are weird, but this is absurd. Ugh, I give up. Decilion's assistant quickly intervened. All right, calm down. The test structure is unusual, so I understand your confusion. But this is the exam. The pure elemental magic midterm spans 10 days, ending at midnight Sunday when the Magic Tower's academic schedule closes. Each student will take it in an assigned private room. You may take other tests, eat, or sleep during this period as you wish. However, removing test materials from the rooms is strictly forbidden. As mentioned, it's an open exam. Ephraim and her friend groaned at the rules. An open test? 10 days? How grueling must it be? Even the final exam was this complex? Typical Decilion, even delegating bizarre rules to his assistant, too lofty to show up. One critical point from the professor. Anyone scoring perfect on this exam will receive a personal recommendation letter from me as a senior professor. The hall fell silent, stunned. A letter from a senior professor was an unparalleled honor. Mage ranks ranged from Tier 1, Immortal Archmages, to Tier 11, Novices. Advancing wasn't simple. Merely attending classes or passing time didn't suffice. Each tier required a unique promotion test, notoriously tough. But a letter from Deculian, a tier 4 Imperial Mage? It was a prestigious endorsement, a trump card. Ephorine's eyes narrowed. What? Deculian's recommendation? My sworn enemy vouching for me? Just hearing it kills my drive. I want nothing to do with him. But, wait, if I score perfect and get his endorsement, what then? Haha, if you hadn't sent me that letter years ago, you wouldn't be groveling now, fool. Please, spare me. Smirking at her vengeful fantasy. Heh, so satisfying. Deculian, watch me ace this. Her red-haired friend, baffled, watched Ephorine cackle like a villain. On the 4th test day, in her exam room, Ephorine was tearing her hair out, stumped. Too hard. Glancing at other questions, she calculated 1 hour, 4 hours, 10 hours. The questions keep getting tougher? Heh, look at my scratch paper. Still, these questions are brilliant. Solving them is grueling, but the breakthrough brings enlightenment I've never felt. Did Deculian really write this? The joy of discovery is unstoppable, no matter the pain. Deculian, wait, I'll snag your letter. But this question, I'm still clueless. Forget it, I need fresh air to clear my head. Overthinking might kill me. In the lush garden, Sylvia sat under a tree, breathing deeply. Stretching wearily, phew, finally solved it. One question took her 30 hours. Need a break. She recalled the assistant's words. A perfect score earns Deculian's recommendation letter, smiling inwardly. Such meaningless favors. Someone acing this test on their first try won't fail a promotion exam. The letter's useless. Still, I want a perfect score, not for points or the letter, but for myself. Each question is refined, unlocking new realms of insight. Solving the last one will make me a true mage. As she mused, a voice rang out. Oh, Sylvia? It was Ephorine, also there to rest. Sylvia's curiosity flared. How far has she gotten? Hey, which question are you on? Both asked simultaneously, eager to gauge their rival. The synchronicity made them shy. They were rivals, not close friends, yet so in tune. Sylvia spoke first. I'm on question 8. Ephorine yelped, what? You're already on 8? No, I'm still solving it, but that's fast. I'm stuck on 7. Though ahead, Sylvia stayed vigilant. Ephorine's just one behind? Is she lying? No time to relax. I need to finish. Wait, did she leave because I showed up? I just wanted a break, nothing more. As the exam raged at the Magic Tower, Deculian sensed a looming upheaval. Holding a report of recent intelligence, he murmured, it's starting. Emperor Krabame is critically ill. In his office, Deculian strained to recall the storyline he crafted. Emperor Krabame was critically ill. Renowned for his gentleness and diplomacy, he sought balance between divine and imperial power, avoiding hostile policies against the Blood Clan. The issue lay with the new emperor succeeding him after his death. The emperor was always the world's most pivotal and challenging figure to navigate. If memory served, his name was Sophia Katerina August von Gibran. Soon, this world would face an unprecedented upheaval. Time flew, and the final day of the midterm exam arrived. By now, many students had abandoned Deculian's grueling marathon test. Yet, the gap between top and bottom ranks was starkly defined. Regardless of scores, students boasted about completing it as if it were a legendary feat after the exam. Instead of celebrating, they reviewed their lessons, an unusual phenomenon that drew attention. Even Magic Tower professors were curious about the fabled test, left speechless by its brilliance. Ultimately, only 2 students reached question 8, the fierce rivals, Ephorine and Sylvia. At her desk, Ephorine muttered irritably, this damn question 8. Is this the final hurdle I must conquer? I have to solve it. After chugging copious coffee, she couldn't quit now. Her gaunt face betrayed sleepless nights. If I focus just a bit more, I'll crack it. Outside in the hallway, Deculian and his assistant closely monitored the remaining 2. A sudden glow from a room signaled success. Alan exclaimed, Professor. Yes, one of them solved the final question. Deculian replied calmly, thinking, I knew she'd do it. He strode to the room and opened the door. Inside, shimmering lights enveloped everything. Deculian approached, speaking softly. I knew you could solve it, Sylvia. Congratulations. Sylvia turned, her tear-filled eyes brimming with joy. Is the final question this beautiful? The magical lights painted a stunning scene, elevating Van Gogh's Starry Night into a tangible spell. Elemental magic infused the vibrant colors. Even the blues radiated warmth under glowing stars, sparking hope in the darkness. Hot and cold hues blended with exquisite artistry. Beyond visuals, it evoked genuine warmth and reality, a true human masterpiece. Deucalion reached for the twinkling stars, a joyful smile spreading. Though he crafted the question, he couldn't manifest it himself, limited by his talent. Deep within, Kim Woo-jin lingered at the question's core. He dreamed of being a painter despite lacking the skill, yearning to move people with his art. Painting was Kim Woo-jin's true aspiration. Now, Deucalion's aesthetic sense merged with his. Thus, Deucalion, a lover of beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, who longed for art school, both found fulfillment in this moment. After admiring the beauty, Deucalion turned to leave. Well done, Sylvia, and thank you. Sylvia's face registered shock. She didn't grasp why he thanked her. Before she could speak, he was gone, leaving her with swirling thoughts. I want to thank him too. Sylvia touched her creation. The expectations heaped upon her felt like an inescapable burden. You must become an archmage. Sylvia's a rare genius. Who knows what she'll achieve? Truly a descendant of an archmage family. Gazing at the spell's beauty, Sylvia seemed to find her chosen path. No, the magic itself was breathtakingly perfect. Meanwhile, Alan entered Epherine's room, announcing, "Student Epherine, time's up." Despite her best efforts, she hadn't solved the final question. "Oh, I see. Sorry." Alan reassured her. "You did wonderfully, Epherine. Until the end, only you two tackled this question." Epherine shouted, "What about Sylvia? She solved it?" Alan nodded affirmatively. "Ugh, she's a monster. So jealous." Before she realized, thoughts of recommendation letters and Deucalion faded. All that remained was Epherine's thirst for knowledge as a mage and her pure desire for understanding. She yearned to answer every question in this test. Standing abruptly, she declared, "Well, the exam's over, but the questions are still there, right? I'll definitely solve this one." Smiling brightly, "Next time, I'll do better." Alan empathized. "Good luck. I'm rooting for you, Epherine." "Thanks." After the exam, Epherine trudged through the academy exhausted. Dead tired from this marathon test. If I'd answered everything, I'd feel better with a sense of victory. But all that awaits after a brutal exam is a vandalized door and a cold bed. Hilarious. As she grumbled, a voice called, "Epherine." Her closest friends, waiting for her, stood there. Seeing her confidence, Epherine couldn't contain her joy. "Julie, what's up?" "Epherine, you look like a corpse. Was the test that bad?" Julie eyed her pityingly. "All right, everyone, since Epherine worked so hard, let's grab food to celebrate." Of course, Epherine's paying. Huh? When did I say that? A few days after the exam ended, Epherine also solved the final question she had missed, staring at the sparkling light before her. Epherine gently smiled with joy. Her eyes shone with pride at her accomplishment. Choked with emotion, she softly said, "It's beautiful." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind the door. "Epherine, are you ready?" It was Julie, her close friend. Epherine wiped the tear from her eye and smiled in reply. "Julie, I'm coming out." The two of them walked to a cafe near the academy, where they poured out their post-exam thoughts after the stressful tests. "Doesn't finishing feel like such a relief?" "Yes, but we'll probably be busy again soon. These days are precious. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming meeting." Julie nodded in agreement. "Me too." Epherine's expression fell. "I'm glad I didn't give up this time and push through to the end. This must be the greatest experience I've had with magic." Suddenly, Julie interrupted Epherine's thoughts, her eyes sparkling. "Have you heard the news?" Epherine started. "What is it?" Julie pointed up at the sky, her tone mysterious. "About Professor Deucalion. They say his exam caused quite a commotion." Epherine was surprised. "What do you mean?" Julie continued. "Rumor has it the professor was summoned to the Sky Island, which is that floating isle." Epherine's face showed astonishment. "The floating isle? It is an island that floats permanently at an altitude of 1,500 meters, a crystallization of genius minds in arcane studies, where mages from around the world gather. This place houses all the world's knowledge and magic, independent from the mainland systems, in a neutral zone that honors the individualism of mages. Unsurprisingly, it became a haven for eccentrics truly passionate about researching knowledge and magic. Professor Deucalion's exam was warmly praised for its creativity and difficulty. It quickly became a hot topic on the Sky Island, leading to the professor being invited to give a special lecture to explain his exam. Cut to the floating aisle, where Deucalion appeared, surprised that his exam had been received more favorably than he expected. The teaching assignment there not only brought prestige, but also increased his mana by 30 points. How fortunate! Besides, the pay for this is very generous, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won. Perhaps I should consider developing that path in the future. Not bad at all. Deucalion set down the test paper and began his lecture. In the hall, familiar faces like Professor Relin and mages from the Royal University were all gathered. Deucalion stepped onto the podium and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Today's speaker was the head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, a sovereign-rank mage and master of the elements, Deucalion. The topic of today's lecture was the midterm exam of the Magic Tower University, scheduled to last 2 hours. Before we move on to the questions, I'll begin with a brief explanation of pure elements. As he began, Headmaster Adrian chuckled to the person beside him. "Have you seen the exam?" A cold voice replied, "Yes, it's plagiarism." How could Deucalion have come up with such a brilliant topic himself? The speaker was Luina von Schwartz McQueen, a mage who had lost the race for head professor position to Deucalion. Despite the whispers, the lecture proceeded smoothly. Deucalion strove to help listeners grasp the issues by drawing on knowledge he had taught in previous sessions of the Magic Tower. Even the attendees were captivated by the fresh, unprecedentedly systematic presentation and listened intently. So now we'll go over question 6. As he was about to analyze the question, Adrian's sharp voice rang out. "Professor, I have a question." Deucalion turned his gaze toward the headmistress, who was energetically signaling. She drew a magic circle in the air and asked, "As you lectured, if we distinguish pure elements and magical attributes, how should one optimally combine this 6th spell with a destructive system to use it?" Deucalion pondered, using the comprehension trait to analyze. He smiled faintly, thinking, the headmistress came to attend too? Her reason for coming is obvious. The headmistress, long known for her cunning. Recalling Deucalion's past, it was understandable she'd question the exam. Shall we coordinate it properly, then? Deucalion drew a straight line into the magic the headmistress had created and transformed it into his own. Just add a core circuit in a straight line like this, and that's enough. Deucalion's answer left the headmistress stunned. She stammered, "Oh, yes, that's true. Thank you, Professor." However, Adrian did not stop. With childlike curiosity, she kept firing trick questions at him. But Deucalion calmly responded, relying on the comprehension trait to handle every challenge smoothly. Gradually, the mage's gazes in the room shifted from attentive to irritated, feeling Adrian was disrupting the lecture. Realizing this, she fell silent. With 10 minutes left in the lecture, Deucalion gathered his materials and said gravely, "I've spent too much time on questions, so I will not explain the final question individually." All eyes immediately turned to Adrian, who puffed her cheeks in frustration but bit her lip and stayed silent. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "Professor, may I ask a question? Did you really come up with question 8 yourself?" The questioner was Luina. Her eyes were full of hatred. Deucalion frowned, recognizing she had been expelled from the Magic Tower by him before. "State the specific meaning of the question." Undaunted, Luina remained resolute. "I only want to know whether you actually composed question 8. That's all I want to know." Hearing that, the hall erupted in whispers. What do you mean by that? Are you saying it's plagiarism?" Deucalion replied coldly. Taking inspiration from others is common. Then he unleashed across the room, painting a magnificent picture reminiscent of Van Gogh's The Starry Night. "This entire question was completely created by me. This is a piece I created right here on the spot. It is entirely different from question 8 in the recent exam." Having said that, Deucalion turned to Luina and replied, "Is that answer sufficient to satisfy you, Professor Luina?" Luina's face contorted with bitterness, teeth clenched in anger, but things had already gone beyond her control. The lecture ended, the assignment completed. Mana increased by 30 points. On his way back, Deucalion thought to himself that, based on the plot, his relationship with Luina was certainly not good. Although today went smoothly, he feared troubles would soon arise. After all, surprises seemed to surround Deucalion. He froze before a mysterious person walking by. "Oh, who is that? The face looks familiar." The woman turned back to look at Deucalion with cold, murderous eyes, as if she had hated him for a long time. Deucalion worriedly thought to himself, "What is this? Her face is twisted like she's about to punch me." The two stood staring at each other for a while with annoyed expressions. saying nothing. He searched his memory and finally remembered she was Deucalion's fellow student back at the university. He stepped forward and reached out his hand amicably. "Long time no see, Charlotte." Her eyes showed confusion. "Oh my, Deucalion, I don't think we're close enough to call each other by our first names." He calmly replied, "Then call me Princess Mayho. Don't you care whether Deucalion and Charlotte are close or not? The most important thing is Princess Mayho, whom Charlotte protects, with the current situation, Emperor Crabame will soon pass away. When that time comes, it will be a pivotal turning point in the game. Many named characters will face life or death situations, and new crises will occur. This time, the person you need to save is named Mayho. She is one of the characters you created yourself. She will become an important element, positively influencing the main quest in the latter half of the game. Due to her complicated bloodline, Mayho's life is always under threat. Second in the line of succession to the throne of the Republic of Urin, and third in line for the Kingdom of Riak, she is a princess with royal blood running through her. Currently, she is staying in the Empire under the pretext of study. But when the Emperor dies and she leaves the Empire, she will be in danger." Charlotte's face narrowed in displeasure. "You're still good at forcing others to say cruel things even after so long, Deucalion." Suddenly, he produced a crystal orb and handed it to her, leaving Charlotte stunned. He continued to explain, "Don't get too worked up. I will be the lifeline for the teammate who chose the path of death." Charlotte couldn't make sense of what he was saying. She returned to her room, holding Deucalion's crystal orb. Charlotte reflected on the earlier conversation. This was a communication crystal. "Once you decide what you need to do, contact me." Charlotte shouted at him angrily. "You expect me to ask a favor of someone like you? No way." Hearing that, he calmly said, "There isn't much time left. I'm sure you know that. But if you still don't want the help, I can't force you. It's up to your decision." Having said that, he coldly turned away and left Charlotte alone to ponder. She sighed wearily, not knowing what the right course of action was. Suddenly, a voice behind her said, "Charlotte, you don't look well." It was Princess Mayho, the one he was about to protect. Charlotte hurriedly stood and replied, "I'm fine. I just understand what's going on. Don't put pressure on yourself, Mayho." Mayho's eyes looked sadly into the distance. "My brother's henchmen will come here soon. They will try to exploit me or remove the thorn in their side. Who cares about the succession anyway?" She turned to Charlotte and whispered, "I'm very worried. I fled to the Empire under the pretext of studying. But the truth is this place is a good place to live. More importantly, it's very safe. I fled to the Empire under the pretext of studying. But the truth is this place is a good place to live. More importantly, it's very safe. However, the heir to the throne will not leave me alone. So, we must leave here immediately." Charlotte held her head and pondered. "Yes, I understand." The princess seemed to recognize Charlotte's fatigue and worry as well. She took a suitcase and stepped forward. "This is the money I've saved up until now." "Huh? But why are you giving this money to me?" The princess replied calmly. "I know you don't have enough money to hire mercenaries to escort us home, Charlotte." No, princess. I'll handle the money myself." Mayho turned away and said, "Don't shoulder everything by yourself like that. This money belongs to everyone, so it's not a waste at all." Hearing that, Charlotte didn't argue further. "I understand, princess. It may be out of the question to say this, but I'll use this money to hire additional mercenaries." Outside the window, a figure lurked in the distance as if watching something. "No matter how dangerous it gets, we'll get through it together." Charlotte's gaze seemed to notice something unusual. She ran to fling the door open and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Immediately, he fled without answering a word. Worry filled Charlotte's face. This is bad. Things were becoming increasingly dangerous. Without help, the situation would only get worse. At the same time, at the Deucalion family manor, in his study, Deucalion was intently reading a book. Jeriel entered and teased, "You read so much. I didn't realize you liked reading that much. Brother, at least respond to me." She paced around him and continued, "I heard you were invited to lecture on the floating isle, right? And it seems you were paid quite a sum." He replied calmly, "I'm not giving you a single coin." Jeriel, huh? What do you mean by that? I never even thought of that. She moved on to another topic. Anyway, an official letter just arrived. The new students from the Magic Tower want to visit our lands on their trip. But before she could say more, he flatly refused. No, at least consider it. He imagined those students getting drunk and vomiting all over the manor and thought it was unacceptable. "We can't clean up after trips like that. I won't allow it." Jeriel was puzzled. "What are you talking about?" She reached into her pocket, about to pull something out. "Don't be ridiculous. Look at this document. We don't do everything for free, and it's an opportunity to showcase our magic to the new students. But he immediately raised his hand to refuse. Get out, Yahello. Huh? Just look at it once. His face turned strangely serious. Hurry right now. Although confused, she agreed. All right. Yahello turned away in annoyance. He's really stubborn. He watched her figure to make sure no one else remained in the room. He slowly took the communication crystal from his hand, his voice low. Speak, comrade. On the other end was Charlotte. Although unwilling, I think we must leave immediately. There's no time left. Please help me, Deculine. He turned and used magic to retrieve the map in the corner. Very well. You must follow my every instruction, understood? What do you mean? He looked at the map on the table and continued. Princess Mayho has only one escape route. It is an extremely dangerous path, but precisely because of that it is safe. What is it? He answered calmly. The Crevasse Gorge. His answer startled Charlotte. What? That place is heavily tainted by magical energy. Someone like you should know that well, Deculion. He snapped irritably. Do you think you can avoid a death road by taking the normal route? Trust me, Charlotte, we will get through the Crevasse Gorge safe. The rugged mountain region is extremely dangerous. The evil aura there is so dense it might as well be a demon's lair. Some even say demons appear there occasionally. The place belongs to no nation, so it's not bound by any rules or laws. That is Princess Mayho's only escape route. Once they cross the Crevasse Gorge, the Principality of Urine will be within sight. Charlotte's voice rang with skepticism. It's not that we haven't considered such geographical advantages, but when you take that into account, you must not have expected a Urine insider to be involved. He reassured her, don't worry, I'll guide her personally. What? You will lead the way yourself. Hearing that, Charlotte froze. She asked, puzzled, why would you go to such lengths, Deculion? This trip doesn't benefit you. He leaned back in his chair and replied calmly. I am someone who values politics highly, Charlotte. And in terms of intellect and judgment, I always surpass you. What? Are you trying to brag about your achievements? Deculion narrowed his eyes, his voice low. I only hope Princess Mayho survives because it will benefit my family and domain. This is business and mutual interest, not charity, so don't overthink it. Charlotte was silent for a moment, then asked, so where's the rendezvous? Deculion answered promptly and decisively. In 3 days at the entrance of the Crevasse Gorge. If you can't make it there, then you're not worth saving. Charlotte replied sharply. Understood. I hope your skills are as reliable as your big mouth. A system panel appeared. Independent quest. Rescue. Shop reward. 4. Additional achievement rewards. 3 days later, in the Urine domain, cheers rang everywhere. Wow, is this Hydecane? Seems like it. Feels like being in a totally different country. Yeah, the scenery here is really beautiful. Hydecane is the capital of the Deculion territory, a tourist city full of entertainment and great cuisine. It's modeled after famous livable cities in the real world. Even so, despite repeated requests to host gatherings here, Deculion had always refused until now. Yahello beside him teased. Why did you suddenly change your mind? You used to say gatherings couldn't be held here. Didn't you keep complaining about how filthy they are? He pondered. The reason was that Hydecane lay near the Crevasse Gorge meeting point, only 3 to 4 hours ride away. When the time came, he would quietly withdraw. Deculion turned to Yahello and asked, where will the newcomers rest? She answered quickly, I've booked an entire floor of the Hydecane Romance Hotel for the incoming students and professors. Standard rooms are set for 4 people, but if they pay for their own rooms, they can choose to stay separately. Good. Of course. Then, as an academy professor and Lord of Hydecane, he gave minimal instructions to the guests. A gathering should always be free and relaxed. I will not intervene, no matter how you celebrate. However, I do have a few mandatory rules of my own. Deculion's face filled with killing intent, his voice cold and threat. If anyone dares dirty my hotel or domain, forget about enjoying the rest of your life at the Magic Tower. After that, he spent time preparing the foundations and turned Hydecane into a field strategic base. Everything was arranged satisfactorily. Yahello led them to the city's mages and proudly boasted, how are the mages of our Hydecane Tower? Clearly the best among the regional towers, right? He said nothing, simply observing quietly. With his combination of clairvoyance and divine intuition, he could see a golden aura around the talented mages. He pointed at the mages and said, give raises to this mage and that one, and fire the guy with glasses. Huh? What? Why is that? He had spent time so meticulously that he didn't notice when dusk had fallen. The group gathered around a huge campfire. The professors sat neatly as if in a supplementary exam. The first to step forward was Sylvia. She fired something into the sky. A series of explosions unfolded, painting sparkling flowers across the dark sky. The brilliant light seemed to illuminate the space. The old professor praised her repeatedly. As expected, Sylvia, absolutely perfect. 10 points. The female professor next to him was no different. The fireworks are beautiful. 10 points. Julie sighed in exasperation. Why does the professor assign homework, even on trips like this? Suddenly we're forced to do a magical fireworks experiment. Ephraim also responded sadly. Haha, really? The next group up was Ephraim's team. She quickly began explaining her fireworks. We combined destructive magic with harmonizing magic too. But before she could finish, the professor's voice cut in. Enough. Spare me the boring explanation. Just launch it already. Ah yes. Ephraim lit her firework stick, and it shot up into the sky. An explosion of sparkling light covered the entire sky in brilliant illumination, rivaling Sylvia's display. Even the students below marveled in admiration. Wow, it's really beautiful. Ephraim's group did well too, huh? But the old professor looked displeased with what she produced. 6 points. The blast was too loud. The female professor beside him was even harsher, for points. Julie wanted to object. What? What? Ephraim stopped her. It's okay, Julie. Suddenly, his voice rose and shattered the atmosphere. 10 points. It's a perfect balance between destructive and harmonizing magic. Both professors beside them gaped in surprise at the score he had just given. Ephraim's face filled with doubt. Huh? 10 points already? After the evening exercise concluded, he quickly went to where he had prepared his horse. Finally, everything's done. Now I can leave. I wonder if Charlotte arrived safely. Suddenly, from behind, a familiar voice rang out and startled him. Is it because of guilt? He turned and said, What are you doing here at this hour? Go back to camp. Ephraim voiced her worries. Please tell me. During the disciplinary hearing, the club incident, and today as well, why do you treat me like this? Is it because of my father? He quickly mounted the saddle and said, Figure things out on your own. You're not a child who sulks anymore. Hearing that, Ephraim could only grind her teeth in bitterness. She watched Decilian's figure fade into the night and shouted, I will apply to be your assistant. Professor, I will find out the truth. Why did your father commit suicide? Why do you have to do that? No matter what, I will surpass you. I will become greater than Professor Decilian. Having said that, Ephraim was left standing there alone. The silence of the space seemed to emphasize the loneliness within her small, desolate heart. She wiped away her tears with her hand and returned to the camp. At the same time, Decilian was also troubled by chaotic thoughts. Will Ephraim follow me as my assistant? But my villainous fate hasn't been triggered yet. Exactly what did I do to Ephraim's father? That's something I don't even know in this context. But what if I truly did something unforgivable? Then I'd be dead for sure. He dismounted at the meeting point, instructing his horse before sending it back. You can't go any farther because there's malevolent energy here. Return to the stable and come back at noon. Having said that, he looked around. Has Charlotte's group arrived yet? I should contact them via the crystal. Before he could do so, Charlotte's voice rang out. Decilian. He replied gently. You must have had a hard journey to get here, right? Isn't that so, Charlotte? She appeared with Princess Mayho, with only 2 pale guards left, wounded, but luckily not fatally. After arriving at the rendezvous as promised, Decilian met Charlotte's group and the injured Princess Mayho. He approached and bowed politely. I am Decilian von Greyhan Yuklin, head of the Imperial Royal Academy of Magic. From this moment on, I will pave the way for the princess's escape, so please rest assured. Princess Mayho quickly replied. We express our gratitude to you. Decilian continued. The journey here must have been arduous. You look quite pale. Suddenly, Charlotte stepped forward and handed a letter to Decilian. What's this? Keep it. It's a paper I took from the mercenaries. Decilian read the letter thoughtfully and reflected. He crushed it in his hand and said, Disgusting. They truly have no limits. Charlotte asked anxiously, Will you be all right? Of course I'll be fine. Just stay close to me and everything will be okay. Princess Mayho looked at him with a puzzled expression. Decilian turned and declared, If there are no further issues, let's depart. The group began their journey through the gorge. The three behind had to hold their noses because the area ahead was filled with malevolent energy. Only Deucalion did not need such a thing. The princess turned to Charlotte and asked, "Charlotte, what did that paper say?" I noticed Professor Deucalion looked unwell after reading it. Charlotte looked at the princess with concern and then answered her question. "Because that paper said there are as many as 37 assassins and one called Dianon pursuing us." Dianon. Charlotte's expression darkened as she explained slowly. "Yes, he is a hybrid creature of demon and spirit, which makes him extremely difficult to destroy by force or magic. That's why, compared to the assassins, he is a far more troublesome threat." No, it can't be. Moreover, the more disgusting thing is that Dianon is a being born from a pact. A pact. Dianon can only be summoned by a dark magic called the demon summoning. They use human bodies and demon horns as materials to enable the summoning. In other words, they use the dark magic that only cruel sorcerers dare employ to hunt us. People like that want to become rulers of a kingdom? However, if there is anything we can still hope for, it's that the person accompanying us now is a member of the Yuklin family. The ancient lineage has long been famed as a prestigious family of demon hunters across the centuries. A system notification appeared. The Yuklin bloodline exerts exceptional power when vanquishing fiends. When facing demons, or when the density of malevolent energy becomes thick, those bearing this lineage can purify the surrounding malefic aura and convert it into their own mana. The purified mana's quality increases by 1 tier. The deeper they went into the gorge, the more Deucalion realized it truly was the Kravis Gorge. No wonder it had earned the name Den of Demonic Creatures. The malevolent energy here was so thick it could be felt on the skin. Ordinary people would surely suffer considerable pain merely from breathing in this place. But for Deucalion, it was the exact opposite. It was an unimaginable advantage, due to the dense malefic aura surrounding him. Even if only temporarily, Deucalion's mana quality rose to level 4. Mana quality is so crucial that a difference of a single tier can create a clear gap in skill between mages. Mana quality is usually divided into 10 tiers. Normal people are only at tier 9 or 10. Having mana quality of tier 7 or higher is enough to qualify to try as a mage or knight. From tier 5 upward, the number of people who reach it drops significantly. Famous figures across the continent often have mana quality at tier 3 or 4. Tier 1 is a symbolic concept reserved for gods, a realm no one has ever attained. Even tier 2 is held by only 4 people on the entire continent: the Dean of Burt, the Imperial Guard Knight of Freed, the Archmage Demand, and finally Adrian, headmaster of the Royal Magic University. With mana quality at level 4 now, dealing with someone like Dianon was entirely within reach, provided no major variables arose. From behind, Charlotte called out anxiously, "Deucalion, can you speed up a bit?" Deucalion turned to her and replied calmly, "Charlotte, are you letting haste cloud your judgment? Stay calm. If you rush, you risk more contamination." Charlotte's expression fell when suddenly the princess tugged at her sleeve. The princess's voice was gentle, as if to reassure, "Charlotte, everything will be fine. Don't worry too much." She quietly looked at Mayho with a sorrowful gaze. "Princess, you truly have a kind and warm heart. Even though you are surely more frightened and worried than anyone here, you still care about the feelings of your subordinates. I will never let anyone harm you." Suddenly, Mayho shouted and pointed ahead. "There's something over there." A flock of falling demons flew in from somewhere, targeting the party on the move. Though not very strong, their numbers were considerable. Charlotte gripped her sword and said, "Finally, we've arrived." But before she could draw her blade, Deucalion stepped forward to stop her. "Leave them to us." Deucalion used his telekinetic ability to prepare an attack. With a barrage of sharp stones he had prepared beforehand. Without hesitation, they hurtled toward the falling demons at breakneck speed. The razor-like surfaces made the stones more dangerous than ever. The falling demons were attacked from all sides, with no way to evade. Some were cleaved in two, some had their heads blown off, tumbling to the ground shredded like autumn leaves, before they could even reach or do anything. With everything dealt with, Deucalion calmly turned and said, "Let's move on. We don't have much time." Those behind murmured in admiration. One strike cleared such a crowded swarm of falling demons. Indeed, Professor Deucalion is extraordinary. Truly. And so, The journey continued, as monsters leapt out to block their path. They were all sent to their deaths by Deucalion in the blink of an eye. A guard asked, "Common monsters keep swarming toward us, but so far we haven't encountered anything truly dangerous, right?" Suddenly, Deucalion noticed something. His eyes narrowed in displeasure. How unbecoming. Let me make this clear. If anyone dares come closer, I'll tear them apart on the spot. Charlotte and Princess Mayho grew anxious and alert. Deucalion remained calm, observing the situation with no hint of hesitation or surprise on his face. Footsteps echoed continuously from the cliff above. A sent assassin sneered. "Ha ha ha, for someone about to die, your senses aren't bad." On the cliff, dozens of assassins began to appear. They had been lying in wait here since the afternoon. "If that's the case, you surely know what's about to happen to you, don't you?" Deucalion turned back and said calmly, "Charlotte, lead the princess to the Duchy of Urine first." Charlotte's face showed shock. "What? And you?" Deucalion replied quickly. "You expect me to pretend to worry about myself?" "Sorry, that's unnecessary," Charlotte shouted angrily. "Your insolent mouth is hopeless." Deucalion pointed at the assassins and said, "Look over there." At the spot where the assassins stood, Deucalion aimed his wand threateningly. A moment later, an explosion blew the area apart, easily felling the assassins. Each one collapsed without understanding what had happened. The sharp stones sliced through them like unstoppable light. They were all swiftly slain, lying in pools of their own blood. Charlotte could not help but be stunned. Deucalion spoke. "Now are you resolved? What you need to do is get out of here as quickly as possible." Charlotte's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Then she turned and said, "Princess, let's go quickly." But suddenly, Mayho noticed something. "Hey, look, Charlotte." She hurriedly turned toward the direction the princess had pointed. On the cliff stood a mysterious figure shrouded in dense mana, carrying a terrifying gloom. He stood among the assassins, looking down at those below with a haughty, confident gaze. The princess hurriedly asked, "Charlotte, what is that?" "Damn, he's dangerous." Ignoring Charlotte's worry, Deucalion remained calm, as if nothing had happened. "The plan hasn't changed. Take Princess Mayho to the Duchy of Urine immediately." "But you alone can't defeat them," Charlotte protested anxiously. Deucalion fell silent, speaking softly. "I will kill that man." The swordsman beside him added, "I will assist the professor as well. Please leave here quickly." Charlotte's expression darkened, guilt surging in her chest. Noting that, Deucalion continued, "You don't need to feel sad or tormented. Once Princess Mayho regains her power, repay the Yuklin family for their aid. I'll dispatch some summons to escort you. Don't waste any more time." Charlotte gritted her teeth, angry at her own helplessness. She grabbed the princess's hand and dashed off, leaving a final word, "See you at the Duchy of Urine." The petty assassins quickly pursued the two. "Chase them, don't let her escape." "Aha! How far can those two women run?" But suddenly Deucalion interjected, "You'd better take care of yourself first." He glared at Deucalion and said, "Arrogant mage, with just a few summons that don't hold a drop of mana, do you think you can kill this body?" Magic isn't much better either, because here, mana and spells will be drained by the malefic aura. "So what do you intend to do to kill me?" He stood there brazenly, every word dripping with arrogance. Deucalion observed him slowly and thought, confident to the point of vanity. But he wasn't wrong. You can't kill someone like him with ordinary physical attacks or common spells. He's almost liquid, and this place is unsuitable for casting magic. However, that's true for other mages. It's completely the opposite for the Yuklin line. The advantage here isn't exclusive to him. Not only has my mana quality been increased here, but my mana recovery rate has also been enhanced. Along the route to this spot, Deucalion had layered multiple manas onto his summoned items to strengthen them. Therefore, this opponent was not anything difficult at the moment. A summon appeared right above the enemy, ready to strike from above. Immediately, a stone hurtled forward at breakneck speed, cleaving off his head, but his body was not like a normal person's. Deucalion knew, for certain, that alone wasn't enough. He continued the assault, relentlessly shredding the creature's body. He counterattacked with a dark mana, but Deucalion blocked it easily. The swordsman behind worriedly said, "Professor, that one is slow in body, but I know, focus on the fight." Deucalion's eyes blazed with determination. Keep attacking continuously until he's truly dead. He summoned dozens of sharp stones at once, preparing for a finishing blow. The moment Deucalion's arm came down, the assault officially began. Before the creature's body could heal, Dozens of stones rained down, tearing it into hundreds of pieces in helpless inability to resist. All that remained were pitiful screams of pain and despair. The swordsman cheered, "You're amazing, Professor," as the final shard flew straight toward the enemy's head. The battle reached its conclusion. At the same time, on Charlotte's side, she had struggled to finish off the trailing assassins. She rushed to the princess and shouted, "Princess, are you all right?" Manhwa collapsed to the ground, exhausted, her face showing utter fatigue. "I'm fine, just a bit nauseous." Charlotte realized this was an early symptom of malefic aura poisoning. "We've just escaped the crevice. Please try to endure a little longer." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Manhwa turned and saw the familiar figure of her grandfather. He was Jurun, the Minister of the Interior of the Duchy of Urin. Seeing him, she felt somewhat relieved. The mission was complete. He approached Manhwa and said, "You have worked hard. Please forgive us for only being able to wait here." "It's all right, sir, I understand. I'm even grateful." He turned to Charlotte and asked, "And you are?" Charlotte bowed politely and replied, "I'm Charlotte, Princess Manhwa's escort." "Is that so?" "Not Charlotte. Thank you. You escorted Manhwa here by yourself." Charlotte's face briefly showed sadness. "No, there were others who helped us." She turned to look toward the ravine they had just escaped from, thoughtful. "Minister, could you wait for them a while longer?" "Of course." So the group waited from dawn until dusk, but Deucalion and the swordsman still had not appeared. There was only an empty road with no one in sight, the banishing light casting the whole space in crimson. Princess Manhwa asked anxiously, "Will Professor Deucalion be all right?" Charlotte's face darkened. He truly risked his life to protect the princess. Jurun patted the princess's shoulder lightly and said, "We should go." And, as hoped, the person they had been waiting for finally arrived. Deucalion walked up slowly, his sharp voice carrying through the air. "Looks like you've arrived safely." The swordsman scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "Ha, we're still alive." The two ran up joyfully in the evening light, emotions swelling as if meeting for the first time. After dealing with all the assassins and bringing the princess to safety, Deucalion quickly said his goodbyes. "I'll be coming back here." Charlotte hurriedly asked, "What? Don't you need to rest a bit?" Deucalion lightly brushed off his coat and replied, "No need. It's done. Let Jurun tell you the details." With that, Deucalion turned and walked away, leaving Charlotte and Princess Manhwa silently watching him go. Charlotte's eyes narrowed in thought. She carried many doubts before embarking on this dangerous journey. At first, she thought Deucalion intended only to cause trouble, but he truly risked himself to help her and the princess reach safety. Alone, he bore all the danger, guiding everyone to safety. Despite past disagreements, she was determined to express her thanks. Charlotte quickly reached out and called, "Deucalion." She offered a gentle, relieved smile. "Thank you." But all she received was Deucalion's familiar indifference. He replied coldly, "Fine. Judging by your state, you just arrived and haven't had a chance to bathe. I can't shake hands with hands covered in blood." Hearing that, Charlotte was momentarily frozen. She clenched her teeth in anger, thinking to herself that this damned man never changes. Deucalion walked slowly along the sunlit road, his figure gradually fading away in silence. Suddenly, Charlotte shouted his name once more, causing Deucalion to feel annoyed. "What now?" she called out excitedly. "Travel safely. I will repay today's kindness someday." Princess Manhwa happily waved as well. "Thank you so much, Professor Deucalion." Deucalion simply watched silently with an expressionless face. He turned away without replying, only giving a gentle wave as a farewell. A notification appeared. Independent mission completed. You receive 4 shop coins and plus 30 mana. Time passed quickly into evening at the minister's residence. A familiar voice called, "Minister, it's Charlotte." "Come in." Charlotte stepped in slowly and bowed in the customary salute, then sat down in the chair opposite. Her mind was filled with worries. She wasn't sure what he intended to say. Could the Duchy of Urin be refusing us? Or was there another hidden plot? No. If they meant to harm us, they would have acted when we first met. Minister Jurun sat in the chair beside her and spoke. "Charlotte, what I'm about to tell you, listen calmly and don't be too shocked," he said in a steady, solemn tone. "The Grand Duke wants Manhwa to become his successor. The Grand Duke is a founding lineage, completely independent, not subject to the royal family like ordinary dukes." Hearing that, Charlotte froze for 5 seconds. She didn't know what the hell she had just heard. Charlotte stammered, "Yes, Do you mean the princess will be the next Grand Duke? That's right. Perhaps even before receiving Meiho's letter, he had already made up his mind. It seems he doesn't much trust his nephew, Jiran continued. In any case, this is absolutely confidential. Apart from him, only I and you know of this. Charlotte's eyes narrowed with worry. Could this really be possible? Not long ago, the princess nearly lost her life over the succession dispute. A penniless, small, fragile person, and yet now, upon arriving in the duchy, she was chosen as the heir. Everything happened so fast she couldn't comprehend it. Suddenly, Charlotte realized something and hurriedly asked, "Sir, besides me, does anyone else know about this?" Jiran lowered his head and slowly replied, "What are you saying? That can't be. I only heard it from the Grand Duke a few minutes ago." Charlotte accepted that answer outwardly, but deep inside she still harbored an inexplicable doubt. Deucalion's earlier words echoed in her mind. "I only want you and the princess to survive because it benefits my house and territory. I'm not protecting her. I'm making a deal that favors me. So don't think about it too much. If you feel guilty, that guilt shouldn't be here. Once Princess Meiho gains power, return the favor to House Yuklin. She's an extremely important ally." The more she thought, the more tangled Charlotte became. What exactly did he mean? He acted as if he had foreseen this. "I'm someone well-versed in politics. In intellect and understanding, I far surpass you," Deucalion had once said. At first Charlotte took it for arrogant boasting, but could he really have known everything and planned it from the start? Charlotte's face darkened as she thought, what a monster. But what Deucalion had done was an undeniable fact. Charlotte let out a small, relieved smile. She wondered if Deucalion had returned safely. At the same time, at his own residence, Deucalion was stretched out on a warm bed. He sat up after a short sleep. "Did I only sleep for about 2 hours?" He looked out the window. The sun had not fully risen. Deucalion donned his sleepwear and thought that his steel persona trait erased all fatigue with a short nap. No matter how harsh yesterday had been, his body had now fully recovered. Reluctantly, that forced Deucalion out of bed. First, he should test his ability to manipulate objects with his mind again. He thought privately that modern people would surely envy this steel persona trait. Suddenly, Deucalion paused as something stirred within him. He sighed wearily, wishing he had trained like this earlier. Wake up and train, then train again, never resting, never stopping, always seeking his own weaknesses to fix. This habit likely formed because Deucalion was always close to danger. But that alone wasn't enough to explain it. Discipline, an indomitable will, a steely spirit. Those things let him live a life not wasted. Deucalion looked up at the ceiling, thinking, I wish I had been like this before. He remembered his girlfriend looking at him with a tired expression. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? No, I'm leaving. Oh, okay. He hadn't realized how pitiful he was then, focusing only on worthless things. If Kim Woo-jin had been like Deucalion is now, perhaps she wouldn't have left him. Deucalion complained aloud that wanting more sleep was difficult because the steel persona made it inconvenient. For someone trapped in the game like him, 22 hours a day truly felt too long. Scene shifts to the docks. The students have returned to the capital. Wow, this is fun. I'm sad to be leaving. Yeah, next time we should bring the whole family here. In a narrow alley, Ganessa was secretly hiding from something. The kids with her were excited. Oh, so many mages, I want to watch too. Those are rookies from the Magic Tower returning from the ravine. Ria, standing in the corner, looked puzzled. But why are we sneaking and hiding here? Ganessa turned back with a forced smile. It's just crowded. We're just standing aside a bit, not really hiding. But Ria muttered, that's suspicious. Ganessa glanced toward the gate of the dock convoy. Damn, why is Deucalion here right now? Although there's been rumors he changed recently. Appearing publicly with a target from a previous mission isn't a good idea. But that face is so handsome, I want to stare forever, even while sneaking like this. How can someone this beautiful exist in the world? While Ganessa was still lost in his beauty, Ria walked past calmly. No matter how crowded, it's worth squeezing in this alley. I'm going outside. Ganessa hurriedly stopped her. Don't. But her shout drew Deucalion's attention. He looked toward her. Damn, she had been spotted by him. The girl beside her stared blankly, as if encountering something strange. Ganessa's face turned to astonishment when she saw the person before her. At that very moment, images from the past flooded her mind without end. They came suddenly like an unforeseen wave, knocking down every barrier of memory she had tried to bury. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. The 8 years they had spent together would never fade. Why does that image come back to my mind? He's clearly just a character in a game. So why do I remember him so vividly? On the other side, Deculian was no exception. He looked at the girl before him. She was the spitting image of Era. Her smile was bright as the sun, the thing that had helped him through so many hardships in his previous life. They stood silently, staring at each other. The space seemed frozen in that fateful moment. They looked at each other for a long time with astonished eyes. He suddenly turned his head away, thinking to himself, I'm overthinking while staring at a game character again. Rhea also turned her face away, dismissing the thought. Pull yourself together. Damn it. He's just a Deculian. She stretched and walked off as if nothing had happened. Ganessa looked at her with a hint of judgment. He, to shake off his embarrassment, turned to scold his students. I'll deduct points if you walk and eat and drop crumbs. Watching him, Ganessa thought to herself. So he saw but said nothing. Has he really changed? Is that Deculian? Cut to the city a few days later. A carriage was speeding down the road. Uriel sat in the carriage, trembling all over with fear. Seeing that, he warned, Calm down, Uriel. Stop wriggling like a drenched dog. She turned back. But we're on our way to see the new emperor. It'd be weird not to be scared. He continued to reassure her. All you need to do at the coronation is bow. We're not granted a private audience, so don't make a fuss. Then he handed over a packet of papers. Here, take this. She took it puzzled. What's this? He explained, observations. I inferred them by analyzing various conditions, including the new emperor's temperament. Consider these when managing the territory. He thought to himself, 12 days ago, the late Emperor Krabame passed away. The pace of frontier conflicts will accelerate once the new emperor is crowned. So I recorded the important events beforehand. If Uriel follows these, it could reduce the difficulty of future missions. Reading through, she flinched. Huh? Are you some kind of fortune teller? Don't pretend. He didn't answer directly, but warned, I'll check later. This made her give an embarrassed smile. At the palace, a soldier directed them. Members of House Eucline, this way, please. They walked on. Uriel looked around, exclaiming, There are already so many people here. As they walked, someone suddenly cut in front of them, startling him. It was Julie. She glanced at him, then bowed slightly and continued on. He felt a bit awkward, thinking to himself, is she still having trouble with that Varen guy? While he was still lost in thought, something noisy erupted from the crowd behind them. They turned and discovered the Emperor's carriage had arrived. He and everyone else bowed in salute. A pair of small feet stepped out from inside the carriage. The new Emperor began to move inside to carry out the ceremony. She walked straight up to the throne ahead. Then the investiture ceremony commenced. Before the throne, the crown was placed upon the new emperor's head. Drums echoed along with the people's cheers as they came to greet their new emperor. And thus a new emperor was born. She was Emperor Safian Yekater August von Gibrain. After enduring a dull inauguration ceremony that bored her, Safian let out a long yawn, not noticing that all eyes were on her. Uriel remarked, she's yawning. The new Emperor Safian, despite possessing unparalleled status and power, she always feels bored. And the reason lies in her character design. In the game, she possessed the most extraordinary talents. If she wanted to be a knight, she could have become a guardian knight. And if she followed the path of magic, she would have been a grand archmage. She had astonishing talent in every regard. But because of that, she wasn't interested in anything. Of course, there's an even bigger problem, which is, suddenly he felt an immense pressure directed at him. He broke out in a sweat. What? I feel like someone is staring right at me. He glanced around, assessing, who the hell is it? He also recognized where the red gaze was coming from. It was from Safian's position on the throne. Noticing that presence, Uriel, a lower-ranking member, said aloud, Your Majesty is watching the nobles. She's been looking this way for a while. He internally denied it, uncertain. She's looking at me. But why is she looking at me like that? Holding a chess piece, Safian complained. What a boring ceremony. I'm even hoping for an ambush or some bombing. Charon beside her, used to her temperament, said nothing. He was Safian's personal guard. Safian continued, But someone has piqued my interest. I heard about trying this little thing. Do you remember? You said it caused an uproar with just a simple remark. I've seen the one who created it. She smiled faintly. That's why I'm looking at him. This should have been his first time meeting me. But it seems he already knows me very well. Charon added, Who doesn't know your majesty? She explained, No, he's different. I can't explain well, but clearly he's sizing me up. His gaze didn't waver when he realized I was staring at him. She smiled, Haha, how interesting. It feels like meeting an old acquaintance again. Understanding her meaning, Charon nodded. I understand. Then she stood up, stepped forward a few paces, and said to him, now that I am emperor, I should get to work. I should eliminate those unwritten rules that have existed for so long. Yes, I mean the emperor's class. Cut to the academy scene, which is extremely peaceful. He was beginning preparations for the new term with his assistant Alan. As they walked, he said, even though the new term has started, the students are as stupid as ever. Alan laughed awkwardly. Haha, I think the newcomers will need some time to get used to it. While moving, they noticed a crowd gathering in one spot. Alan asked, why are there so many people in front of the gate? He calmly replied, I don't know. Then the two of them entered their office. Charon was there with soldiers of the royal guard. He thought to himself, the royal seal of the palace. Why would a member of the royal family come to me? Charon then produced the imperial edict and read aloud. Deculian von Greyhan Eucline. Please receive this with reverence. Without hesitation, he and Alan dropped to one knee, respectfully receiving the order. Charon continued. The royal family intends to grant the head of House Eucline, who is also a senior professor of the Magic Tower, Deculian the honor of sharing and discussing magic with His Majesty the Emperor. Professor Deculian has been placed on the list of candidates for the position of Imperial Teaching Mage. Therefore, please demonstrate your ability by solving the problem presented by Court Mage George. He was somewhat surprised by the proposal. What? The Emperor chose me. The Empire has a tradition that the Emperor will learn about the world through outside professors during the first year after ascending. Knights, mages, and scholars selected through respective examinations take on the teaching roles. Charon continued. Professor Deculian's name appears on the candidate list for the position of the Emperor's guiding mage. So please prove your competence by solving the problem drafted by Court Mage George. He evaluated inwardly. The Emperor chose me? I didn't expect this turn of events for Deculian. Fascinating. Normally I wouldn't care. But if such an opportunity falls into my lap, there's no reason to refuse. Tasks related to the royal family always come with generous rewards. Moreover, perhaps I'll find out why Safian has been watching me. Looking at him, Charon added, will you accept the challenge? If you feel your skills are insufficient, you may forfeit. He replied without hesitation. I accept the challenge. Then he produced a sheet of paper containing the test prompt. Take it. And that was that. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at him, pondering, recalling George's words that it was a problem that would force one to rack their brains for at least 3 days, but candidates must solve it to qualify as instructors. Charon thought. This is the problem Sir George declared very difficult. Let's see how long the rumored Deculian will take to. Suddenly, a blinding light emitted from the paper, startling Charon. He calmly watched. At that moment, a stream of mana rose from within the rolled paper and formed the image of George. He cheerfully spoke. Congratulations, mage. I am George, court mage. I will evaluate your ability based on the time taken to solve this problem. If you solve it within 1 day, it will be considered quite fast. The soldiers buzzed. Oh my God, is it already solved? Another nodded in confirmation. Yes. He turned to the soldiers and said, that wasn't an easy puzzle. I solved it because I've recently studied ancient rune language. Just lucky, that's all. From behind, Charon praised. Even so, that's excellent. He explained inwardly. The ancient rune language in the problem is a difficult script found only in old texts. But for me, it's different. I was the one who fine-tuned this rune font when I was a game designer. Although it was long ago, with my memories and understanding, a question of this level is trivial for me. Seeing that he had solved the problem, Charon stepped forward and handed over a letter. Deculian von Greyhan Eucline. This is an invitation from the royal family. You are qualified to participate in the examination. He took the letter and replied, thank you. Back at the palace, after hearing Kieran's account, Safian exclaimed, he solved it in 5 minutes? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Safian continued. Then there's nothing left to consider. We'll choose Deculian. Charon objected. Your Majesty is too hasty. I think we should observe a bit longer. She turned, questioning, what more is there to observe? He solved the problem George swore was very difficult in just 5 minutes. That's more than enough. She let out an exasperated sigh, pondered for a few seconds, then spoke again. Ah, the one who supported that woman named Luina instead of Deculian. However, that mage took 4 hours to solve the problem. 4 hours might have been excellent if no one solved it in 5 minutes. But the outcome is already clear. I've just thought of a brilliant idea. Charon, Carry out my orders immediately. With her plan revealed, Charon could only stand there dumbfounded. Cut to the Freehaim Battalion. Julie was still diligently training in the yard. The onlookers watched anxiously. Isn't the captain pushing herself too hard? The blonde added. True, she doesn't look well. The dark-haired one continued. At least she's still holding her sword. I thought she might faint before. The only thing that might lift Captain Julie's spirits is... Realizing his meaning, the dark-haired man replied. Is it the news about finding Varen's body? But since it was on the cliff, the search will definitely be very difficult. Then from outside, a soldier came running in, out of breath. Cop. Captain, he was saying something to Julie. After hearing those words, her expression became utterly astonished. A clear voice rang out. Julie von Dea Frieden, you are granted the honor of conversing and dueling with His Majesty. You have been selected as a candidate for the Knight Instructor to demonstrate swordsmanship to His Majesty. Pass the examination and prove your ability. She answered with firm determination. Understood. After receiving the decision, she made her way up to a house atop the snowy mountain. The moment she opened the door and stepped inside, a voice said, Long time no see, Julie. She glanced inward. 3 people were already sitting there, waiting. She nodded in return. Yes, it's been a while, seniors. The blonde youth cheerfully replied. I had a feeling you'd be among the candidates. Sit. Make yourself comfortable. He began chatting animatedly. I wonder what the test will be like. Gathering like this reminds me of group projects back in school. Right? The short-haired woman was the Holy Knight Gwen. She replied, I don't know about that, but I won't go easy on anyone. So be prepared. The burly youth was the mighty knight Rayfell, who nodded in agreement. Of course. We're all here for the same purpose. After a short conversation, the room returned to its usual silence. Then the blonde youth turned his gaze to the chair at the center. I guess the judge's seat is over there. They're a bit late, aren't they? Gwen added. I heard Vice Captain Isaac, who is supposed to be the judge, is resting due to an injury. So who will come in his place? Rayfell shook his head. Who knows? The sound of the door opening, they looked toward the door. Julie's gaze was intensely focused. Then a pair of calm footsteps entered. The moment she saw the person enter, Julie started. He slowly removed his hat and said, Hello, I am a temporary examiner for the selection test of the Knight Instructors, Decilion. Not only Julie, but everyone present was extremely surprised by his appearance. He walked past Julie's position, a touch of thought in his mind. Julie had her own thoughts. A mage as the examiner for a night test? Why? What's he plotting this time, Decilion? On the threshold, a silhouette appeared. His jet-black cloak contrasted sharply with the blinding white outside. It was Decilion. His arrival was like a bucket of cold water dumped on the pride of the elite knights present. All eyes turned to Decilion, known to be a high mage and an arrogantly reputed noble. The mighty knight Rayfell could not contain the fury rising in his chest and sprang to his feet, roaring, You're the examiner? What the hell do you know about a knight's spirit to be judging this? How dare you? Despite the aggression, Decilion remained unflinching. He stepped in, leisurely removed his gloves, and sat in the central chair with a disturbingly composed air. His eyes were calm like a frozen lake as he glanced at the flustered knight. Yes, I am a mage, not a knight. Therefore, I will not evaluate you based on flashy sword strokes, but on the professional standards required by the palace. It seems you're displeased with my sitting here. But remember, I am the official guiding mage of His Majesty, and my presence here is a direct order from him. Do you intend to use that sword to oppose the will of the crown? The room suddenly fell silent. The authority of the crown felt like an invisible rope tightening around the throats of those who might resist. The knight stammered, his face flushed with indignation. Chosen as a teaching mage? Me? At that, Julie's senior knight narrowed his eyes at Decilion and spoke sarcastically. Then, Sir Examiner, is this test truly fair? You won't show favoritism to anyone due to personal ties, will you? The room buzzed. Everyone knew about the complicated entanglement between Decilion and her. Julie remained silent, her hands clenched under the table as she bowed her head and endured the gossip. Decilion calmly closed his file, his voice cold as ice. I'm only the supervisor and recorder. The final decision still rests with His Majesty. The test will begin early tomorrow morning. Now everyone go and rest. All right, rest well, so you have strength. Let's go. They all climbed the stairs, their murmurs continuing. In the end, they still won't claim it's fair. But never mind, the final decision is His Majesty's. Deucalion's eyes narrowed as he thought inwardly. What they said was true. This test was unfair from the start. But contrary to what they expected, I'm not here to help Julie, but to do everything I can to eliminate her from the selection. That night, the blizzard outside howled without ceasing. Deucalion sat alone by the flickering oil lamp, flipping through ancient pages. The sputtering light cast shifting patches of brightness and shadow across his sharply featured face. He looked out the window, where the night was swallowed by the whiteness of snow. Indeed, knights always spar among themselves before anything else. Watching Julie carry such determination brought to his mind images of the royal palace's deep corridors. The only reason I accepted this ridiculous examiner role is because of her, Julie, a mage knowing nothing of swordsmanship judging knights. What a farce. But she absolutely cannot set foot in that palace right now. In the basement, there still exists the largest variable that could end Deucalion's life. The Abyss of Ferdin. That demonic mirror. At this point in the story, she must absolutely not encounter. Before that mirror shatters, I will by no means allow Julia to enter the palace. Deucalion sat before the knights and clearly announced the contents of the test. First challenge: observation skills and perseverance. In this snowy mountain region, there are many rare magical items. I will assign each of you a detailed description of the item you must find. Immediately, he summoned 4 items and handed them to the 4 people. The only requirement is to bring it back here intact. If a single petal is crushed or a tiny scratch appears on a leaf, your test will be invalidated at once. Also, I will sit here and wait for the results. Does anyone object? If so, speak now. There will be no second chance. The knights looked at one another. The atmosphere fell into tense silence. Deucalion coldly took out his pocket watch and declared, "Good. Since everyone has agreed, you have exactly 24 hours. The contest begins." Amid the blinding blizzard, Julia struggled forward. Snow reached her knees, each step heavy as if weighted with lead. Wind whistled through her cloak, carrying a bone-freezing cold that could freeze the blood in one's veins. What she had to find was the ice flower, a transparent blossom that grows on sheer cliff faces at alpine heights. Because it only blooms in harsh conditions, harvesting it is not easy. But since 10 bloom and wither each day, it's not impossible. Julia urged herself on. Her eyes searched frantically along the vertical cliffs. But did Deucalion really come here only on His Majesty's orders? After hours of battling the elements, Julia breathed a quiet cry when she spotted an ice flower, crystal clear and shimmering under the snow. It grew right atop a towering rock outcrop. She held her breath, used all the finesse of a swordswoman to pluck it, and ran like the wind back to the wooden house. But when the flower was handed to him, Deucalion didn't even bother to touch it. He only glanced at it and coldly said, "It's damaged." Julia froze, her heart constricting. What? What did you say?" "I said the item must be intact, with no damage whatsoever." "Look," Deucalion pointed to a petal. "On the edge of the 3rd petal, there's a tiny cut, less than a millimeter." Julia gritted her teeth and examined the flower closely. There really was a scratch nearly invisible to the naked eye. She swallowed bitterly, thinking, "I slipped up. I should have checked more carefully before giving it to him." She looked up and stared straight at Deucalion. "I'll go get another." With that, Julia quickly turned and plunged back into the white flurry. The second time, she found another flower on the cliff, even higher than before. Julia climbed with all her might, struggling. Found it luckily. The bitter gusts of snow nearly made her slip and fall. Julia brought the flower back, but Deucalion maintained his icy demeanor. A corner of its leaf is missing, cut by the wind and snow. Meanwhile, her senior sat back and contentedly ate his hot meal, saying, "There are defects again?" Julia's hungry stomach began to protest. Her head felt a bit dizzy from exhaustion and the extreme cold. Deucalion looked at her, his voice stern. "You will not be allowed to touch the food until you complete the task, or give up." "Well, will you give up?" Julia shouted, her resolve flaring. "No, I'll go find another flower." Julia plunged back into the biting wind once more. The blizzard intensified. Though she fought the cold with the strength of her armor, she could not endure much longer. If she didn't find an ice flower soon, for the 3rd time, Julia found the most perfect ice flower. Her eyes narrowed with determination, as if this were her last chance. She cradled it like a treasure, using her body to shield it from the snow, allowing ice to form on her shoulders. When she brought it back, she was certain this time she had succeeded. But Deucalion examined it for a moment and still spoke harshly. It's still damaged. No way this could be. He brought the flower closer to Julia and continued. There's a small crack on a petal. Julia nearly collapsed onto the wooden floor, tears of anguish welling up. How can this be? Why? What happened? There was clearly no scratch on the outside. Why does it keep getting damaged? Suddenly her gaze lifted and fixed on something. It swept across and finally stopped at the campfire blazing in the center of the room. A flash of insight sparked in her mind. Could it be? Julia said nothing. She rose with fierce eyes. One last time, may I go again? She turned and went out again to search. But this time she did not head toward the old cliffs. Deucalion watched her thin but resolute back and judged inwardly. It seemed she had noticed the pattern. But even if she had, it was useless. That palace was a place she absolutely must not enter. At the knight's examination center, the air was thick with anxiety. The knights paced restlessly, their eyes fixed on the white haze outside. A female knight whispered, "Do you think Julia can really succeed?" Julia Sr. clenched his fist, voice uncertain. I don't know either." At that moment, a call rose above the howling wind from behind. "Julia's here." Julia appeared, breathless, holding a glittering flower. "Examiner, I brought the ice flower back." The knights stared in joyful surprise. "She's here." Deucalion remained motionless in the shelter. He spoke coldly, "Bring it in, Julia." But Julia did not step forward. She stood rooted in the snow, voice trembling yet firm. "Please step outside. This ice flower is absolutely flawless this time." In the dim light, Julia looked pitiful. Her clothes were filthy. Thick ice crusted her cloak, and her face was pale from the cutting cold. Inside, she mocked herself. "I'm so stupid. Why did I only realize this now? If I bring an ice flower into a warm place with a fireplace, it will melt and be ruined instantly." That was the trap of this test. Yet Deucalion did not budge. He replied in an icy tone, "I refuse." I recall saying it clearly from the start. "I will not step outside even one step until the exam is over." Anger flared in Julia's eyes. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "Deucalion, you never wanted me to pass this test from the beginning, did you?" Deucalion, as if reading her thoughts, continued calmly. "Before we began, I asked if any of you had questions or objections. At that time, she remained silent. Now, failing to observe environmental conditions is entirely her fault." "Yes, it's my fault," Julia shouted, "but I will not give up here." Deucalion showed a brief flicker of surprise at her will. Moments later, Julia placed the ice flower down on the block of ice at her feet. She began to channel mana. A powerful surge of energy erupted. Everyone inside stared in astonishment. But sudden pain clearly appeared on Julia's face. In an instant, a fierce storm of energy enveloped the entire shelter. Frost began to form on the walls, driving out the warmth inside. Deucalion watched the scene, assessing inwardly. Would she try to use mana to freeze the whole space? The heat was gone completely. Once the interior temperature dropped to freezing, Julia stepped in and held the flower up before Deucalion. "Now it should be fine, right?" The room fell silent. Deucalion looked at the flower for a long moment, then gently shook his head. His voice was as indifferent as ever. "The flower is still flawed. You used mana to protect it, but that very mana interacted and altered its structure, causing the flower to be damaged." Julia froze. Her last strength seemed drained. No, it can't be. She no longer had the breath to defend herself. Her eyes blurred, and she collapsed onto the cold floor right in front of him. All her efforts were in vain. She was eliminated. Julia was taken to a quiet room to recover. Outside, the knights whispered, "What happened to Julia?" "She fainted from exhaustion. Her body temperature dropped too low. She has no strength to leave right now." Another knight spoke indignantly. "I've never seen such an unfair exam. It's truly cruel. This leaves me in a bad mood." Meanwhile, Deucalion stood in a dark corner, his eyes narrowed in thought. It was the first time I'd seen Julia use mana directly like that. But my sight had seen something very strange. What did I just see with my mana sight? A status window appeared before him. Abnormal status, mana damage. Deucalion was stunned. Mana damage? Does that mean her Dantian is severely injured? A wound to the Dantian is not common. It certainly couldn't be caused by normal effects. In the game's storyline, I've never heard Julia bearing such a serious injury, yet still becoming the greatest knight. What on earth happened? Just then, Julia Sr. stepped forward and sighed. The difficulty of that test was truly high. Even I didn't notice the temperature trap of the ice flower. In truth, no one could pass it. Deucalion looked at the man before him, thinking that they were both classmates and Julia seniors. Maybe they would know something. He decided to ask directly, "Has Julia ever been seriously injured before?" The knights turned to him with looks of anger mixed with shock. The senior snarled, "Hey, do you really not remember? It's because of you. The escort mission at Merrick that year. Could the aftereffects still be haunting her after all this time?" Deucalion was stunned. The Merrick escort mission? This is a pre-game setup I had never known about. He turned to the man beside him and said, "Raphael, you sparred with Julia. Didn't you notice anything odd?" Raphael stammered in reply, "I'm not sure either. When sparring with her, I noticed Julia always deliberately limited her mana use. She's very skilled with sword intent, but never dared to unleash mana to the extreme. Perhaps she truly carries an incurable aftereffect. So all of this was because Julia was injured?" Deucalion was silent for a long moment, then ordered, "Everyone return to your rooms. Wait until the eliminated contestants have left, then we'll begin the second test." A while later, as the sun prepared to set behind the mountains, Julia had awakened and stood outside the shelter. She looked lonely and disappointed. A long sigh conveyed that. Deucalion stepped out from behind, his voice softened a little. "This result is truly regrettable." Julia bowed her head, her voice choking. "No, you're right. This was just a test, and I failed because of my own oversight. I should have checked more carefully as soon as I received the assignment." Deucalion looked at her and remained silent. "Julia, before you go, may I ask you a question? Do you mean about my duties as an examiner? Or tell me about the promise I broke first? I want to hear it from your own mouth." Julia was stunned by that strange question. Deucalion thought to himself, that promise had long since been broken, the thing that made her hate me to the bone. Why am I clinging to her to ask this? Maybe I'm just looking for an excuse to see her a little longer. Or perhaps I want to concoct a justification for myself, for the Deucalion I've become. Julia was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "It's been half a year, hasn't it? Where should I begin?" At that time, I received a letter from people of the Luna family. It was a letter from the mother of the mage who had committed suicide under your command. The letter recorded the evils you had committed. I asked you to explain whether the things in the letter were true. Yet you burned that letter on the spot. That was the reason I decided to break the engagement. She looked at him in pain. "You can't cancel the betrothal. I'll do whatever you want. Please forgive me." Only then did he promise to clarify the truth and apologize. "But why are you asking about that now? At this point, what meaning does it have?" But Deucalion's answer surprised Julia. "It was my fault. It was entirely Deucalion's fault at that time. It's just that the research is still ongoing. The study he started, I've been continuing to refine it. Of course, he will be a co-author on the work. If there is income, I will split it evenly among everyone. And I will also help to restore his family once more. On the day this research is published, perhaps I will be able to offer him an apology. I hope I will be worthy of his forgiveness." Julia, hearing this, shouted angrily, "Why didn't you say that then? If you'd spoken earlier, maybe—" Deucalion interrupted. "I am sorry. It's just, I can only excuse myself by saying that perhaps I of today am no longer the Deucalion of the past." The atmosphere fell into an absolute silence. Julia looked at him blankly, as if standing before a completely unfamiliar person. Deucalion stepped closer, his voice low and resolute. "Julia, from today on I will try not to love you anymore." "Huh? What are you saying? Let's walk two separate paths. You will no longer have to bear any burden because of me. I will try to change my heart, and someday that will come true." Having said that, he quickly turned his back, but not without leaving one admonition. "You've worked hard. Go home and rest well." Julia's heavy footsteps left deep prints across the long white snow. "I will try not to love you anymore." Julia gave a small smile, a bitter yet relieved one. She walked through the snow, wondering, have you truly changed, Deucalion? Standing by the window, Deucalion watched Julia's small figure fade behind the white veil of snow. Even with Deucalion's strong will, is the affection for Julia something he still cannot control? 3 days of the grueling selection process passed, and now all final evaluations were complete. An official document was released. It displayed the portraits of the 4 knights chosen to represent this era as the palace's training knights. After a harsh screening, the council decided to select all 4 candidates, including Raphael and even Julie. His gaze moved to the section for the guardian mages. He saw his own name and portrait, As for the training mage, the result was obvious. But as he read on, Deucalion's eyes widened slightly, a rare moment of surprise. He stared at the paper for a long while, deep in thought. The scene shifted to the grand interior of the royal palace. The atmosphere was heavy with royal authority as the great doors were pushed open when the first name was called. Deucalion von Greyhan-Yucklein. He stepped forward with absolute composure. His footsteps echoed across the marble floor as he approached the throne. Seated there was Queen Sophian. She looked utterly indifferent, resting her head on her hand and letting out a long, tired yawn. When Deucalion had taken his place, the herald announced the next name. Oina von Schlote-Mekqueen. Deucalion kept his gaze fixed forward, but his mind focused on the woman who had just stepped in beside him. He hadn't expected to share the role of training mage with Ruina. The two knelt before the queen to show formal respect. Ruina was someone Deucalion could never bring himself to like. Since the incidents on the floating island, it had been lucky if they didn't cross paths. It looked like the days ahead would be extremely draining. Ruina adjusted her glasses. Her sharp golden eyes glanced coldly at Deucalion. To her, seeing him, there was a bitter reminder of their shared past. Once again, she had to confront him in this place. A memory rewound to a few years earlier. During the promotion review for professor at the university, the corridors filled with lecturers' whispers. A group of professors surrounded Ruina, expressing enthusiastic support. The position of head professor should obviously be yours, Ruina. Do your best. I agree, you must try your hardest. If an arrogant, haughty man like Professor Deucalion becomes head professor, just the thought of it is unbearable. Their contempt for Deucalion was plain to see. Ruina received their praise with a modest smile. Thank you all for your support. At that time, the competition for the head professor position was essentially a contest between Deucalion and her. It was a closely matched battle, but for different reasons. Deucalion possessed astonishing magical analytical ability, deep theoretical understanding, and overwhelming influence from his family bloodline. In contrast, Ruina led in overall research achievements. She believed fundamental differences in temperament would give her the advantage. She had the respect and backing of the other professors, while Deucalion stood alone with his arrogance. She was completely confident that the head position of the Mage Tower would be hers. But all of that had come to Deucalion's attention, and of course it had never been pleasant. A few days later, at Ruina's family mansion, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Hurry up, there's an emergency. Ruina, bewildered, stopped someone. What's the rush? The man looked at her, pale and drenched in sweat, stammering incoherently as he tried to explain the urgent situation that had just struck. The news hit Ruina like a nightmare. The Lord has been gravely injured, sir. But the tragedy did not stop there. A series of risky reports began to pour in, each more devastating than the last. Her brother's business teetered on the brink of collapse as partners abruptly and inexplicably terminated contracts. Her sister suffered a horrific accident, and even their ancestral lands were no longer safe as bandits began to invade the territory. Finally, the news came that even the lady of the house was in danger. Ruina stood alone in the dim great hall of the mansion. The weight of a collapsing legacy pressed down on her shoulders. It all began with her father being gravely injured and losing his mana, and then misfortunes kept coming like an unending storm. For Ruina, the answer was not hard to find. In the darkness of her mind, one name surfaced to cover all this destruction: Deucalion. She stood with her head bowed, her expression hidden in shadow. She did not want to submit to him at all. To her, Deucalion was the embodiment of evil, and she feared that if she bowed to him now, her family would never be able to rise again. She told herself, I must endure. My family can survive these successive calamities. But the reality of the situation was far more brutal than she imagined. Rain began to fall on the McQueen Manor, a cold, unending downpour reflecting the family's despair. Inside, her father sat in the dim light, his body exhausted and his spirit shattered. He looked at his daughter, well aware of what the head professor position meant to her. Can you give it up, Ruina? Your career is important, but our family's survival must come first. Ruina had no other choice. As she looked back at all they had lost, the whole family stood on the brink of complete collapse. They simply did not have the strength to resist Deucalion's powerful hand. Under the stormy night, Ruina went to Deucalion's mansion. At the gate, the palace knights on guard blocked her path. Their armor flashed coldly in the rain. You are not permitted to enter. Leave immediately. I have urgent matters to discuss. Please let me see him just once. I told you to leave. She was desperate and soaked to the bone. Ruina screamed, her voice breaking with anger, calling Dekilian out to face her. At last the door slowly opened. Dekilian stepped out into the rain, completely dry beneath an umbrella held by a subordinate. He looked down at her with a gaze utterly empty of sympathy. Ruina, what do you think you're causing a scene like this at someone else's door for? Ruina trembled from both the cold and the humiliation, shouting, I will give up that position. I beg you, please stop the attacks on my family right now. I will yield the position I have fought so hard for. A long, heavy silence passed, broken only by the patter of rain. Dekilian tilted his head slightly, a faint, condescending smile appearing on his lips. Exactly what should I stop? I don't understand what you're talking about. Ruina could only look at him in shock. What? Dekilian continued, his tone shifting to a cold authority. Since you came here so suddenly, I expected an apology. So, it turns out I was mistaken. An apology? Yes. Hasn't the McQueen family long relied on support from the Yucklin family to survive until now? And yet a servant of ours dares to act like a treacherous dog after surviving by the grace of my family. Of course I should receive an apology. As Dekilian turned and walked away, Ruina remained rooted in the rain. The insult burned her, the absolute arrogance in his words, as he called her family ungrateful dogs after brazenly destroying their house. All of that ignited a white-hot rage, blazing inside Ruina. Those were filthy words and things she had never imagined. Dekilian watched her with cold, probing eyes as she trembled. With no other choice and desperate to save what remained of her family, Ruina let her body collapse. Her knees hit the wet ground with a heavy thud. Bowing her head in earnest, she whispered into the rain, I am sorry. I will do anything you ask as long as you stop. The humiliation was absolute. Ruina felt its pain more keenly than the cold water seeping through her clothes. She kept telling herself that no matter how much her pride was trampled, she had to endure this to protect her family. Dekilian looked down at the figure prostrate on the ground. His expression was pure contempt and disgust. Truly a miserable, lowly creature. Without warning, Dekilian's boot slammed painfully into her. The force of the kick drew a painful groan from her lips. Dekilian stood towering over Ruina. His shadow cast a deep darkness. You're nothing but a wretched insect from a family with no roots, no history. It's disgusting that someone of your station dares to crawl before me without knowing their place. Does even a dog think it can sit above its master? Dekilian coldly issued his final command to drive her away. Be gone. If you truly want your family to recover and survive, never let me see your face again. Having said that, Dekilian turned his back and walked away, leaving Ruina shattered on the ground. Her knees were bruised and smeared with black mud as she sat in the unrelenting downpour. The memory of his brutality had been etched into her soul. Back in the present, the two knelt in the great hall of the royal palace. Ruina looked down at the floor. The memory of that day was as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. She had never forgotten the weight of Dekilian's boot or the scorn in his voice. Her jaw clenched, eyes filled with hatred. This time I will never lose again. The humiliation I suffered that day, I will reclaim 100-fold. The scene shifted to the next day at the Royal University, the air thick with tension. Is that really true? Yes, exactly. I heard she suddenly disappeared without a trace. No, that's clear, but I mean, did Professor Dekilian actually have a hand in this? As Dekilian walked down the corridor, the crowd parted to either side in silence. What's all the commotion about? There's a rumor that Lady Ruina has gone missing. In the vast lecture hall, Dekilian stood on the dais. His steady voice rang out among hundreds of students listening attentively. In this world, there are countless types of magical calamities. Mana storms, rain of fire, poisonous dust mists, and many others. But if you are true mages, do not regard them as disasters. They are merely pure combinations of elements. He continued his lecture, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Ruina had vanished, and everyone was staring at Dekilian. Being scrutinized like this was unbearably uncomfortable, like thousands of pins pricking his skin. Frankly, facing the ignorance of the newly inducted soldiers would be a relief. Well, it's not worth worrying about. It has nothing to do with me. The truth will soon come to light. He maintained a calm expression and continued the lecture. We must view the phenomena around us through the eyes of a mage. Only then can we grasp their true nature. The scene shifted to the next day at Deculian's office. The door burst open suddenly, and an assistant rushed in a fluster. "Master, you must come out at once. Someone from the Magical Security Bureau is here to see you." Deculian frowned slightly and stepped into the corridor. Waiting for him was a middle-aged woman with a cold demeanor. Deputy Director Lilia Primian of the Magical Security Bureau. "Professor Deculian, long time no see." He went straight to the point, voice devoid of emotion. What matter is important enough for the Deputy Director to come in person? Lilia looked him in the eye and replied, "I came for only one reason. Miss Ruina has gone missing." Deculian raised an eyebrow. "What does that have to do with me? Are you accusing me?" "Not exactly. I'm just gathering clues for investigation. The likelihood is high that Professor Deculian was the last person to see her. Lady Ruina attended the royal training the same day as the professor, and from that moment no one has seen her. Did you notice anything unusual?" Her gaze was clearly directed at Deculian. He replied immediately in an icy tone, "No, I have nothing to say." Lilia was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I see. Understood." She turned and left, leaving Deculian standing alone in the empty corridor. Back in his private room, Deculian closed the door and exhaled softly. Indeed, being suspected by others was not pleasant, although he verbally denied it. Of course, if it were the old Deculian, causing such incidents would be entirely within his capability. Suddenly, he noticed a strange flow of mana gathering before him. A magic circle appeared, emitting a faint glow. Inside the circle, lines of text hovered. "Have you abandoned us, Master? We are still following all your orders." Deculian read it and narrowed his eyes slightly. "We are still following your orders. Who left this?" Content like this is certainly related to Deculian's past, or perhaps from some underground network. Receiving a message like this, coinciding with Ruina's disappearance, felt ominous. Could the kidnapper of Ruina be? Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him. A shadowy figure formed entirely from magical illusion appeared. "Master!" Deculian spun around, his heart skipping a beat. An illusionary apparition? He understood everything. The kidnappers of Ruina were them. The guiding illusion nodded and then vanished, leaving a faint trail of light to lead the way. The scene shifted to the dark slums at the city's edge. Deculian followed the trail of light, venturing deep into a damp alley where crooked houses squeezed together. Emaciated children and sick old people all lived in extreme poverty. The illusion reappeared, its voice echoing. "This splendid empire always has two sides, light and dark alongside each other. If the capital Imperium under the Emperor represents the light, then the clan district where we reside is the darkness." The light stopped before an old iron door leading down to an underground cellar. "We have arrived, Master. Please enter inside." Having said that, the illusion completely dissipated. Deculian pushed the door and stepped down. The air was musty, the smell of blood and mana mingling and causing him to frown slightly. Inside, two mysterious figures in black cloaks waited. They both knelt on one knee. "Welcome back, Master." Deculian looked at them, his voice cold. "Is it really you? You claim to still carry out my orders. So tell me, what command did I give you?" One of them nodded. "Yes, Master. Your order long ago was that if Ruina set foot in that territory, the command was absolute. She must not be allowed to live." Deculian thought to himself, as I suspected. It was all carried out by my clandestine network of agents in the shadows. Fortunately, I do not see the death variable displayed on them, although by their behavior and speech, they did not seem to show absolute loyalty to Deculian. "Take me to Ruina immediately." They led him into a deeper room. In the center sat Ruina, tied tightly to a chair, a sack over her head, unconscious. The man in the black cloak spoke. "We injected an anti-mana toxin into her body. She will be unable to use magic for the next few days." Deculian stood motionless, staring at the inert Ruina as a flurry of questions spun through his mind. How should I handle this? He had not expected his own subordinates to be brazen enough to kidnap Ruina. The fate of an evildoer was rising strongly over Ruina. She was unconscious now, but she would surely deduce that Deculian was the mastermind behind it. How could he extinguish this misunderstanding and eliminate the death variable? The man in black stepped forward and handed him a dossier. "Master, this is what we needed to give you." Deculian took it and carefully flipped through the pages. After reading only a few lines, his eyes widened. But he said nothing quietly refolded the dossier, and handed it back. Well done. Thanks to this, I've found the key to resolve it. You two step outside for now. I have a few words to speak with Rowena in private. They exchanged astonished looks but bowed in obedience and left the room. Your servants take their leave. The door closed, and Deucalion grew more serious than ever. If he didn't handle this right, it would mean death. After a while, Rowena gradually regained consciousness. She jerked awake and frantically struggled against her bonds. Deucalion reached out and used magic to gently remove the sack from her head. The moment Rowena saw his face, she screamed loudly. Deucalion, if you think everything will go according to your plan, I am now a royal supervising instructor. If I report this to the crown, do you think you'll remain safe? Deucalion cut her off, his voice as cold as ice. Rowena, you'd better choose your words carefully. Right now you are chained and locked. You can't even use your magic. Rowena went rigid, her eyes full of helplessness. She glanced around the dark room, then looked back at Deucalion. The cruel truth weighs on you. Is it because of the grudges you've held against me? Or for the fight over the head professor position before? You crushed my honor so miserably, and you're still not satisfied? What exactly is this about? Deucalion was silent for a long moment, then spoke in a low voice. That chair of head professor, sit in it by all means. Rowena widened her eyes and screamed in panic. What the hell are you saying? You kidnapped me and brought me here. Why would you do this? Deucalion did not answer immediately. In his mind, there was only one thought. This cannot be changed. This is the only method to erase the death variable this time. Before beginning the conversation with Rowena, Deucalion had received a report from his subordinate. It was a record of crimes, a notebook documenting the brutal deeds of the person whose body he now occupied. It was a long list of violent acts, extortion, and savage kidnappings carried out by unnamed henchmen. Seeing those bloody red entries, he reached a cold conclusion. No matter what he said, Rowena's deep hatred could not be resolved with sweet words. Her hatred had been etched into these pages. A blood debt could not be erased with mere words. Now that the conversation had begun, Deucalion looked at her with calm, calculating eyes. He knew that dealing with her here was not a wise option. Her role in the main mission was too important to lose. He had to find a way to keep Rowena alive, but under his tight control. I thought I told you never to set foot in the capital again. So why are you back? Rowena, do you think my warning was just wind? Rowena muttered. I remember your warning clearly, but since I've paid off the Een family's debt, your threat is no longer valid. Deucalion let out a derisive laugh. Paid off? Those are irresponsible words. Rowena, what are you saying? Clearly it was paid off. Even the interest was settled. Deucalion leaned close to her face and began to explain. Deucalion leaned close to her face and began to explain. Paid off? Don't make me laugh, Rowena. There's such a thing as compound interest. The 100 million DLNE that the Yuckline clan lent the McQueen family 15 years ago at 20% per year means you owe over 1.5 billion by now each year. He announced bluntly, because she hadn't fully repaid, she had officially violated the agreement. I will begin seizing her residence in the Empire starting tomorrow. Rowena screamed in protest. What did you say? What kind of unreasonable law is that? I'll sue you to the royal family. You can't do this. Deucalion remained unshaken. In his mind he thought, of course this is a malicious clause. The clause Deucalion drafted was actually a sneaky, cumulative feature. He had intentionally written it to be as misleading as possible. The contract's interest was calculated monthly, but the accumulated amount was adjusted quarterly to serve as the basis for the next calculation. One had to admit Deucalion's cruelty in this matter. But even using this unreasonable logic, I still had to pressure Rowena. After all, the current situation forced me to play the villain. Seeing her despair reach its peak, he finally offered an escape. However, there is a way. If you help me become chairman, I will wipe all your debts. A heavy, stifling silence filled the room. Deucalion continued. Of course, the head professor's chair will be yours. Rowena bowed her head, her spirit temporarily crushed under the weight of an impossible choice. Deucalion slipped his hand into his inner pocket, took out a sheet of paper, and said, because I know you are someone who doesn't keep promises, we must first make a contract. That's your coercion again. Rowena gritted her teeth. She looked up as Deucalion tossed the document onto her lap. Read it. Article 1. Absolutely maintain silence about what happened today. Article 2. Comply with the terms of this contract for 5 years. If those terms are violated, the punishment will be the destruction of the mana core. destruction of the mana core. Rowena's voice broke, a terrified scream echoing through the small room. Decillion, this is too much. Don't you think you're being cruel? But before leaving, he tossed back one last line. If you agree to sign and abide by that contract, I will return what your family lost. The McQueen family's secret magic. Rowena froze, as if the air had been sucked from her lungs. The desire to reclaim her family's legacy overwhelmed everything else. The family heirloom had been forcibly seized when Decillion trampled the McQueen household. It was the root of Rowena's hatred and the thing she desired most. Decillion placed his hand on the heavy wooden latch. Think very carefully. He stepped out into the corridor, the door slamming shut with a heavy thud. The decisive turn of the lock left Rowena alone in the dark to wrestle with her future. As Decillion climbed the stone stairs away from Rowena's cell, his mind churned with thoughts. He'd used the family relic to threaten and unsettle her for now, but would it succeed? If this still doesn't remove the death variable then. Suddenly, a bluish notification flashed before his eyes. Result: successfully removed one lethal variable. Reward: +2 store currency points. A faint, satisfied smile appeared on Decillion's lips as he realized his gamble had paid off brilliantly. He pushed open a heavy door and entered another room where 2 subordinates waited in silence. As he entered, he swept a cold glance over them. Well done. Decillion tossed the compliment quickly, as if intending to leave immediately. But a subordinate stepped forward, voice sharp and desperate. Wait, are you leaving like this? Decillion stopped, turned with an icy look. Is there anything else to discuss? The woman refused to back down and shouted. We didn't do your dirty work just to be given empty words. You must keep your promise. You clearly said you'd pay and release us when the job was done. Tension exploded when the brothers suddenly stepped forward and slapped her, sending her crashing to the floor. She looked up at her brother in shock and whispered, Brother, why? But the man ignored her and turned to Decillion to apologize. Forgive my sister's rudeness. It won't happen again. Decillion regarded the siblings with complete indifference. It's fine. Continue. What did I promise you? The man confirmed the agreement. We were promised freedom and a large sum of money in exchange for our service. Decillion studied the siblings carefully. So that was it. Although the sister had been restrained, the brothers seemed resentful toward Decillion. They were the kind who cleaned up Decillion's messes before, harboring resentment and thus a bit wary. But the siblings' abilities seemed useful. He sensed the aura of a wealthy magnate emanating from them. As for the dirty work, he wouldn't order that anymore. They were manageable now. He quickly made a decision. From today, I formally recruit you. And of course that includes the promised pay. I mean exactly what I said. From now on, I am your employer. They bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, sir. I'll add one final condition. Furthermore, all orders I gave before today will be void. Understood. Master, then you may withdraw. Come to the manor tomorrow. After the 2 of them left, the room was left with only Decillion's lone figure. He sighed wearily. A series of unexpected problems had left him mentally tired. But fortunately, everything seemed to be resolved. Scene shifts to the Mage Tower dormitory. Ephraim and her friend walked down the corridor, weary from the high cost of magical materials. Suddenly, Ephraim stopped at surprised voices. I think I see some kind of magic circle. Really? Let me see. Ephraim looked closer and jolted in horror when she realized where they were standing. It was the spot where the unidentified, mysterious magic circle had appeared at the start of the semester. The magic circle should have been erased. Before they could react, the air exploded in a violent burst of crimson light. The erased magic circle suddenly came alive with terrifying power. A massive pillar of dark energy shot upward, engulfing part of the dormitory and devouring everything in its path with blinding light. Decillion's car headed straight for the Mage Academy. He sat in the back seat with a composed expression, eyes on the new driver. Run, how's driving going? Ren answered without hesitation, eyes fixed on the road. Very well, master. Decillion looked at Run, thinking about the changes in the household. The brothers Run and Enan now lived in the Een manor, always obeying his orders without hesitation. He recalled that they had once done many dirty deeds under the old Decillion's orders, but he was determined never to exploit them that way again. Decillion remembered when the 2 brothers had completely distrusted him, their faces always full of hostility. But since he had treated them fairly, they had begun to regard him as their true master. Even Jeep, the former driver, had found a new position, promoted to head of administration. Ah, finally my life is looking up. When the car stopped before the academy with a sharp brake, Rin reported, "We've arrived, master." "All right." Decilion stepped out of the car and stared intently at the academy. Immediately, he felt a terrifying wave of energy enveloping the place. A system panel appeared before him. Main mission started. Objective clear. Completion reward. 2 store currency units. Chaos engulfed the academy building. Students screamed in panic as the crimson walls sealed every exit. What the hell is happening? Ephraim gritted her teeth at the terrifying energy and felt anger upon realizing most of the people inside were ordinary students. Why did this barrier hit Block 3? She turned to a cowering professor and shouted, "Professor, we need a break-in now." "What? Why? How dare you order me? You brat, you're supposed to be a magic professor. Are you going to abandon those inside?" "Professor Claire, you specialize in the destructive school, right?" The professor trembled, sweating as he stammered for an excuse. "My health has been poor lately." "What about the dean?" Ephraim clicked her tongue in frustration, witnessing the cowardice of the adults. Seeing the professors powerless, she pressed the bag into her friend's hands. "Julie, hold my bag for a moment. What are you going to do?" "I'm going alone." "No, that's too dangerous. But our friends are still trapped inside." Suddenly, a cold, haughty voice cut in. "Stop!" Sylvia appeared behind them and stared intently at the two. Ephraim glanced at her with hatred. "My patience has reached its limit. If you won't help, shut up and stop meddling. I don't have time to argue with you." She despised the nobility. They were utterly useless. Those professors and the nobles, normally arrogant, were cowardly and ran away at the first sign of crisis. When only commoners were in danger, no one bothered to move. Ephraim prepared to rush the barrier, but Sylvia stopped her again. "I told you to stop." "Hey, why you keep blocking my way?" Sylvia said with a weary tone. "I'm not interested in you enough to mock you. Don't be hasty. Just stand back and watch carefully." With that, Sylvia swept her hand toward the barrier. A vortex of mana burst from her palm and shot directly at the ward. The air glittered with primal power, catching Ephraim completely off guard. When Sylvia's magic collided with the strange crimson wall, her spell was immediately halted and dispersed. Sylvia analyzed. The demonic energy has been mixed into this barrier. Mana will be diffused, so conventional methods won't work. She warned coldly, "You're the one who needs to restrain yourself from ruining the operation. This isn't something a newcomer can handle alone." Ephraim gritted her teeth, keenly aware of her helplessness before the growing magical pressure. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, heavy authoritative footsteps echoing down the corridor. What on earth is going on here? Everyone turned and saw Decilion approaching with a suitcase. The panicked students and staff immediately stepped aside, whispering in astonishment and hope. "Decilion, it's Decilion." Decilion surveyed the chaos with a cold expression. "You people are making an unacceptable amount of noise." He stared intently at the swirling crimson energy, but his comprehension ability proved useless against this. It turned out to be a warding magic, but there was too little foundational information to apply his understanding ability. Processing efficiency would be significantly reduced. He decided to change approach. He reached out and used Rockaloc's purifying staff. The staff possessed special powers for exorcism and purification, perfectly suited to the situation. He sensed a faint demonic energy beating within the barrier and prepared to act. When the staff came down, it punched a hole in the ward large enough for Decilion to step through. Everyone held their breath. What's happening?" Those nearby began to collapse, clutching their throats as the malevolent aura made it hard to breathe when the barrier opened. Decilion ignored the surrounding chaos and strode straight into the danger center without a moment's hesitation. Witnesses stood stunned as he entered the ward, leaving everyone behind in a sudden silence in the corridor. He's gone inside the barrier. Inside the ward, the world was submerged in oppressive energy. Decilion stepped out from a rift in space and fell into the center of the hall. He saw a group of students huddled in a corner, their faces pale and bloodless. When they recognized him, their fear instantly turned into explosive hope. "Professor Decilion, we're saved." "Oh, wonderful." Decilion stepped closer and asked, "Is this everyone?" The dorm manager replied shakily, "There are still a few others who seem trapped on the upper floors." "I understand," she warned. "Going deeper is very dangerous. Are you really going to search for them alone? It's risky. We have no idea what lurks ahead." Decilion remained calm. "It's fine, I have my methods." He unleashed magic, The shards of steel in his suitcase began to spin around him. "I'll find everyone soon. Just stay put." He recalled his training regimen. Despite his busy schedule, he had never neglected personal practice. As a result, he unlocked many new skills: basic divine mind, fire control, liquid manipulation, and metal reinforcement up to 33%. During training, he had pushed his body to the limit, ingraining the concept of metal reinforcement into the essence of his divine mind. He even transferred part of this magic into his weapons to reduce mental strain. Finally, the system granted him a special reward for his relentless cultivation. Now is the time to use it. Thanks to his new skill, he quickly found the remaining people. It was the sensory ability of the ironwood steel. When Deucalion's deep understanding of the pure elements he commanded fused with his extensive combat experience, this special privilege activated. He now possessed a second sensory organ capable of transcending spatial boundaries. Entering the next room, he found a group of students trapped. They burst into tears of joy when they realized they would not die. Deucalion looked at them, but his task was only half complete. A new problem arose. He was fine, but other mages could not withstand this dense atmosphere of demonic energy. He saw students coughing violently, their lungs failing. The remaining time did not allow Deucalion to slowly calculate and decode the ward. He had to find another way. Suddenly, a realization flashed through his mind. Wait, a ward matrix of this scale can't be operating solely by ritual. There must be a recent activator acting as a switch. Deucalion scanned the area, thinking, it's very likely the culprit is hiding right here. He used his object control skill, probably right here. As soon as he detected the target, the steel shard shot forward. What the hell is going on? Professor Deucalion. Deucalion's face took on a savage expression as the prey was revealed. I knew the target had arrived. Found you. He observed everyone, thinking to himself, among these people, there's definitely someone hiding who activated the barrier. It took only a few seconds of thought before he made a decision. If so, then, Deucalion used mana to control the magic stones to orbit in the air. They drifted past each puzzled student. What is that? Professor, what's wrong? The stones brushed past each person's face, causing a few strands of hair to fall down. Looking at the stray red hairs showing an unusual sign, the corner of Deucalion's mouth twitched into a smile. Found you. He looked toward the red-haired girl and delivered a cold verdict. So you were the one who activated the barrier. Manager, is that right? Suddenly accused, the red-haired girl flustered and explained. After class? Professor, what are you talking about? Deucalion interrupted. Don't try to make excuses. Your origins are etched onto your body. Even if you want to hide it, you can't. Your falling hair is full of ash. So, resume your performance. She still frowned and denied it. Deucalion's voice turned contemptuous. A wizard born from the ash. At that, her expression darkened. Then her eyes widened, cold to the core. But most mages are terrified of it or avoid mentioning its existence. That's because the ash heaps are the stronghold of the dark mages and those who break the law of magic. Faced with this clear explanation, she could no longer deny it. She let out an irritated breath. I don't know how you recognized it, but there's one thing you don't know, Deucalion. She swept her hand forward and began to summon magic. Those born from the ash will never spare the lives of anyone who dares call them ash. While she chanted, Deucalion's stones suddenly darted straight toward her. They didn't attack her, but instead rushed to the students' backs, grabbing their clothes and causing them to cry out in fear. Deucalion did this to save them. A second later, the students appeared behind him with looks of astonishment. The action made the red-haired girl even angrier. She clenched her fists. Still so relaxed, are we? Then go die quickly. As she finished speaking, fire spell she produced shot directly at Deucalion and the students. A fireball now appeared in Deucalion's eyes. But then, suddenly, as the attacks approached his body, they were immediately nullified, dissipating into the air. Deucalion's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Still think you can be at ease? You said you'd make sure I couldn't live, and all you could produce was fire like that. Provoked, she grew angrier. That was only a greeting. As she prepared her next attack, she thought inwardly, what's going on? Is it my fault? Or is... This time she launched an ice arrow straight at him. Take this. The result was the same as the fireball. It vanished instantly when only a few steps from Deucalion's body. This made her even more furious. She immediately switched to dark magic attacks, but those met the same fate. Only then did she realize the problem. That guy is dispelling all my magic. Seeing her attacks dissolve into the air, she shouted angrily. Damn it, how could this happen? Contrary to her anger, Deucalion remained calm, thinking to himself, mana mist is enveloping this place. Because of it, my mana has become endless, and the quality of my mana has never been purer. At that moment, a notification appeared. Yuckline, Pawn Blood Lineage. Description: the bloodline exerts power when slaying fiends. When facing demons, or when the concentration of mana mist in the air becomes thick, it can purify surrounding mana into one's own mana for use. Mana purified in this way is upgraded by one quality tier. Not letting an incoming attack stop him, he remained lost in thought. What a pity, Mage of the Ash Heaps. Finishing his thought, he swung his hand hard and immediately shattered the attack. In this place, you cannot be my match. After unleashing attack after attack that he continually blocked, the red-haired girl panted, exhausted. Damn it, Deucalion's tone turned serious. That's precisely why you people are called Ash Heaps. The remark, an insult, made the red-haired girl grind her teeth in anger. What did you say? He continued with his tirade. Trash, worse than waste. Scum cast out by society. Your talent stops at pathetic struggling. That filthy, cowardly nature of yours is beyond safe. She listened to it all, but only gave a derisive laugh in reply. You speak well. If you're so capable, why didn't you break the barrier before the kids all died? Or couldn't you do that either? Deucalion blew out a helpless breath. Then let me point out the mistake in your stupid brain. Immediately, he launched the magic stones, shooting toward her back. They drove into and pinned themselves into the floor. He explained, because you were infinitely foolish and stupid, you linked the barrier to this building instead of to a space. The stones are now racing into every nook of the building. He continued, that barrier will vanish immediately if this building is destroyed. That only proves how pathetically lacking in intelligence you are. This action made her startle and cry out loudly. Huh, you must be desperate to die, right? You plan to destroy this building to deactivate the barrier. Not wanting to prolong it, Deucalion spoke a name. Alos. Hearing that name, the red-haired girl's whole body froze, her shock palpable. He continued, don't think I didn't recognize you. As he spoke, vibrations and beams of light began to emanate from the magic stones. Instantly, the stones detonated, producing loud explosions. She screamed in fear. You lunatic! Are you trying to find a way to die for real? Deucalion could guess her next move. Either way, you'll return to your original body, right? Seeing all her options were anticipated by him, Alos cried out in fear. Ew! How could you? Without hesitation, Deucalion reached forward, forming an arrow of mana. The magic stone then shot off at breakneck speed straight toward Alos. It pierced through her body at once, sending her flying a distance. As Alos lost consciousness, her body immediately transformed into the form of a puppet. The problem was resolved. Deucalion turned back and reminded the students. Everyone, gather here. Outside, tremors began to occur, causing everyone great fear. It's shaking. It looks like this building is about to collapse. Julie immediately grabbed her friend's hand and reminded her. Ephraim, hurry up. Seeing this, the girl nodded and replied. All right, in just a few seconds, the entire building collapsed completely, generating a tremendous shockwave. The entire building collapsed. The chaotic students stood watching the ruins, which had almost taken their lives. The red-haired girl hastily shouted, Hey Ephraim, look over there, it's Professor Deucalion. The others were safe as well. The students were helping each other out of the thick cloud of dust and smoke. Melai. Ephraim rushed over, smiling. Hey everyone. Ferret, are you okay? The two hugged each other tightly in emotion. Oh, Ephraim, I was scared out of my mind. Suddenly, the whole dormitory area turned gray. It's fine, it's fine. It's good that you're safe and sound. You're not hurt anywhere, right? Yeah, I'm Fine. Professor Deucalion came and sorted everything out. The mastermind behind this is a wizard from the Ash Society. Hearing this, her gaze shifted back to Deucalion alone. Did he really solve everything single-handedly? Wasn't he just a superficial boaster? At the same time, Sylvia approached and spoke up. Are you all right, Professor? Yeah. A notification board popped up. Main quest cleared, the beginning. Just as everything returned to normal, in a dark corner somewhere, a cold voice rang out. You failed? Pathetic. A blonde girl stood there, her face showing complete displeasure at being reprimanded. The mysterious hooded man continued. To think we were defeated by a pampered, soft-living dandy like him. This is exactly why the people's faith in us has been shaken. Hearing that, she replied, ridiculous. How could a pampered man like Deculian possess such formidable energy? If we ever cross paths, it's best not to underestimate him. Then she slowly pulled out a vial containing a liquid as bright red as blood. Anyway, we have achieved our goal to a certain extent. The mysterious man took the vial and marveled. Oh, though not fully complete, a result like this isn't bad at all, right? Even if it's just a small step forward, it is still the way for us to reach our ultimate goal. Just pin all the blame on the demons, and it's done. The souls and mana of the wizards will make excellent materials for puppet crafting. I leave this to you. He held up the vial in his hand, as if it were something incredibly precious. The path of faith is truly full of obstacles. Even saving a physical body is hindered. His eyes widened as his voice grew frantic. But because of that person's manifestation, we must absolutely never give up. This is the true path to enlightenment. His eyes widened as his voice grew frantic. But because of that person's manifestation, we must absolutely never give up. This is the true path to enlightenment. She thought to herself, poor fanatics, those foolish people still refuse to accept the truth that their God is dead, only to keep dreaming of resurrecting a soulless corpse. I only pretend to go along with his farce for my own great cause. But every time I look at these people, it makes me sick to my stomach. Whatever, I won't overthink it anymore. As long as I can craft puppets more easily, anything goes. We can just keep using each other like this. We can just keep using each other like this. He slowly announced to the students, I believe all of you already know what was found in the ruins of Dormitory 3. No need to play dumb because I know full well you guys are buzzing about it. A spell formula was found inside the ruins. Its structure is completely different from the formulas I've learned at the Wizard Tower. Its shape was very bizarre, quite similar to something that Ephraim would successfully restructure one day. And after restructuring the formula and channeling mana inside, a line of characters appeared right before his eyes. Prepare yourselves for the judgment of the Ash. The time to test your fragility and weakness has come. Prepare yourselves for the judgment of the Ash. The time to test your fragility and weakness has come. However, what happened should be left for the professors and higher-ups to decide. So stop bothering yourselves with useless things and just focus on your studies. Additionally, I have another announcement to make. According to the latest imperial decree, a practical assignment has been added to the curriculum. Murmurs immediately rippled through the crowd. What? Homework by imperial decree? Deculian looked straight down at the crowd and declared, that would be the practical session at the Dark Mountain. The scene shifted to the gloomy forest of the Dark Mountain. Ephraim was standing all alone in the dark space. She recalled with a smile, who would have thought I'd have to return to the Dark Mountain? This place used to be temporarily sealed off due to the appearance of demons. The new emperor wanted the imperial wizards to sharpen their power to be ready to fight against the demons. Since the official recommendation letter had been issued, all rookies were not allowed to avoid the Dark Mountain and had to undergo regular training there. Since the official recommendation letter had been issued, all rookies were not allowed to avoid the Dark Mountain and had to undergo regular training there. Since the official recommendation letter had been issued, all rookies were not allowed to avoid the Dark Mountain and had to undergo regular training there. Ephraim sighed and said, luckily, I haven't encountered any overly dangerous phenomena yet. Suddenly, from a nearby bush, something rustled, making her jump in fright. She hastily shouted, what? A demonic beast? Come out right now. I'll beat you to a pulp. But from that bush, Sylvia quickly popped her head out, startling Ephraim. Sylvia, you foolish Ephraim. You were planning to beat me to a pulp. Then the two continued walking together. Already trying to finish the assignment? You really never slack off, do you? Even after placing first in the midterms. Hearing that, Sylvia replied coldly, what's wrong? Afraid I'll crush you again? This girl was still as annoying as ever. So have you completed any of the 3 assignments yet? I've witnessed a magical phenomenon. Now I just need to organize my notes and submit them. What? So fast? Yeah. Time is distorted in this place. It's been 20 hours since I started wandering around the Dark Mountain. Ephraim heard this and looked skeptical. What the hell are you talking about? How could that be? We literally just finished class less than 20 hours ago. Ephraim heard this and looked skeptical. What the hell are you talking about? How could that be? We literally just finished class less than 20 hours ago. Suddenly from behind, someone's voice abruptly interjected. I think I'm the cause of that. The two startled and turned around toward the voice, only to see someone's silhouette slowly emerging. At the same time, back at the academy, a guard's frantic voice rang out. Professor, Head Professor de Cullion. He turned around and replied, What's the matter? En urgence situation. We desperately need your cooperation. Speak. An urgent confidential report from the Intelligence Bureau. The Dark Mountain has currently been infiltrated by Lohake. Hearing that name, de Cullion instantly turned pale. Lohake, the legendary master famous for being ruthless. He remembered that the Dark Mountain was currently packed with a large number of students practicing. It would be catastrophic if they accidentally crossed paths with him. A notification board popped up. Mid-boss event, Count of the Ash. Reward for eliminating the mid-boss. One page of the pre-shop item catalog. Deculine's eyes narrowed. I see. So a mid-boss event has been triggered? All right. Let's head to the Dark Mountain. The soldiers replied, Yes, sir. Back to Sylvia and Ephraim's side. An old man emerged from the thicket and spoke up. The reason time is distorted is highly likely due to my barrier. It's not a natural magical phenomenon of the Dark Mountain. It seems you've been caught up in it. My apologies. Ephraim stammered in fear, pointing at him. Doubly, I just asked who you are. He fell silent for a moment and then calmly replied, My name is Merkin. The Intelligence Bureau had discovered that he was claiming to be Merkin. Since then, all knights and members of the Intelligence Bureau had been misled to this location. That is all the information we have. I see. Suddenly, de Cullion's eyes widened as if he saw something. He immediately blasted off at full speed using magic, leaving the soldier running and chasing behind him. On this side, Sylvia sensed that something was off. This guardian, his mana aura, is absolutely extraordinary. This feeling is just like that of a great wizard. He opened his mouth and continued, I was captivated by such pure mana that I accidentally bumped into the two of you. Therefore, I would like to ask you two for a favor. If you agree, I will give you both a very handsome reward. Behind him, countless corpses lay scattered in a pool of blood, a truly horrific sight. Hearing the invitation from Rohakan, Ephraim's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, sound good. What is it? I should check it out first, right? He laughed helplessly. This girl. All right, I'll show you. He intertwined his fingers, and currents of magical power blended together to manifest two tiny spirits. They immediately darted forward and merged into Ephraim and Sylvia's bodies. Both of them startled and recoiled. Oh, what is this? Sylvia tried to regulate her breathing, absorbing the energy from the spirit. Seeing Ephraim looking anxious, Rohakan gently explained, Don't panic. Just take a deep breath and accept it. Though she remained skeptical, she finally sighed and followed his instructions. Two energy sources erupted simultaneously, one blue and one yellow, lighting up a section of the dense forest. After the energy gradually dissipated, both Sylvia and Ephraim were left panting with exhaustion. What just happened? Rohakan smiled and said, Those are spirits that will help in your development. Only those with talent like yours can harbor them. Sylvia narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself that those were light spirits, an ultimate spirit created from the combination of water, wind, earth, and fire attributes. He casually created two spirits at once. Who on earth is he? Rohakan took out a letter and handed it to them. So, can you deliver this letter to my family? This old man has his own private troubles. Ephraim stepped forward and took it. Sure, it's a shame it's not money, but I guess I got something good anyway. No, that is worth much more. Suddenly, de Cullion's voice cut in from behind. So that's where you are. He appeared with his suitcase, ready for a confrontation that would brook no argument. Long time no see, Rohakan. That name struck like a thunderbolt. Sylvia and Ephraim jumped and turned around in total shock. Rohakan, one of the greatest mages on the continent, and simultaneously the most notorious criminal of this era. A wanted criminal ranked among the Dark Beasts, an organization with only 10 members. His crime was the assassination of the Empress Dowager. A blue system window appeared before de Cullion's eyes. Main quest, Rohakan's story. Objective: receive an item from Rohakan. Reward: item catalog plus shop currency +1. He glanced over, thinking to himself that the man was also an important, named character in the main quest. Sylvia turned back, panic-stricken. Chief Professor Deculian, is what we just heard true? Is that person really Rohakan? Hearing that title, he couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, you become a professor now, have you? For what I saw when I was teaching you, your talent shouldn't have been enough to reach that position. Many things have changed. Changed? Talent doesn't change that easily. Did you trample on someone else to get that spot? Deculian replied calmly. Some things really do change. For instance, the fact that I entered your barrier without encountering a single obstacle. Hearing that, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Oh, so that's how it is. Deculian spoke clearly. Sylvia, leave the Black Mountains immediately. But the spirits, they're inside our bodies. He smiled and replied, It's nothing, so don't worry. You'll keep your promise, right? Ephraim replied honestly. Really? I'll trust you then. Deculian pointed toward the forest and commanded, Hurry up. If you hesitate and get caught up in this, you might lose your lives. Hearing that, the faces of the two turned pale with fear. I'll use a metal orb to guide you. Follow my directions, and you won't get lost in the forest. Before leaving, Sylvia offered a word of encouragement. Don't lose, sir. Just go. Deculian tightened his grip on his staff, his eyes focused completely. Countless shards of magical steel floated around him, while Rohakan remained as calm as if they were nothing. And then he suddenly said, There are 157 people hiding in the barrier. 23 are trying to dispel it. 37 are using force to break out. The east, south, and north are already surrounded, and the Imperial Knights are gathering their forces. Rohakan calmly asked, Are you trying to stall for time? No matter how many people come, they won't be able to help you. I have already buried many intelligence agents. I don't want to kill any more. Deculian replied seriously. I never intended to lose from the start. So what do you plan to do? Because I'm not going to fight. His response took the man by surprise. What? Deculian continued. Did you come here to destroy the temple? Head northwest. The security system there is still lax. Rohakan sighed, his voice filled with skepticism. You really have changed. This is the last time I'll let you go. So, is this out of respect for old times? I have no affection for the one who assassinated the Empress Dowager. Hearing that, the atmosphere fell into absolute silence. And then Deculian concluded, There's no time for small talk. Leave here now. I'm off. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Do you believe in gods, Deculian? A faint smile curled his lips. That is a question that cuts straight to the heart of the main quest. Deculian's gaze looked straight ahead, his voice as firm as an affirmation. I only believe in myself. Rohakan looked at him, calculating in his mind, and then he smiled as if satisfied. That answer is very much your style. An excellent answer. He handed him a strange book. I want you to have this. It's the story of the fanatics who exist in this world. Read it when you have time. Yahello Exploration Notes. An exploration log written by Rohakan. It records the habits of the fanatics he observed while crossing Yahello. Book category, special. Saying that, he vanished into the bushes. Take care then. Saying that, he vanished into the bushes. Take care then. Deculian narrowed his eyes, thinking, Rohakan isn't a bad person. Rather, he is one of the people who will lead the main quest to the end. One of the pillars who absolutely must not die. He must have been wandering the Black Mountains and become curious about the exceptional talent of Ephraim and Sylvia. Hopefully, he won't do such dangerous things again, although he won't be easily captured. And then, a sound echoed from afar, lighting up the whole forest. Deculian showed interest. That old man is as cunning as a snake. Should I play along a little? The next morning, the whole area was in ruins, with broken trees lying scattered everywhere. To capture the wanted criminal Rohakan, guard forces and knights searched the entire Black Mountain range for 3 days. However, they ultimately failed. Is that what you mean? A soldier bowed his head to apologize to the emperor. I deeply apologize. Your Majesty, we believe Rohakan has fled the capital. Raise your head. I'm fine. That report was just a bit boring. It was so long-winded, but the point is just that we let Rohakan the assassin of the Empress Dowager, slip away. More importantly, I heard Deucalion had a magical battle with Rohakan. That part sounds interesting. Ah yes, when our knights arrived, the scene was a mess. We believe an extremely fierce battle took place. Besides, Rohakan left almost no traces when he fled, but we did find his bloodstains in the Black Mountains. It seems he was wounded in the magic duel with Deucalion. Isn't that right? Yes, your majesty. An amused smile appeared on the emperor's lips as she recalled. In the world of mages, there is a Driner. Among knights, there is Zeit. And among wanted criminals, there is Rohakan. You're telling me that he made a supreme powerhouse bleed? That Deucalion? The scene shifts back to the Imperial Academy. Ephraim sits alone in the classroom, lost in thought. She recalls their meeting the previous day, remembering Deucalion's instruction to keep their encounter with Rohakan a secret. Exposing this will only invite more trouble. Also, don't worry about it too much. Once you've made a promise, you just have to keep it. That commitment must be referring to the deal with Rohakan, she realizes, as Deucalion surely overheard their entire conversation at the time. But for what she's learned, this Rohakan guy is an exceptionally dangerous criminal. For a professor to ask her to keep her word to someone like that seems utterly absurd. Or perhaps not. On the contrary, because it's Deucalion, it somehow makes perfect sense. It's highly compatible and fitting for the criminal underworld. Regardless, she needs to focus on the lecture for now, though she has no idea what kind of bizarre stunt Deucalion is about to pull next. As she opens the door, an astonishing sight leaves her frozen in place. Before her lies a vast, empty courtyard. The door simply opens directly into it. She walks slowly and whispers, "This classroom space is set up exactly like the Imperial Academy. What kind of content is he planning to teach today?" When she turns around, the door slowly vanishes. A sudden announcement rings out throughout the space. The clock has struck 3, and the lecture officially begins. If you're not present on time, your eligibility to participate will naturally be revoked. Today's lesson is exceptionally important and will count directly toward your grade. So please pay close attention. Main topique, practical combat réponse. The entire session will take place in a real combat format. You had best prepare yourselves mentally. Practical combat, you say. You're currently standing inside an illusion barrier. You are trapped within this barrier, and your task is to find a way out. The maximum time allowed is 3 hours. Magic beasts will also appear inside the barrier. Treat this as a true battle for survival. Should you face imminent danger as you would in real life, you will be eliminated immediately. That is all. Good luck to you all. Ephraim mutters to herself in curiosity. What kind of classroom design have you come up with, Deucalion? Even just hearing about it gives her goosebumps. Suddenly, a noise grabs her attention. What was that sound? I should go over there and check it out. At the same time, Deucalion is elsewhere, quietly reading the book gifted to him by Rohakan. To contend with the looming threats to the Magic Tower, improving the rookie's capabilities is an absolute necessity. In particular, those 2 children must fulfill their roles perfectly. He suddenly pauses and says, "Let's see if they have the ability to reach this point." Ephraim runs to where the noise came from, but all she finds is a doll lying on the ground. What on earth is going on? She picks up the teddy bear and exclaims, "Someone's already been eliminated right at the start." So this is what it looks like when you're out. While lost in thought, a menacing growl suddenly jolts her awake. She turns around to see magic beasts approaching. Are those wild dogs? The beast shrieks and leaps at her, but its body is sliced in 2 by a wind spell in the blink of an eye. Before it can even react, the monster's body collapses to the ground, dying in its own spreading pool of blood. Ephraim stares at it and declares, "Bring it on if you want a piece of me." But no sooner has the words left her mouth than retribution arrives. Countless other wolves are watching from the rooftop behind her, every single one of them radiating killing intent. Huh? What was that noise just now? Elsewhere in the barrier, similar monsters are being defeated one after another. Sylvia stands there, calmly observing her handiwork as if the creatures were nothing. Other students behind her offer constant praise. As expected of Lady Sylvia, truly outstanding. Would you like to join our group to find the way out? Sylvia gently shakes her head in refusal. Ah, I see. Best of luck then. Watching the 2 parasites leave, Sylvia thinks to herself that there is no reason for her to accompany such useless people. Just as she intends to continue, a massive shadow suddenly falls over the entire courtyard. A monster larger than a building appears, its mouth gaping wide as if to swallow everything. Seeing this giant entity, Sylvia's eyes narrow slightly with concern. This is no joke. Returning to Ephraim's battle, she has finally finished off the wolf pack after blowing apart a portion of the building. Not an easy task. Hiding behind a window, she sighs to herself. The scale is far greater than I imagined. Decillion truly went to great lengths to prepare this so thoroughly. Sylvia suddenly appears behind her and speaks, startling Ephraim. Are you still alive? Ephraim? AAA? Huh? What? Sylvia, you appeared out of nowhere and scared the life out of me. I didn't do anything, did I? Regardless, to escape from here, we have to neutralize this barrier. Out of a total of 3 hours, 2 have already passed, yet we still haven't found where the flaw in the barrier lies. Sylvia, what are you babbling about? What do you mean, what? I'm referring to what I just said. Ephraim points at Sylvia, smiling with amusement. Are you trying to say you want to form a team with me and fight together? Hearing this, Sylvia grinds her teeth in annoyance. She snaps her head away and replies, Exactly, I'm going to assist you. But Ephraim refuses to back down. If you really need my help to that extent, then I'll lend you a hand. What was that? Whoosh! For starters, the focal point of the barrier must surely be in the central area. Even if this is an A-rank classroom, a hub for the pinnacle of magical studies, an energy core is indispensable to maintain a barrier this sturdy. What makes the A-rank classroom so different then? Sylvia slowly explains. The A-rank classroom is the crystallization of the most advanced magical technologies. Just the construction costs alone consumed hundreds of mana stones. It's no coincidence that we constantly experience lessons in such magnificent settings. It's all thanks to the energy of that room. So that's how it is. The problem is, we still haven't pinpointed the center of this barrier. It's not even clear how much of the academy it has simulated. If we just wander around exploring now, we're bound to run into wild dogs and golems. Since there are very few people left, the enemy will definitely concentrate all their strength to surround us, and that won't be easy to handle. What about those bats over there? Ephraim points up at the sky and says they've been flying around in circles since a while ago, but they have no intention of diving down to attack us. Realizing this, Sylvia immediately exerts her magic. She connects it to the bats hovering in the air, using them as a mobile eye to observe the surroundings. Building the student cafeteria and even dormitory number 1. Their responsibility isn't combat, it's reconnaissance. If that's the case, there must be a hub at the center of that movement network to receive information. Saying that, Ephraim immediately realizes the destination we need to go to is the gymnasium, right? Sylvia is momentarily surprised, then smiles happily and says, Looks like you become a little less stupid lately. What did you just say? Anyway, that location is certainly where the core of this barrier is contained. Footsteps suddenly echo in the room. Sylvia walks up in front of him and says, I found the focal point of the barrier, Professor Decillion. He remains uninterested and continues reading his book. As expected, you've managed to make it this far, Sylvia. However, the deciding condition is that you must break this barrier. Yes, I understand. Hearing this, Decillion closes the book and replies, If that's the case, then proceed and see if you can do it. Immediately, countless monsters appear behind him, a pack of wolves and several giant golems. If your ability can, Sylvia's gaze instantly becomes highly focused. The monsters leap forward as if wanting to tear the prey before them to shreds. Sylvia immediately casts offensive magic, with shimmering rays of light blending together to paint a magnificent scene. An entire forest is created by magic alone, easily sweeping away the silver wolves and golems in its path. The surviving wolves quickly retreat, trembling in fear before Sylvia. Decillion witnesses it all and smiles slightly. Using the power of 3 primary colors to paint a new landscape and strike down the phantom beasts, she looks directly at him and speaks clearly. You don't need to treat me like the other children. I am Sylvia, Professor. Decillion sighs with satisfaction and replies, Excellent. In terms of magic, you have achieved a perfect score, but your body is full of openings. His hand quickly rises in preparation for a flick to the forehead. You are eliminated, Sylvia, yet she is not afraid. Instead, she wears a confident smile. There is no way that could be true. From behind Deculian, a surge of intense magic suddenly strikes from somewhere, taking him by surprise. He slowly turns his head to look behind him with interest. Oh, how interesting. There, Ephraim has already touched the stone, maintaining the barrier. Bolts of lightning radiate in all directions incessantly. Behind her, a mysterious tunnel has appeared from nowhere. This place is a connecting passage. Turning back to an hour ago, when the two were discussing their plan to infiltrate this place, Sylvia explained that she had constructed a sturdy secret passage leading straight to near the core. That's awesome. Your magic really is amazing. I'll take charge of drawing attention from behind. I'll leave it to you, got it? Understood. I trust you. Deculian stands silently, watching Ephraim struggle against his barriers, and smiles to himself. Not bad. And then the central core stone is crushed to pieces by her. You have one. Immediately, the illusory construct dissolves into nothingness. The barrier covering the real room also begins to collapse. And when everything returns to its original form, everyone realizes they are standing in the familiar classroom. The students who were eliminated earlier are also gradually waking from their sleep. Ephraim excitedly yells, "Oh, we're back in the classroom." Deculian silently watches the two and thinks to himself, one person turned a type of magic experience during the midterm exam into something of her own to create a new world. The other confronted my layered magic barriers and revealed the ability to neutralize them in the blink of an eye. He begins to explain the meaning of the practical exercise. Today's lesson was to prepare for the real combat scenarios you may face in the near future. For instance, the barrier chaos that occurred in the dormitory area before. If a similar scenario were to occur again, the most crucial factor is the spirit of coordination. Besides that, you must always carry this mana-filtering mask with. Having said everything, he looks quietly toward the two main characters. And one more thing, Sylvia, you all did very well. Keep up the effort. He turns and walks away with a warm smile, leaving the whole room gaping in astonishment at what they had just heard. Ephraim shudders and steps back, covered in goosebumps. Who would have thought that Deculian knew how to smile? Time passes quickly until the evening. That night, Deculian is intently standing before a board, writing something down. After finishing, he leisurely uses his Midas hand skill to admire his handiwork. Deculian mutters to himself, "This much should be enough." And just like that, the next morning, Deculian returns to his mansion. He looks at the board in his office. Very good. I have installed a blackboard right in my personal office. It is shaped exactly like the one in the Magic Tower classroom. Twin blackboards. Information. This board is crafted from mana stone. The two levels are a single entity. The resonance has been enhanced thanks to the hand. Special effect. Anything written on this board will display exactly on the other. This connection will not be severed by any magical impact. Level 4 hand. Deculian smiles to himself. I crafted it with my own hands for the purpose of two-way communication from both inside and outside the barrier, and also applied the hand to upgrade it. It's perfectly timed, as the confrontation with the parasitic Baron is also about to take place. All of this is to prepare for the parasitic Baron Tancho event. Baron Tancho is, quite literally, a pile of ash without a fixed shape. He is a special entity that specializes in parasitizing targets with high status. Nevertheless, because this event is a challenge that the students themselves must solve, all I can do is provide the most basic preparation steps so they can deal with him. Furthermore, because this is a random event, no one knows exactly when Baron Tancho will appear or whose body he will take over. However, because there are sharp-minded children there, this much should be enough. Then, suddenly, a knock on the door. Master. Very well, I'll be right down. A moment later, in the banquet hall on the 40th floor of the Magic Tower, the headmaster is announcing the reason for the party. These two are citizens of the Empire returning after reaping great achievements abroad. This time, they are back in the capacity of visiting professors from outside. Let everyone please give them a warm welcome. I am Bargain. It is my pleasure to be here to support everyone. I am Marina. Deculian carefully observes the lower-level professors. If the parasitic baron proceeds to parasitize, he will likely choose one of the people present here. Have you made up with Professor Dekilian yet? A level like Adrin or Reina is too high. Could it be that new woman who just arrived? No, at the current moment, it cannot be determined. But one thing is certain. Baron Tansho is planning to parasitize one of the people gathered here. The sunlight outside is gradually fading into twilight. Inside her office, Ruina sighs with annoyance. Ugh, I'm so tired. What a terrible welcome party. Her eyes narrow as she thinks to herself. Those damn professors, they don't even look at me. They just keep their heads buried in chatting with each other. Back in the day, they would flatter me to the skies, calling me Dekilian's equal. But now that I'm joining the school as a normal visiting professor, it's like I don't even exist. In the conversation, they also exclude me, and even the food. Those cheapskates cleared it away right in front of me. Trash, all of them. Her gaze is filled with irony and contempt. Will I have to continue enduring this from now on? Ruina's face darkens as her annoyance rises. Endure it. I have to get used to it, because this will be my life from now on. The scene shifts a few days later to the Imperial School. Dekilian von Gronyukline. I pay my respects to your majesty, the Emperor. The Queen looks at him intently, a smirk revealing her clear eagerness. This is the first time I've seen you since your appointment, isn't it? Very well, this is our first lesson today. Where do you intend to start? First of all, I want to find out which system and attribute you feel most comfortable with, your majesty. It's the first day, what's the rush? Let's just chat for a bit. Not long ago, I heard a report. I heard you encountered Rohaken on Dark Mountain and even engaged him in a magical battle. If it were a magical duel with Rohaken, people would normally say surviving is a miracle. Yet, here you are, appearing at the lecture looking completely unscathed. Dekilian replies calmly, I was just lucky. Even if it was Rohaken, he must have been exhausted after his long days on the run. His answer makes the Emperor burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. In that case, were the intelligence agents who died right in front of you just unlucky? He calculates in his head. The Emperor is avoiding the lesson. But I absolutely must not let myself be swept along by the Emperor's narrative. She is the most important character in this world. If I just leave the Emperor to her laziness, the game's difficulty will skyrocket. Ending that line of thought, Dekilian presents a piece of paper. Your Majesty, this is a magic paper that can identify aptitude for systems and attributes. Please have a look. I recall stating clearly that I don't like this. He replies coldly without flinching. I am a lecturing mage chosen to explore the truth of magic with you. If it is not to teach, I have no reason to stay here. Even if I don't want to, I have to do it. That is tradition, that is etiquette, and that is what learning the path is all about. The Queen is visibly annoyed upon hearing this. Before me, the absolute ruler of the continent. Does he dare to lecture me with that unwavering, steady gaze? Dekilian, truly a person who is not as ordinary as the rumors suggest. Facing him directly like this makes me find him even more agreeable. Very well, give it a try. If it's boring, this lesson will end immediately. I shall obey. At the same time, in a moving carriage, Ruina is clutching her head, deep in thought. Phew, this is a bit of a headache. Her teeth clench as that name echoes repeatedly. That damned Dekilian. A person who specializes in deceiving, exploiting, and trampling on others. A person like a devil who built his own standing using those tactics. He is clearly that kind of person. But why am I hearing other rumors? It's Dekilian's class again. I'm probably going to be taught a hard lesson. But anyway, everything we learn is extremely high quality. To be honest, in the Magic Tower, there's no one who explains things as easily as that professor. That's true, but it's also a fact that the lectures are super difficult. What? Dekilian teaches well? There's no way that's true. I heard Professor Dekilian exterminated the demon on Dark Mountain. Back at Birched, he stopped the whole train to save everyone. Professor Dekilian handled the barrier incident at the dormitory all by himself. He engaged in a magic duel with Rohaken and even wounded Rohaken. Unbelievable. The Dekilian, I know, could never do such things. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Because he doesn't have the capacity to become the director, he cowardly kidnapped me to exploit me. A person as vile as that. How could he possibly achieve such feats? Don't be ridiculous. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I don't know he concocted those ridiculous rumors to boost his own image? Don't be ridiculous. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I don't know he concocted those ridiculous rumors to boost his own image? Suddenly, the driver's voice startles her back to reality. Lady Ruina, we have arrived. Ah, yes. She quickly gets out of the carriage and wonders. What was that? I think I saw something just now. Get a grip, come on. Now I'm here to pay my respects to the Emperor. Before her is the Emperor's palace. Today is the first lesson. A moment later, looking at the documents on the table, the Emperor yawns widely with boredom. That's enough. Pardon, I mean the lesson. How should I put it? It's a bit too boring. The Queen's comment leaves Ruina stunned. The lesson from the professor who visited last time wasn't nearly as dull as this. Ruina quickly bows her head and says, I apologize, Your Majesty. Well, at least that time proved his talent for provoking others to madness. And you, tell me something interesting. Ruina's eyes are filled with despair. Your Majesty just said something interesting. And so the lesson ends in boredom. Ruina thinks as she walks down the hallway. Does Your Majesty mean my lecture is even more boring compared to that Deculian guy? She opens the room door and steps inside. Damn it, nothing is going right. Then a letter from someone appears on her desk from the Star Association. Ruina opens it and reads the contents. Notice of expulsion from the Magic Association for Masterclass Monarch Ruina. Reading those lines just now, a faint smile appears on her lips. Lady Ruina, please join our Magic Association. This is where we professors of the Magic Tower gather. We will occasionally come to greet the president. An invitation with clear ulterior motives. They surely want to use me to replace Deculian's position. That's right, at that time, there was a rumor that Deculian was talking crazy at the academy. So they wanted to take the opportunity to put me back in the head professor's seat. Those people who use to flatter and push me like that, how dare they betray me now? Defeta losers. And now they dare to discard me like this? Failures. You are a defeated loser. Ha, a defeated loser. You're just a failure. Interesting, truly interesting. Then she crushes the paper, her teeth clenching in anger. You bastards. Don't you dare drive me crazy. When they needed to use me, they were so sweet. You pieces of trash, I will have my revenge. I will kill every one of you. The dark energy from before now flares up violently and consumes her body. It pours out like a flash flood, sweeping everything away in its path. I will never forgive you. The scene shifts to the 20th floor, the self-study room. Sylvia and Ephraim are sitting and explaining magic exercises. For this magic spot, I think changing it like this would be better. No, it's not certain that would be the case. Sylvia, stop being so nitpicky without reason. Another student brings in a giant basket of bread. Everyone, stop and eat something. Oh, thanks, buddy. How is the big assignment progressing? Thanks to someone, it's going smoother than expected. What? Sylvia, are you mocking me?